Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay. So none of
I'll
us.
hang out and we can listen to it. Sure. I'll mute up.
Okay. I mean, I was actually told you might not want to listen to it because it'll probably annoy you. So that's why when Yoder said we should have an event, I'm kind of like, okay, well, if I'm going to listen to it, then I want it to at least have purpose. Like, I don't want to just listen to it and just sit there and yell at it in my living room. You know what I mean? So,
Like other people do.
yeah.
Don't like
So,
the people.
yeah, if you guys want to say something, we can pause it. I don't know. Can you guys pause it also? Do you have the bot?
I
Can you go to,
I
you can't,
can
you're
pause.
driving.
I
Yeah.
can, but I'm driving. I mean, I can keep
Oh,
my
okay.
eyes on it and
Well, if
everything.
you want to say something, just start talking and then I'll pause it. Or I'll just if there's something interesting, I'll pause it. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen because, like I said, I haven't listened to it before. I'm not going to be like some people and pause it every 30 seconds. I'm not going to do that, just so you know.
Pause it for 30 seconds, talk about it for 15 minutes, and then unpause.
Yeah. I'm not doing that. Okay, here we go.
Example of applying the scientific method. Points 1 through 6 should occur in no more than 15 to 20 minutes. And then we're going to jump into the meat of this, where we're going to review proposals for exploring the question of round versus flat Earth using the scientific method. And then we're going to review each of those proposals on one specific.
Can we pause?
On a bunch of criteria that we agreed to in the pre-meetings. We've held 2 pre-meetings. Can you actually do these experiments? Cost? Is it?
Sorry, I'm going to go to the bot commands. That way, I'm at least there with you. But oh my gosh, we're going to use the scientific method to discuss flat Earth versus round Earth. Like, how wrong can you be on this conversation already? Like, okay, what's the independent and dependent variables in this, right? What's we can go with the hypothesis, but then what's your null? What's your what method are you going to use? Like, I don't know. It just, the whole thing seems off, right? What do you think?
Oh, I'm glad you're pinging people. I was just thinking we should ping people to tell them we're actually doing this. Thank you, AG. Yeah, I know that's what some of the comments were saying. Yeah, that, I mean, that's what the disappointment is, really, that you have this academic person, Dr. Shiva, that seems totally clueless. I don't know if they're actually going to address that in the talk itself, if anyone is going to discuss that from the flat Earth side, but yeah, just using the scientific method for this question is ridiculous. There's one comment that was highlighted that AI Arden highlighted that was really good. Oh yeah, it was Sovereign Supreme America 8295 said, "Dang, Shiva is triggered. Measuring the ground is geometry, not science. LMFAO." Yes, and then Theo Megawordy said, "Perhaps he needs to audit a 7th grade science and geometry class." So yeah, some people did call that out in the comments, which was cool. I don't know if anybody is going to call it out in the actual event.
And just to kind of point this out, like, do you remember what Dr. Shiva's specialty is? Like, he's way out of his element, just first and foremost, right? He's coming in as a person of authority because he holds a PhD in a field of science and decides that he's going to be the arbiter of the conversation on something that's not even a science question. It's a geometry question.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll press play.
Viable and can ideally, we want to make sure any citizen can do it, any one of you listening. We don't want to make these experiments so esoteric, so hard to execute, that it becomes only reserved for a few set of people. And then one of the things we agreed to is the skills of mathematics seem to vary. On the around Earthside, when we go to the introductions, you'll see we have a number of people who are actually engineers, have degrees in engineering, advanced degrees. And it seems like on the flat Earth side, there's a very sparse background in mathematics. So therefore, in order to be fair, what we did was we decided after today, we're going to give people a week to go do their mathematical formulations. So if they want to go consult experts, ChatGPT, Gemini, go to universities, open book, like an open book exam. We want to do that because we don't want anyone moaning and groaning saying, well, I didn't know math or I didn't know this. Everyone can go consult as many experts. So we're going to do a follow-up next week. So first of all, I want to welcome everyone. What you notice the way we've done this summit is we have the audience here. The three, one of them is missing. It's very unfortunate because we spent a lot of time organizing this, multiple emails my assistant set out, and it seems like some people are just sloppy. And it perturbs me because we spend so much effort organizing this. But nonetheless, we're going to move forward, even with the absence of one individual. Hopefully he'll show up. But I want to welcome everyone because this question of flat Earth has been put out in the audience. And I want to review how I got involved in this. I do various interviews, and a guy by the name of Flat Dave or something, had me on an interview. And he said, the Earth is flat. And you guys can go see it. It's all public. And I said, whoa, stop. I said, can you describe the scientific method? And again, you guys can go see this. And I was horrified that he didn't even know what the scientific method was. And this guy's promoting, he makes quite a bit of, he has his own website, he promotes this, and you guys can go look at it. He didn't even understand the scientific method. So we have a larger problem, particularly in the United States, and for that matter, different parts of the world, where young people, perhaps it's the STEM education, public school education, or private school, people aren't learning what the scientific method is. According to the latest statistics, less than 5% of people actually know what the scientific method is, even have mastery of it. And
they're probably flat earthers.
And I decided, I spoke to a bunch of my friends who are educators who spend a lot of time teaching. In fact, I spoke to one of my high school teachers who's in his almost 80s. And I explained this to him. So my mission in doing this was to give a broad reset, hopefully as people see this video and the commitment of various people who come, to understand what is the scientific method and to make people accountable to the hard work it takes to apply the scientific method. We have grifters who seem like they can say whatever the fuck they want without any accountability to evidence. And the reason this has occurred is the educational system, and B, what is evidence? By the end of this summit, or through the summit, you will understand that evidence is reproducible predictions. Those two words are very powerful words. And I would again say probably less than 5% of the public actually understands what evidence is. Evidence in science is reproducible predictions. And we're going to, as we've had our pre-meetings, we're going to make sure everyone adheres to the scientific method. Otherwise, anyone can say whatever the fuck they want. And that's not science. Okay? So again, my motivation in this was not about the question of flat or round, but as a PhD, as a guy who spent a lot of time educating people, spent a lot of grueling hours solving problems, it became evident there's a whole set of people, particularly on the internet, quote unquote influencers, who have no regard for science, who can talk a lot. They can talk very beautifully. And people think they're saying something, but when you take away the layers, they're saying nothing. And this is not only among the grifter class, but also in universities. And I'll show you an example of that. So we live in a very dangerous time because anyone with a microphone and a camera can say what they want, but they don't have to back it up. But today's summit, the way it's organized is you're going to have to back up what the fuck you say. And I'm using some of these annoying words because the level of conversation needs to be seriously elevated. And I think what we're doing today is a public service. This summit is brought to you by the International Center for Integrative Systems, all volunteer run. There's no one grifting here monetizing this. This video is not being monetized. We're doing this. A number of people here have families. They've taken time out of their weekends to do this. So I appreciate all of that. So that's the background. We don't want to let people get away with saying stuff that they cannot back up. They got to be able to back it up. And we want to create a consciousness that people demand that of these grifters, as well as their politicians and public officials. And so I want to thank
Oh, I just paused it because we had a bunch of people that just came in. I heard you start to say something, Matrix. So if you wanted to say something, if anybody, wants to comment, if you can get into the bot room, you can just pause it and comment, or you can put something in the live stream, voice, text, and all. Pause it.
All I was going to say was when he said that there's only about 5% that know the scientific method, they're all the flat earthers, that 5%.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the way he's framing it is I haven't heard the whole thing. I mean, this is the first time I've listened to it. Some of you probably already had, but yeah, it seems like a giant setup just the way he's framing it, especially knowing who I do happen to know who his Globe Earth guests are going to be, and if those are the people he's saying are going to present evidence and uphold the scientific method, that's pretty questionable from the start.
Well, he did say, and I'm pretty sure that it was only just in the last minute, that whatever they put out, they've got to back it the fuck up. So when was the last time McToon backed up any of his claims?
Ever, never.
Oh, hello. What are you flat earthers still doing in here? I cannot believe you're still on this.
They say, boo.
I don't know who that is, but you flat earthers are seriously still doing this. Dandelion, I don't know why you're talking.
I know it's because my mommy and daddy told me the Earth was flat. Don't you remember our last conversation?
Yes, I'm still wondering why you're still doing this. You could just Google the facts. Everything says it's a globe. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, so Yoder had this idea of having an event reaction to Dr. Shiva's videos, so that's what we were doing. I don't know if Indio can stomach listening to it again. I know he already listened to at least part of it.
I'm not the flat earther, by the way. I'm here just making fun of you guys.
Oh,
So that's
Jared
kind of
Miller.
I've been in one of these.
What'd you say, Jer?
I said it's been a minute since I've been in one of these.
How many minutes?
Oh, it's been well over a year at least.
Wow. And
Oh yeah,
why
I
are you
see.
still
Yeah,
here?
he's a globe earther. You don't. Yeah, we don't need
That's my fellow man,
Russian
my
here.
fellow my fellow fact issue.
What happened last time you were here, Jer?
Nothing actually. It was pretty chill. We just kind of chatted, and I met some pretty cool people.
Oh, good.
Dandelion, ask how old he is.
I'm not doing that. That seems kind of rude.
Jair, how old are you?
I am 35. Believe it or not.
That's fucking cap.
Do y'all have video available?
Hey,
I can turn it
just
on.
No, don't worry about it.
if you want video, there's a YouTube.
What'd you say?
I'm not gonna try to be mean. Jer, are you female?
Nope.
Gosh, you guys aren't trying very hard not to be mean. You should try harder not to be mean.
I mean,
So
No,
anyway,
I get it.
anyway,
It happened.
That's why
you got a young
we
voice.
want to know the facts up front.
Anyway,
Yes.
just to kind of recap what we're doing right now, Dr. Shiva held a panel this weekend on a flat Earth discussion and how it's a serious problem. And there's a discussion that's being taken place, and he's given his opening remarks, and then he's going to introduce his panel. I know nothing about what's going to be said in here. Some people have watched it already. Do you have anything to add, Daniel?
No, I have nothing to add. I'll just press play again unless somebody else has something to say.
Wait. So the thing actually happened?
No,
Oh, it didn't happen.
the planning part happened. For some reason, there was 2 Globers, 1 flat earther, and Dr. Shiva, who's goes in the Glober category. So I don't know what happened to like 6 and 6 or whatever the original plan was. Everybody going to Cambridge and, coming up with ideas on a whiteboard over a period of hours and coming up with a concrete plan that everyone can take and filling out a fucking ethics declaration and yada yada yada. Apparently, I don't want to poison the well because you guys haven't heard it, but it's fucking whatever. I'm disappointed.
Wait, so who was the one flat earther?
You're breaking up, dude.
Do we know who the flat earther was?
Oh, it's Kevin Samuels.
Who was the flat earther?
Kevin Samuels.
Wait.
There's a Kevin Samuels flat earther. He's German.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I know him from X and from my DMs and from Telegram. He's on Telegram.
I'm a PhD.
He goes by Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, that's his name, Kevin Samuels.
Wow. I mean, that's awesome. Dandelion, do you know who that is?
No, is that someone famous?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
What's he famous for?
He's gonna hate him, bro.
Hang on a minute. Is that CB having a shot at someone else's name? CB, tell everyone what your real name is. Oh, is that his real name? Does he actually go by that?
Oh, yeah. Good point. Might as well be. My grandfather worked for John Deere. Yeah, that is a good point, though, Matrix. We have like a famous name. Dandelion, you know my name?
Don't do it,
How
CB.
would
Just
I?
stick with CB.
I'll DM it to you, bro.
Okay.
Kevin Samuels. Wait, he's like known for people think he hates women or whatever. He's misogynist.
Oh, people think that. Kind of like people think that about you, but it's not true, right?
No, I am misogynist. I am misogynist.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he isn't, but people think he is.
Correct.
Unlike you are, and people think you are.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Beast.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay, so there was one flat earther.
in the opening statements, just so you know, Dr. Shiva said that he was going to use the scientific method to discuss whether the Earth is flat or round. And then he also went on to say that it seems like a lot of Globers have advanced degrees in mathematics and science, and flat earthers, in many cases, don't even have a bachelor's.
As if that matters.
Right. Matters to them.
I'm just saying that's what he let in with.
Yeah, and that's just made up bullshit.
This is a discussion on authority.
Yeah, exactly.
If that's the case, he's talking out of his element. If that's the case.
Okay. He just made that up. Literally, just made it up.
Hey, since you're here, Indio, did you see the interview with him and Dave Weiss?
Yes, I saw the thing with him and Dave Weiss. I remember everything that he said he was going to do, and he hasn't done anything.
Did Dave walk him through the scientific method? Because I'm pretty sure Dave knows the scientific method.
Yeah, he just talked down to him, and he just made up his own scientific method, basically.
That's what
if you listen to this, you're going to hear it. You're going to hear it. Go on mute, bro. So you're going to hear.
Sorry.
I'm going to fucking mute you. Fuck you, dude. So Dave. Shiva's going to go through his version of the scientific method. Okay? It's going to be a version of the scientific method you ain't never heard before. And then he gives an example, which is retarded. And you'll find out. You'll just listen to it. And like, the whole time is just like this talking down, fucking the same shit we deal with, the condescending bullshit that we deal with all the time. He does it in spades. And like I said, this McToon, some other dude I ain't never heard before, obviously anti-flat earther. Somehow McToon got his way into this shit, as he usually does. Right off when he announced, so he did his interview with Dave, then he started posting on Twitter that he was going to do it. Right away, he started retweeting fucking McToon shit. Like, right away. He wouldn't take people, like, Stone, for instance. You know what Stone is? Heath of Grass?
Yeah, man of
Stone. Yeah, he wouldn't take him for whatever reason. He's got a degree. Been electrical engineering experimenter for fucking 30 fucking years or more. Wouldn't take him. Wouldn't. He wasn't going to take anybody legit. He's trying to stack the deck. This is nothing but a propaganda fucking exercise. Yeah. Fucking Will Duffy. Except for it's even worse because this is even more fucking shitty.
Yeah, it makes it easier to say flat earthers are dumbasses when you've stacked the deck like that. Put all people with PhDs and whatnot on one side, and people that walk without dragging their knuckles on the other.
No, McToon. First of all, neither one of those dudes had advanced. Neither one of the dudes on the panel. I don't know about the German guy, Kevin Samuels. He might have, but the other two, McToon said he studied engineering. He never said he got a degree, and the other dude said he was a radar tech or something like that in the military. He never said he got a degree in any. Neither one of those two said they got a degree in anything. I mean, maybe they have degrees, maybe they didn't, but they never explicitly said they did.
I noticed the only people in this subject matter that get somewhat upset about the whole degree thing is those that have spent their whole life just professional students. And when they come in here and say, I've got a degree in XYZ, we all sit back and go, we don't care, because you don't need a degree to study shapes.
Yeah, you don't need to be smart to a degree either, and he proves it. I mean, I would just play the audio. It speaks for itself. I don't really need to qualify it or talk it down. Just listen to it. It speaks for itself. Now, you're probably going to get irritated and angry, so I suggest, like, take some calming, freaking, I don't know, chamomile tea or something. Calm down.
This is me you're talking to.
Infuriating his attitude, and then his attitude, and then just utter nonsense bullshit just comes out of his mouth. It's endless.
Well, I can tell he's coming off as like some kind of patriot, like he's a badass or something like that. standing up for America
I had
and the
more
world.
but no, actually, I liked Shiva. I followed him. He ran for governor of Massachusetts. He ran for the state senate. I was aware of him, pretty well, and this has made me. My opinion of him has fallen through the fucking floor. Like, I'm actually kind of very disappointed in this whole thing. I got to reevaluate my evaluation process.
What year
Every
did
time
he
it's-
run for governor?
In Massachusetts, I think he never made it past the primary process, if I remember right.
All right. Well, I can press play again, but I just wanted to say, Jer, we're glad you came back after 1 year, and don't let these guys drive you away, because the Earth is flat, and we would like to share that information with you. Oh, somebody let CB off of his leash. What's going on here?
Dude, stop disrupting this fucking show, bro.
That's what I
This is
do.
a flat Earth
Man.
server. We're gonna send you over to English Hub, dude.
Okay,
Wait,
well,
so
if
you guys
any-
are playing a clip right now?
Fine,
yeah,
too.
we were playing it, and then I'm going to press play again. But if anyone else
How much
wants to
longer? How much
comment,
longer?
feel free.
2 hours. Come back in 2 hours.
2
2
more hours? No.
2.5 hours. It's 2 hours and 48
No.
minutes, and we just got through the
I
opener.
would rather
We'll let
hear
you hit on the
Dandelion
dude some
yap.
more. We'll let you hit on a guy some more if you want to do that.
I'm trying to. All right, I'll just slide in Dandelion DMs while it's playing.
Sliding
You could
jars.
do
DMs,
the.
dude.
You
Thought
could
that
do.
was a girl.
Go to live stream
It did sound
too.
like a girl. That's crazy.
Yeah, hey, stop that. Jer does not sound like a girl at all. Jer, you do not sound like a girl. Don't listen to them.
Well, listen to creation.
It's all right. Look, I'm aware. I kind of sort of do a little bit. I'm aware
Hey,
of it.
Dandelion, you need to tell the truth more often. That's just what
It's all right.
No, it never even crossed my mind. It never even crossed
Don't lie.
my mind. I have 5 sons.
For
Yeah.
some reason, CB is not disturbed by the fact he was hitting on a dude.
Wait, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, you were.
No, I wasn't.
You're trying to get fucking bio info, dude. You're about to slide in the
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
this
he
is
wants.
gonna
Yeah,
be awesome.
that's why he wants. You're right. I didn't even catch that, because he always wants to know how old people are, because he has that age cutoff thing. Oh my
Yeah, I do have
gosh,
a
I didn't
cutoff.
even
35
catch
is too
You
that.
wait till we all start singing. CB Simpson, dude.
I thought you were worried about Discord TOS. Indio has totally got your number.
No, I thought it was
Yeah,
TOS.
my
No, that's
gator is
why I
falling off
asked.
big time.
No, that's why I asked, because it seemed like he was too young for
You
Discord
are
TOS.
so
bro.
wrong. Indio is right. You were wrong. You are not right about your motivations.
No, I thought
Rewind
it
the
was
tape.
like.
He said he
I
was
thought
a
he was-
misogynist. I mean, come on. What more signs do you need?
I know. I don't need any more.
He
I don't
hates
need
women.
any more.
He's trying to pick up dudes on Discord.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Spends 45
just let it-
minutes
let
doing
it-
his hair.
Let it. Oh my god, that's crazy. I
Take
just let
Jared
it
a
play. Let
live
it play.
stream too.
You spread rumors about you,
everyone here.
CB. I watch
Yeah,
it.
that's fine. That's
We have
fine.
about-
I'm here for it.
We're supposed to have 3 on the flat Earth side, 3 on the round Earth side. One person's missing on the flat Earth. And then we have other people we invited to, if they just want to be in the Zoom audience, and then we're also streaming it. So let's go back to the agenda here. Let's introduce the panelists. I have a picture of all of them here. Let's start right here. Let's introduce, we'll do the round Earth side first. If the people can just say your name and a quick background. Let's start with Dr. Dinakar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prabhakar Dhyanekar. I am a biomedical engineer, trained as a chemical engineer, but I did my postdoctoral studies in biomedical engineering, and my
Can we highlight
interest
Prabhakar?
in my interest in this particular topic is solely for the fact that we need more scientific method in answering any questions, especially the questions that such as whether the fundamental questions such as whether the Earth is flat or round, and these need to be nipped in the bud in the sense that these need to be taught in a school level. It shouldn't take a summit like this to have a clarity on such a fundamental questions. So that's my interest.
Thank you, Dr. Dianker.
Thank you.
Then we have Michael. Mike, you can introduce yourself. I know some people don't, for anonymity, you don't want your last names. Believe it or not, some people like Mike have actually gotten death threats by people on the flat earth side. And this is of serious concern. And those people were not invited because they seem to be nuts. And so this is a serious issue. It seems like if you go against some narrative that people are monetizing on making money, you actually get death threats. So Mike has shared that with me. It's very unfortunate, but we did not include those people here. Go ahead, Mike.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
People on
thank
our
you.
side have had that happen to
University of
them.
Studied
No one gave
Electrical
a rat's
Engineering and
ass.
Computer Science. I've written software for my
What they think just because they're making money that it happens. Bullshit. People on our side have had death threats, told to go and do nasty things.
Yeah, and McToon is like the last like, how do you introduce McToon and say flat earthers are making money? Like, it's crazy, dude. And what did he say? Did he say he has a degree in computer science? Did he say that?
No, he didn't. He didn't say anything yet.
He just said something.
I hate
I didn't hear it.
Let's do it again. You can't rewind it. Fuck.
No.
All right, carry on, I guess.
professional career. And for the last 7.5 years, I've been engaging in this flat Earth and globe Earth discourse, and have a channel, MC Toon Live, and another channel, Conspiracy Tunes, where I look at these two things. I debate flat earthers often on my live channel, and anybody's welcome to come watch if they like to see a 2+ hour interchange between myself and some people that don't generally understand science.
All right, Mike, thank you. And then we have Dan here. Dan, go ahead. I think Dan's good.
Yeah, hi. My name's Dan. I started off in signals intelligence in the Navy, doing radio and satellite networks in during combat deployments. Been a telecommunications engineer with radio and fiber optics for the better part of 25 years now. Originally, I started in this primarily as a byproduct of my teenage daughter having TikTok and seeing some of the videos that were on there about flat Earth and things like that. I've been doing this roughly about 2 years now, started on X, and have now migrated over to YouTube, and can be found on Unfornicated on YouTube, where we do some science communications about things in my background, that kind of teach people about things like radio, fiber optics, and the EM spectrum, and like speed of light, and then also we go into some of the more obscure history things that aren't taught in schools to kind of shine a light on some of those things that that matter.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right, let's go to our team on the flat Earth side. Let's begin with Kevin Samuel. Kevin, kindly go ahead, if you can give people your background.
Mute me. Now I'm unmuted. You hear me? Yes, Kevin.
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Kevin Samuel Bow is my YouTube channel. I studied media economics. It's I did online courses after that in alternative money systems. I criticized the nowadays money system a lot. So I think I have something in common with you, how things are bad in economy. But I peeked into other stuff, and I also saw too far in a vacation. I could see an island I couldn't see, and I got interested. I researched that. I digged into theories a lot, and I did a lot of some experiments I did myself. I did experiments with a fishing line, stuff like that, and I like to present something today which I think can be decisive and includes the scientific method. And I hope we keep calm, everyone, and keep it to science.
Great. And Kevin, you're out of Austria, right? Just to let
yes.
3 people are in the United States. Kevin's overseas, so we want to thank Kevin. I don't know what time it's there, Kevin, but it must.
It's okay. Today it's okay. The pre-meetings were late. Today it's 5:30 p.m.
Okay, great. Let's go to Ryan Shea. Ryan's here in the United States. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So my name is Ryan Shea. I am from Dallas, Texas, currently in Houston, driving right now. I've got an undergraduate degree in marketing and management, master's degree in leadership. Most of my professional career was in coaching college soccer, then have now been in real estate as a realtor and investor, entrepreneur. And it was probably about 5 years ago, someone, when I was in a tall building, said, "Hey, we can see pretty far here, can't we?" And brought up the flat earth. So I was like, I had no idea. I mean, what I was taught as a kid was we're on a globe spinning around 1,000 miles per hour, hurtling off into space, and there's this solar system and all this stuff. And I just took it for what it was. And I started doing my own research, doing my own testing. Have done a light test across the lake that was around 7 miles, and done many other independent research on this subject. And when Dr. Shiva had brought up using the scientific method, I thought, oh, this is great. This is good. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to have facts and we want to know truth. And another part, I think just quickly, is that I'm also a part of the Truth Freedom movement. So I would say what we do here is it's all about facts. I don't care about anything other than what the truth is. And when our freedoms and health is actually absolutely diabolical right now in this world and country, it's not okay. So that's what attracted me to Dr. Shiva in this bottoms up movement that I'm also a part of. And then, so with this flat Earth, I wanted to get involved, flat Earth, round Earth debate, and do what I can to help. So thanks.
Okay, and the third person let's have is, I think his handle is Globe Slayer, right, Bobby? But he was supposed to be here, and he's not. So before I started, I was frankly annoyed because we spent a lot of time communicating to people, getting people out here, and I wish people would follow through on their word. But anyway, we're going to start. Let me go back. So thanks everyone for those introductions. I think people understand the mission here. It's to really apply the scientific method. And across what I've seen, from this past year, when you look at this question, it's been unfortunate that people haven't applied the scientific method. So the part of what we wanted to do in the next 5-6 minutes, I did this in a long video.
Okay, I just want to point something out. So that's 3v3, right? And one flat earther didn't show up. Anybody else?
Yeah, and it sounds like both of them are very outspoken, proud conspiracy theorists that are like anti everything, and they're going to like try to expose them.
Why did he pick those people? Because originally, so just to fact check this shit, right? Originally, he said it was going to be 6v6, and he was going to fly everybody out to Cambridge. Doesn't seem like that happened. It's 3v3, and I don't think he flied anybody anywhere. Flew anybody anywhere. And Globe Slayer, now I've seen him on X, but like, who the hell even is he? Like, for a flat earther, I don't even really. I mean, I've seen him bicker with Globers, but I have no idea who he is.
The only thing I've known that he's done recently, he sent up a makeshift satellite with a helium balloon and sent a camera up, and I don't know what that entails. I just know that he recently sent it up, so he's probably taking a look at it, seeing what he's got. But that's the shtick that he's got going right now.
Okay, so I just want to also say this. So he just says no flat earthers have ever followed this topic. No one's followed the scientific method. Okay, let's just deal with that for 1 second. Assuming his method, his definition of the scientific method is correct. When Dave Weiss tried to show him evidence, he said, "I don't care about that," 11 times in a 1-hour interview. I know it's 11 times because I counted how many times that Dave tried to present him evidence, and he said, Dave, never mind that. I don't care about that. And wouldn't even let Dave explain what was done to him at all. What was done at all. So him saying that nobody did anything, because his idea of evidence in the scientific method is his own personal definition of evidence equals reproducible results. Now, I've searched and searched. There's nowhere in any science or engineering textbook which defines evidence as quote unquote reproducible results. That's going to be his personal definition. But that being the case, even within that, him saying that that wasn't done, how would he know when he refused to look at any evidence presented to him to even evaluate what was done? Right? If you can't, like, it's like, oh, I don't see anything, but your eyes are closed. Of course you don't see anything. Your fucking eyes are closed. So I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, also, I just wanted to read what Plain and Truth in the live stream voice text 33 minutes after the hour. He said, Globe Slayer backed out because he thought the other two guys had the wrong ideas about Flat Earth. He's a genuine guy.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, I should also point out, Yoder. I'm going to read what Yoder posted in chat. I've got screenshots somewhere of Dr. Shiva welcoming me to the flat Earth side of the panel, only moments later to reverse it, and then blocking me. I asked Dr. Shiva, because during his interview with Dave Weiss, I asked him. He said everyone participating is going to sign an ethics declaration that they're basically going to rigorously follow whatever is agreed upon and not tamper with results and not fake it. An ethics declaration. I asked Dr. Shiva if he was going to sign the ethics declaration that he was going to have everybody else sign, and he blocked me. Okay? I can easily prove I got screenshots of it. I got that time he fucking blocked me in the post at which he blocked me at. So, yeah. Anyway.
You can't play unless you play by the rules. But then when you ask him if he's going to play by the rules too,
Nope. And he's
how are you going to create your own rules and then not sign it? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, apparently it seems like no one had to sign any ethics declaration anyway, and it just didn't even end up being what he said it was going to be. When he went on Dave Weiss and interviewed, I'd suggest go watch it. And that is like a harbinger. You got to kind of see this in the sequence of events, how far down. If you watch that Dave Weiss interview, they'll go on his X feed and see when he started posting, because there was like a 3-month lag when he started posting about this and what he started doing and just going fucking ballistic on flat earthers. And the messages of DMs of hey, all the flat earthers are checking out. He got lots of fucking messages from flat earthers to participate, including myself. And the reason I decided not to participate is because his thing was submit all this biographical information. Name, address, phone number, headshot, educational background, work, all this crap. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. That's irrelevant. Doesn't matter where I'm from. Doesn't matter what my name is. The experiment is the experiment. Okay? So, I don't trust this dude as far as I can throw him. But regardless, I'm going to play it.
Yeah. but to the audience out there on social media, plus the audience here, what is the scientific method? We wanted to review it. We've had pre-meetings on it. We've gone over the terminology. Everyone's on board, but we just wanted to level set for everyone else, because that framework is what's going to be used for anything we do. And that framework is what's going to be imposed on anyone, the panelists who are participating on both sides. Is that clear? That's the ground rules. So let's review what is the scientific method. Let me go back to the slides here. So in the scientific method, you begin with an observation. Okay, let's say you have a car. There's some force put on the car, F. It's of some mass, and then it accelerates. Okay, so you see this phenomenon. You could be sitting on a park bench, and someone's pushing a car. That's a force. The car is of some mass, and it starts accelerating. Okay, so the scientific method begins with an observation. You see an apple, Newton saw an apple fall supposedly from the tree, and he wants to understand that. Okay, you may see the clouds move. You want to understand that. You see the world heating up or cooling. You make these observations, and you want to understand that. So the scientific method begins with an observation. Okay? Begins with an observation. So that observation typically leads to some question. Okay, so in this case, if you see a force impinging on a car of mass m, accelerating, you may make a question, and that is denoted as a hypothesis. So, and this is what's important to understand, is the hypothesis is always expressed as a mathematical equation, which means you need to know some math, okay? And if you don't know math, you got to go get someone who does know math to help you. And in this process here, we're allowing people to go get experts. That's why in developing the hypothesis, we're going to give people a week. But nonetheless, you can look at this phenomenon and you can say, oh, there's a force, the car is of mass m, and it accelerates. And you may say, I believe that the relationship between the force and the mass is related by this equation, force equals mass times acceleration squared. Okay, so the force.
Okay, I gotta point out how fucking Dunning-Kruger this shit is. What are the units of force? Anybody? I already talked to Mary Mom about this, so you can't answer. What are the units of force? Nobody knows? Newtons. Newtons is a unit of force. Okay. 1 Newton equals 1 kilogram times meters per second squared. Okay. Force is an abstract quantity. You can't measure force. You can measure mass. You can measure distance traveled per time. But you don't actually measure force. Force is an abstract unit. So him saying, hey, this thing's creating a force. It's Dunning-fucking-Kruger, dude. It's the worst Dunning-Kruger I've ever heard. Force doesn't exist. There is no such thing as a force. It just don't exist.
I never thought about that before. And like when I was a paramedic and I worked with blunt trauma and penetrating trauma, like gunshot wounds and stuff like that. They talk about ballistics and cavitation. Like, never once did I think of like force as a measurable unit. Like, there were factors involving that would determine like what force would look like, but never once did we consider like measure.
Look, you can take the bullet grain, right? And then the velocity coming out of the barrel, 1,000 feet per second, right? Or whatever it is. It'll be way higher than 1,000 feet per second. Let's just say it's 1,000 feet per second. Now those are actual quantities which exist. The force part doesn't exist. You can take those two quantities, multiply them, and make this abstract unit called a force, right? And you say, hey, like, we're going to just use, it's easier to just use this single variable instead of using these two combined variables. So let's just multiply them times each other, invent a new variable, we'll call it a fucking force, and we'll use that in our equations. Simple, right? Well, you can't test that to see if the force exists and to see if the mass times acceleration squared equals a force, because force is defined as those two things in the fucking first place.
Did he start that by saying a hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation? Did I hear that
Yes.
right? Is that what he said?
Yes,
Oh
you
my
did.
goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. Hypothesis has to be a mathematical equation. Told you. Seriously disappointed. Anyway,
Yep.
moving on.
I'll go get my stress relief tea while you press play.
I know, I might have to go with the peppermint / cameo tea or something, man. I need some sort of sedative at this point.
Indio, I do got to add this though, real quick. Since you're talking, there's other factors. The weight of the bullet, depending on whether it's made out of brass or it's made out of lead, that could be a factor. Hollow point versus
Yeah, but that would go with
full
the
metal
mass,
jacket.
right?
Huh?
Well, that would go with the mass. And you'd measure, like, in that case, you could express it in newtons, but you'd probably do, like, foot-pounds, right?
Yeah.
Foot-pounds per second. Yeah, something like that, right? Which is the same, which is just a different, but what does that mean? Foot-pounds per second. From pounds you can get mass, right? Per second, there's your time element, there's your acceleration. So it's when you say a force, dude, you're just saying the same thing. It's saying the same thing. You can't test that hypothesis because it's circular in the first place. To find the force, you need the mass and the acceleration, because that's how you define the force. That's how you define what a force is in the first place. It's so fucking dumb, dude. It's beyond dumb. Like, this dude supposedly has 4 degrees. I'm like, are you shitting me?
To move that mass m has to be ma squared. That's a hypothesis based on your observation. It could be wrong or it could be right. Okay? So if you're a round earther, you're going to come up with some observation. Could be, an airplane, how it moves. It could be, I think Ryan said, a fishing line. It could be the sun's motion. There's many observations, but you use that observation, and based on your assumptions, you come up with a mathematical equation. Obviously, technically, a mathematical equation will vary if the Earth is round or if the Earth is flat. And I'm sort of foreshadowing some of this, but nonetheless, you do an observation and you come up with a hypothesis. In this case, someone is saying that force is equal to mass times acceleration squared. Now, if that is true, the evidence will point to that based on what m and a you plug in, you're going to get different forces every time you plug in that m and a, particular m and a. That's evidence equals reproducible predictions. Okay, so the next thing you would do is you would do some experiment. Okay, you're going to have to design the experiment, and experiments are difficult. You have to have the right methodology. You have to understand the errors. It's not trivial. It's a lot of hard work. And the next thing you do is you gather data and you organize that data. So you would do an experiment. Here we have 3 variables, F, M, and A, and you would do experiments and you organize. I just did a little table here. Column 1 is F, column 2 is M, and the last column is A, acceleration, okay? So you would organize, it's actually A squared. Sorry about that. I don't want to, actually this is right. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so you would organize the data like this, and these are the results you get from your experiment, okay? And then you would see what this reveals. And you'd find out that the results are force is actually equal to MA. There's no squaring based on this data. Everyone see that? F, in this case, M times A, M times A, M times A. So the hypothesis was that F equals MA squared. In this case, F would have been 1, but in this case, the second case, F would have been 4, and in this case, F would have been 16. Everyone see that? But it isn't. So when you come to this point, you have to deal with the reality that your hypothesis, F equals MA squared, was wrong. In fact, it's F equals MA. Okay? And then you have to deal with the reality that if the results match the hypothesis, which they don't, if they do match, your hypothesis is accepted. If not, it's rejected. This is a scientific method. Okay? And we can look at this, but this is what I'm saying is, unfortunately, if you go out on the street, less than 5% of people actually know this. So if less than 5% of people know this, and there's billions of people on social media, and someone's just randomly saying what they want to say, they could bullshit people. So this is a framework why you have an iPhone, okay? Why this works. Because people have to understand Maxwell's equations. They have to understand all sorts of very, very complicated things. And the unsung heroes in a lot of this are engineers. Engineers are the people who actually have to apply science to creating practical things. It's where the rubber meets the road. Engineers are like the Votech people doing science, okay? So anyway, this is a scientific method. Now, we want to make sure that this is applied in the case. By the way, let me just point out one thing. I was literally walking through my woods here, and I live in a very interesting community of a lot of academics. And obviously I run for Senate. I'm running for Senate again. Some random guy comes up to me and he starts talking about climate change. And he goes, the climate is changing and I don't agree with you. It's obviously the Earth's temperature is increasing based on CO2. And I said, look, evidence is reproducible predictions. And he didn't even know what that meant. And I said, what's your background? He's apparently a humanities guy who happens to run a nonprofit, which gets quite a bit of money promoting the climate change narrative. Okay. Anyway, I said, have you read the IPCC report? Because if evidence is reproducible predictions, then you should get the same answer for how much ice is going to melt, right? Well, if you actually look at the IPCC report, this is what you get. And this is just an example. There are about 100 different models of ice melting on the Arctic. And each one gives a different answer. So one model says 100% is going to melt, and another model, this one says 0% is going to melt. So when you see something like this is garbage in, garbage out. This is not reproducible predictions. Okay? So if anything you learned today at a high level, besides flat Earth, round Earth, evidence is reproducible predictions. So if you ask someone, someone developed a mathematical model for looking at the two fluids, the air and the oceans, and then they computed how much ice is going to melt. Well, none of them are coming with the same answer. Everyone see this? It's like the Baskin-Robbins flavor. Multiple results. And if you bring this up, you're viciously attacked for just pointing this point out. But anyway, this is occurring not only among the grifters on the internet, but at places like MIT. Okay? The only professor who brought this up was Dick Lind.
So, I don't know. I figure we have to talk a minute about
Yeah. So
debating the question.
So he does show the graph in the video. And the graph does have like 100 different trend lines. They generally the same. All they are is they're different in magnitude. So there's a whole bunch of them. But one of them actually matches what was actually measured. Okay? So he said, it's all garbage. You're supposed to make reproducible results. Well, one of those models did make a reproducible result according to his definition of what a reproducible result is, right? One of them did. But he dismissed them all because what they did as an organization is they threw shit against the wall and hoped something stick. which is what he
I
does.
saw that he understood that.
In his professional fucking, he has a company called Cytosolve, which basically uses that technique. It throws shit against the wall and hopes something sticks. It models the human cell in combinations of drugs, and it does basically what's called Monte Carlo simulations, and spits out the one that it feels is most likely. But that doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes you'll match, sometimes you won't. Just because
Don't get me
you're
started on
running
healthcare.
millions of fucking simulations. Millions.
I was just saying, don't get me started on healthcare and why doctors practice medicine. Throwing shit against the wall, just
Practicing. Practice. We're talking about practice.
Anyway, it did take him long to get to the ad homs. He was begging the question that entire paragraph that he just spoke.
This is the calm part. Oh, wait till he starts talking to frickin' McToon and the other guy and the frickin' Kevin Samuels.
It already feels like
he's totally so Kevin Samuels is German. He's not well. You'll find out. You'll see.
He sounds Indian. He doesn't sound German.
Kevin Samuels, the guy, the flat earther. He's not Indian. He's German or something. He's a white boy.
Sound like is he?
The person who was just talking, was that a flat Earth argument?
No.
He is a Dr. Shiva Adware. He's Indian or from Mumbai or something. He hates the world because he was a what do they call him? Talent or something like that, and untouchable. The lowest of the low in the caste system. He was untouchable. But he came to America, and now he wants vengeance on the world or some shit. I don't know. A Dalit, that's what they call it, a Dalit. Dalit? Is that it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, I'm going to play this.
And he was vilified by the other 100+ professors. But the point is that we have a serious problem when people aren't following the scientific method. But what you see is, in this case, there's no evidence of ice melting because these models are completely varied, okay? All right. So what we're going to focus on in today's discussion is, what is the observation each team is proposing?
Did you hear what he just said? He said there's no evidence of ice melting because the models are wrong. So they drive a boat up to, the North Pole. There's no ice there when there's supposed to be. Apparently there really is ice there because the models are wrong. Dude, this is the dumbest shit I've heard in a long time.
And what is the model and a brief framework on the experiment? These three things we're going to focus on. All right. So again, to be clear, this model always has a set of inputs, variables, and a set of outputs. Okay. So each team here, based on the observation, and we may have multiple, right? I think we've already discussed two. Maybe there's the flat earthers want to do one, and the globe earthers, fine. But it still has to follow this stricture and this framework. But you'll define your inputs and you define your outputs. Okay? So if we want to talk about a fishing line or a laser over thing or the sun's motion or an airplane, you still have to come up with an equation because we want to follow this process. Okay? This is the structure that both teams have agreed to. Globe earthers will have to do the same thing. So for example, the globe earthers may design their inputs. This is just a function.
Real quick, Indio, or anybody here that's listening, can someone give me an equation for two parallel lines?
An equation for two parallel lines.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, M would equal 0, or x squared would be equal to 0, right?
They're just the same. The slopes are just the same. M is M. I mean, that's how you tell if they're parallel or not. If their slopes are equal, then they're parallel. So M is equal.
Thank you, teacher Dandelion.
And which should predict their outputs. If for any specific input, they get an output all the time, reproducible prediction, then there's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Alternatively, if the flat earthers have their inputs, and they can make whatever assumptions they want. You know, the globe earthers can say, is the sphere an ellipse or is it a perfect round globe? Similarly, the flat earthers can say, is there a dome about this flat disk, or is it whatever they want? It's full freedom. But you have to lay out the assumptions and you have to build the model. Okay? This is not trivial to do this. Therefore, I had originally wanted people to literally get up on a whiteboard and, you know, derive the models. And in the pre-meetings, we realized that people have different mathematical backgrounds. So we're going to give people a week and they can go consult anyone they want. And then November, 15th, we'll come back and people will present their models. All right, so I'm going to stop there. But that's the framework of the scientific method. Okay? We can take, specifically on the scientific method, we do have an audience here. But if anyone has any questions, I don't think we've opened up the chat. Wait until the end of the time. But the bottom line is, this is the framework of the scientific method. All right, let's, I think the next part we're going to move on agenda-wise is we want to now go to, let me go back to this. We want to go to we reviewed a simple example. We want to now review proposals adhering to the scientific method. So each team is going to propose what the observation they want to use across flat Earth and globe Earth, and then what's the methodology, the experimental methodology that they're going to use. Okay? So we'll start with the globe Earth people proposing theirs, and we'll go to the flat Earth people, and then first we just want you to propose your idea, and then we'll have a Q&A across both. Does that make sense? So we want people to have the opportunity to fully talk about what they want to do. People can take notes, and then we'll go over, and then each team can critique the other team. And hopefully what's going to end as a result of this is a transcript of this, but more importantly, a document, a draft document, a white paper, which will lay out the experiment or experiments. We do have talked about the outcome of this, based on if the methodology is clear, can potentially be published in a decent peer-reviewed scientific journal. This has not been done to date, potentially in the field of science education. And I've started looking at some of those journals, which means all the 6 participants will be authors in that. So who on the Globe Earth team wants to present their proposal? Mike? Oops, you got to unmute, Mike.
All right. Yeah. So a real simple thing, and something that everybody can do, I think, is very important. So, and everybody experiences where the sun is in relation to them every day of the year. So I propose just applying geometry. It's pretty simple. It isn't even a university level thing. It's generally high school, even middle school. Where is the sun in relation to any person on the surface of the Earth? So I propose saying, given a date and time and location, where is the sun in relation to where you are, both in a horizontal angle and a vertical angle. And those are typically called azimuth for the horizontal angle, and either zenith or elevation angle, or shortened often to just elevation. The angle is not often said then, but it is an angle. So where in relation to any person is the sun. And so I can put together a model. The rest of us on the panel here can put together a model that will predict for any location and time the position that we expect the sun to be in relation to the globe. So that's I think pretty simple. And then once we have that, anybody on the Earth can test that. We don't even need to go travel anywhere. We can even do things like pull up some different webcams in different areas of the world to see if those are matching, or anybody can just contact somebody in a different country and see if they can measure it. And most people's smartphones.
So, just hear him?
Yeah, basic geometry.
Hold on, Sheepdog. So, guys, so here's the funny thing. I interacted with McToon on X, and I showed him definitively that the solar position does not use a globe to find where the sun is. Okay? He searched and just tried to throw shit against the wall to prove me wrong, and then fucking ghosted. So, that being said, he knows already because he's been told. I'm going to pull up the thread in a second. I'm going to post it in the chat. He's been told that they do not use a model of the Earth to find the solar position, and he conceded they use that because it's simpler. But whatever reason it is, I don't care about the reason, they still don't use the Earth. And he knows this. And he's still trying this. I guess he didn't get enough traction out of the 24-hour sun.
Can measure both of those angles with either for free or for rather cheap. So it's pretty easy to do and very reproducible.
So Mike, I'm just going to reiterate what you said, and then so I'm here. You guys may be able to see. I can look out of my window there, right? I got a big window. Boston's over there. So what you're saying is, if you're looking out in a frame, at any point the sun is across somewhere in the azimuth, which is a horizontal, and it's up at a particular location, right? That's some X1 and Y1, or X2 and Y2. Yeah. So everyone right now, if you look out your window, you're looking in a certain direction, and you yourself are located at a particular point on the Earth, globe or flat. And that's known as your longitude and the latitude of where you are. And then you're looking out. And Mike, the proposal here is we're looking at the location of the sun, and the globe earthers will come up with their model of taking in the location of the individual, the date and the time. What is it right now? It's 12:01 here, Saturday, November 8th. That will be the input into your hypothetical model or your hypothesis. And output will be, it'll predict where the sun should be. And then anyone here can go do that, because hopefully this will be published somewhere online. And someone can say, oh, the globe Earth model says if I'm in this location, looking in this direction, the sun should be over there. And it is indeed over there, or it's not over there. If it's not over there, the Earth is quote unquote not round, right? If you use your formulation. The flat earthers will come up with their own formulation. And if the sun is in that location, then they're right. If both are wrong or both are right, that means it's inconclusive.
Yeah.
Right? All right. Great. let's go over to the Flat Earth team and let them propose their proposal. One of the things we talked about is there's 3 sort of features we want. It should be ease of use. Anyone could be able to do it because we want anyone listening here to be able to do this. So it's not like an elite group of people, only they can do with specialized equipment. The other thing was the costs, which means it's viable. It should be relatively low cost, and it should be ubiquitous, meaning it can be done anywhere. So those were 3 important criteria we discussed in the pre-meeting. So let's go over to the Ryan, Kevin, and Bobby, but who wants to present here?
I will present, yes. You see my screen share?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, let's make it screen share.
Yeah, you have it. Everyone can see it.
Yeah, I need to make it full screen.
Okay.
So for decades, pilots have relied upon a pair of focused, precisely angled radio frequency emitters. And I suppose the radio frequency plane test with the ILS system.
Dib wants to say something.
When are they going to actually start talking about flat Earth? They're just talking about the sky.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was actually just starting to type. I can see what Plain and Truth said earlier, that the third person backed out because they didn't want to be involved with this train wreck. When he said they had a pre-meeting, I'm like, yeah, I can kind of see where if he could see what was going along here, and you have to come up with a model, and you have to have these conditions, and we're going to pretend that that this is a hypothesis, that this model, it's absurd. Like anyone, if they had a pre-meeting, anyone who is all about empirical evidence would not want to be involved because the conditions that they're setting up are going against what he's claiming the whole thing's supposed to be about, which is the scientific method. It's completely absurd from beginning to this point here, and I'm assuming it's going to continue to be so.
Yeah, they're bloating the conversation with a bunch of bullshit in the beginning. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Start talking about the ground. Jesus.
FYI, the guy that was just about to speak, he was giving his argument for the flat Earth using airplane logic.
All right, thanks
Who's
for
gonna
pausing. I'm
use
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one more. Why is he strawman
this globe Earth
flat Earth position?
Observation.
Like, he's just blatantly like, okay, well, on the flat Earth side, you guys would say this. It's like, no, we wouldn't. Like, who even said that about the sun? Like, models. Like, I feel like even Land of Misfit Toys would do a better job at these idiots.
If I had to guess, I bet McToon set the parameters, and Dr. Shiva was like, "Yeah, we'll go with that."
Yeah, and he probably was.
He was saying it in Dave Weiss's interview. It was pretty much the exact same thing he was saying in that interview, which is before he interacted with McToon, as far as I can tell.
Interesting.
Sorry to cut
you can see. Oh no, that's good to know. I wouldn't have known that, but I was just going to say you can see why he wanted to not have certain people like you and Dio and Yoder and other people. I don't know who else he either said no or he cut off, but you can see he was probably looking for a certain kind of person for the flat Earth. All right.
Is that really the case? Like, they're not looking for proper competition. They're looking for like the low tier people. Like, if that's actually the case, that's like just super disingenuous. But like, I don't know if that is. Like, who knows?
Well, they don't want to platform the truth. So yeah, there's that.
I would agree that it's disingenuous. I'm not even a flat earther, and I think that's disingenuous. If there's one thing I've learned here, flat earthers aren't dumb. That whole cliche. It's ridiculous. But y'all y'all pay more attention, talk more about measurements and stuff like that than I've ever even given thought to in my life. So it's just one of those silly things that.
Yeah, I'm glad you can see that, Jer. I mean, that's the thing. It's when people come into this forum in particular and continue on with that idea that flat earthers are dumb and so on. I mean, it just makes them look dumb because they're obviously not listening to the conversation that's going on around them. So, yeah, it's a good sign that you are able to see that.
Yeah. So, Jared, I appreciate that. So, what you're listening to is what is the actual topic that they're going to end up talking about? And they keep alluding to flat earthers. Flat earthers are the topic. They're not really talking about. So, how much time was just spent on discussing the veracity of McToon's experiment versus how much time was spent talking about flat earthers? Flat earthers do this and flat earthers do that, and they're giving this dude death threats, and flat earthers don't have degrees, and blah blah.
And they're savvy with words.
Yeah, exactly. So they spent the word count for that subject matter is 10 times what it is about the actual fucking experiment. They did zero analysis about McToon's experiment that he proposed. Didn't think about it they didn't even discuss it for 1 fucking second. Now, like I just said, I just posted in the chat, McToon knows that the methodology for predicting the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, solar elevation, solar azimuth, those things that he said, which he's going to come up with an equation for, that equation has no globe Earth in it. He knows this, and he's going to try and bamboozle people. Okay, I just posted in the chat. I know he knows it because I fucking told him myself back in March.
He says, there you go, lying again.
I literally showed diagrams, showed citations, told them where to find it, right? I'm lying. No, it wouldn't be me lying. It would be them lying.
They got to put us in our categories first before they start talking shit about us. Remember that.
Yeah, but that's the point. I mean, Jared, what you might notice is there's 2 kinds of Goldbergs. There's two things that's happening in this conversation. Either the topic is flat Earth versus globe, or the topic is flat Earthers. That's it. It's never. Yep. That's it. When they can't address the issues, they make us the topic of conversation. All you flat Earthers do this, and all you flat Earthers think that, and you're like blah blah blah, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of drawing a whole bunch of people. I'm not a fan of categorizing a whole bunch of people by one stereotype, no matter how you, no matter who you're talking about. Yeah,
good or bad, because that's the other thing they do. Well, the scientists. Why would all the scientists be wrong? Okay, and when we ask them, name one scientist. They can't. Name one living scientist. How do you know what scientists think? All the scientists think, okay, what experiments did those scientists do? Like, it's the same thing, right? These are what I call sociological arguments. That, like, they're not actually still addressing the issue. They're saying, there's some people over here, and there's some people over there, and why would I think those people think this, or why would I think these people do that, or why would these people over here do this thing, and why would I listen to you people? Right, when the argument comes about people, and it leaves the topic about what the nature of the Earth itself is.
Right. I'll be the first to admit that I definitely do lean on appeals to authority.
Why?
Just because. Well, it's just because I.
Tell the truth.
I haven't
Tell
really.
the truth, because you're lazy, dude. That's the reason.
Well, I mean.
That's why people do it, because they're lazy. They don't want to research it themselves. It's easier to just say, well, I'll just wait what that person said. I think they researched it. I'll just go with what they say.
It could be. I guess I just haven't. I haven't really thought about it that much. Honestly, this is the first time in well over a year that I've even, wondered about the, or thought anything about the topic at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna play the audio, but
But you're right, Indio. The reason why people submit to the authority is because they're lazy. I was lazy. Hell, there's things I'm still lazy about. Like I admit to it. I'm not gonna lie to anybody here. But
me too. I'm lazy about some things. It's like, oh, I can learn about that for myself, or I can just like, yeah, but it's not really that important to me. I'll just defer to the authorities.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But it's what it is. It's laziness at the end of the day, because every single person in this world, generally, there are some dumb people in this world, but every person in this world has the capacity, if they're driven
Yeah, want to know who the dumb people are? We settled who the dumb people are. The people that think that Trump got a big W by giving them $2,000. Like somehow they're actually getting $2,000, and that's a net positive. Those people, they're the dumbest people.
You kind of put it succinctly for me, though, as far as my feelings on the matter when you said, I don't really. I don't really care that deeply about it or whatever,
Yeah.
so I'll just. And that's the thing. I genuinely don't really have very strong feelings about this topic, personally, myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, it's not really that important intrinsically. It's not intrinsically important other than in the sense of what you would call an existential worldview, right? Because there's a whole lot of different connotations to whether the Earth is flat or what Earth is a fucking ball in a fucking near infinite vacuum, exploded from the Big Bang and you evolved from fucking goo, right? Those two it's called cosmogonies. Those two cosmogonies have different ramifications on how maybe you should behave in life. One supports the solipsist nihilist worldview, the materialist atheist worldview, where nothing matters because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 billion years anyway, and we're all just going to be vaporized into fucking molecules, versus the Earth being a created place that's unique and not like any other. Now, if you think Earth is just one of a million, infinite amount of specks, and you're an infinite speck on that speck, versus the Earth is a unique place, you're unique in all of reality and existence. This is a unique, only one of a kind experience. You're important. Your life is important. And everybody's. That's a totally different connotation, sociologically, politically, in every possible way you could think about, like how it should affect human behavior, because it's a fundamental thing. Where you are is fundamental. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see. I understand.
That's the only important part. Whether it's
Yeah.
flat or globe isn't important. Like the shape isn't really important. It's the connotations of one versus the other, really.
Right, because I'm not, I'm definitely not a nihilist. I'm very I'm very into, everyone is unique, everyone is special, everyone is created. I believe everyone is created.
Me too. But the thing is, the nihilist worldview couldn't even exist if 100% everybody on Earth knew 100% the Earth was flat. Nihilists couldn't even exist. There'd be no way they could support their ideology. It'd be impossible.
Yeah, it would completely wipe it out, because it would pretty much cement purpose for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
India, did you mention that? Oh my goodness! Now it just freaking slipped my head. that they were like having discrepancies on whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Is that what you said? I kind of missed the first part.
Just now?
Yeah.
Well, we weren't talking anything like that.
No. Okay. You mentioned something about the shape of the Earth being.
Oh no, I said the shape
not
of the Earth.
a globe.
It isn't really that important whether it's sphere, globe, triangle, like what it actually is. It's the downstream connotations about that matter, right? The shit
It's the
that's
primary
downstream
rung.
from that.
I get what you're saying, but yeah,
And,
I just like.
This goes to the question you ask all the time too, Sheepdog, where like, if the Earth's not curving, then what is it? They can't even entertain the idea for a second that the Earth would be flat, because then their mind will continue on the downstream connotations of that. So they don't even want to think about it for a second. Because if I said someone, hey, hypothetically, if I said to just a normal person, hey, hypothetically, just imagine that you live on a flat Earth. What would be the metaphysical consequences of that? That's fucking scary if you're a fucking hardcore atheist Goldberg.
Yeah. No, the thing I was going to hit on. The thing I was just going to hit on, the reason why I thought you were talking about like whether it was a sphere versus an oblate spheroid. Like the thing that I always try to point out to people, and this is off topic, but I just wanted to throw this in there. When they're like, "Oh, it's not a perfect sphere; it's an oblate spheroid." Look, if the oblate spheroid is 7,000 pixels in diameter, and you're complaining about 26 pixels, I think you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, no, you're right. It absolutely has downfield connotations, and you were going to touch on that, Dib.
Yeah, I was going to say that a lot of things change whenever you realize it's flat. I mean, gravity goes out the window. NASA needs to refund us a lot of money. I mean, everything falls to the ground. That's what they're scared of, to be honest.
You know what happened for me? All of a sudden, I stopped imagining myself being somewhere that isn't reality. And this world itself became a lot more interesting. I started looking into like what the different plants of this world are capable of doing when it comes to interacting with animal, the animal side of things, right? Like when they eat it. Why do dogs eat grass when they eat it, or why do animals eat certain things when you don't know what's going on? Oh, it's because they were feeling this, and so they had to do this. What is it? A crow
There's natural remedies for everything on this planet for us. I mean, we don't need anything.
Yeah. No, a crow will go and...
Someone wrote a book about all different species of animals that eat certain things to get fucked up. There's something, it was like a 200 different species eat shit to get fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of this too. But I was just going to say...
The dolphins and the puffer fish, dude.
Yeah.
You ever seen? Yeah, it's freaking crazy, bro.
They do it to get high.
I can't remember who told me this, but I think I remember hearing somewhere. It had to have been when I was in high school, so it was a while back. But someone, I think it might have even been one of my teachers, said that we actually know less about our own oceans than we do about space. And I was shocked.
That's correct, yeah. So, hey, I'm going to take the piss out of Shiva right now, Sheepdog. Check this out. Now, our observation is dolphins playing with pufferfish. Now, according to Shiva, our hypothesis has to be in the form of a mathematical equation. So, what is a mathematical equation for dolphins playing with pufferfish? See how stupid that is, dude?
It's so stupid.
Maybe we could do a mathematical equation on why pigs can breathe out of their buttholes.
Oh, I saw that today. Jesus. Stop it, bro. Cut it out.
I couldn't believe it. This video come across my feed on Facebook.
Is that actually true? I couldn't watch it. I was
Yes.
afraid of what I see.
No, this lady was like, "Oh my God, I thought my pig was going to drown because he wouldn't lift his head up out of the water. And his face was like buried in this like kiddie pool and he would not lift his head up, but his butthole was above the water." And so he was, apparently she found out that her pig can breathe out of his butthole. And so I looked it up and yeah, some mammals can breathe out of their butthole.
Some mammals can exhale out of their buttholes only, though.
Count me in on that one.
There's a joke somewhere in there.
Oh, God.
So
Okay,
Globers
I'm
can
playing
probably
now.
breathe out of
We're
their
moving
buttholes.
on, dude. Fucking before this gets worse. Fucking him play.
And the intro is that one RF emitter of that tower is focused direct in line with the horizon. The second is angled upward 6 degrees above that. They do this so that the plane's radar equipment can sense the signal strength of both. The pilot's primary flight display shows the results shown here in the circle of a process which is merely a comparison, constantly made by the aircraft receivers of the strength of those two radio frequency signals. When the received signals are the same strength, the primary flight display indicates that the craft is currently on the prescribed path of descent to the runway, typically a negative 3-degree slope, because as you see here, the midpoint between 0 angle from the bottom one and the 6-degree angle from the top one is 3 degrees. This slope is also called the glide slope. Airports, as a matter of safety, constantly update their local runway barometric pressure for the benefit of the pilot, in proper precise calibration of the altimeter on board the craft. This ensures the most accurate measurement of altitude during the test. So the objective is to fly a Cessna on a fixed altitude ILS intercept course, crossing the signal at either 20 or 90 nautical miles from the runway, and we are taking barometric altitude reading at the intercept point as well as a distance measurement using the ILS system hardware seen here. The approach and measurement can be made several times during a single flight in order to reduce the uncertainty. You see here, the pilot will circle the approached runway multiple times. This figure is a representation of the approach pattern and distance for the CYVR airport in Vancouver, Canada. As shown here, choice of airport will theoretically depend on whether the approach path is completely over water. The pilot will file a visual flight rules plan. Those have no mandatory flight levels to maintain for an approach pattern which conveniently uses an airspace which is farther away and at a higher altitude than the avenue which is typically involved when ATC is setting up a standard runway approach routes to the airport. The pattern should be flown at a fixed altitude of 6,360 feet above runway altitude. In flying at a static altitude, we eliminate any delay in the altimeter's reading of altitude, thusly optimizing its accuracy. In cases where the craft's autopilot hardware settings may only, I'm too far here. In cases where the craft's autopilot hardware settings may only permit 100-foot altitude resolution, the duty to fly at the proper altitude will rest on the pilot's ability to manually maintain the proper altitude, because the pilot can still visually see increments in between. As you see here in the circle, this primary flight display's altimeter has a 20 feet resolution, but we can see the 10 feet in between of the 20. The independent variables, meaning the factors we control or change on purpose, are the speed of the craft, the altitude of the craft, and the angle of the beams from the ILS tower. The dependent variables, meaning the outcome we want to measure, are the alignment with the 3-degree angle and the distance to the ILS tower, both shown on the primary flight display. A more detailed description of the entire process will be handed as a method document, which the pilot will use both as a guide to the flight particulars as well as the data collection he will need to fill out. We will do a run-through of that at the end. Just a quick overview of what he needs to fill out. So the prediction is, as shown here, the Earth is flat when flying at an altitude of 6,360 feet above the runway altitude. The craft should intercept the glide slope at 20 nautical miles from the ILS tower. If the Earth is convex, the craft should intercept the glide path at a point substantially closer, approximately 19 nautical miles to the tower. The math to that is the following. In the case of scenario A flat, we apply the sine function, opposite divided by hypotenuse, and solve for the opposite divided by vertical side, the opposite or vertical side. The sine.
Now, I want everyone to pay attention to how much detail he's laying out here compared to what McToon laid out. Now, McToon laid out a fucking very simple thing. Said we'll make a model to predict where the sun is. And she was like, yeah, great, awesome, cool. Now, this dude's up and he's laying out very detailed with specificity exactly the procedure for measuring, instruments used, independent variables, dependent variables, inputs, outputs, outcome, all the shit Shiva wanted. Now just watch what happens.
In function of that 3-degree angle applied to the distance of 20 nautical miles yields a vertical distance above the runway of 6,360 feet. Hence, a craft which flies an approach of 6,360 feet above the runway altitude should intercept the 3-degree angle at a distance of 20 nautical miles from the ILS tower. Conversely, in the case of scenario B, the globe, the same sine function will yield conversely, the same sine function will yield the first vertical component of that distance of 6,042 feet. Add to that, due to the supposed globe's convexity, the value, which comes from the standard 8 inches per square miles, which is very accurate for up to 1,000 miles. The result is 318 feet. We obtain this value by applying the cosine of that same 3-degree angle in order to produce the x, or ground distance, component of 115,288 feet, or 21.83 miles. The total of these two components also yields a vertical sum distance of 6,360 feet to the ground from the craft. At this point, the craft should be 19 nautical miles from the ILS tower. Conclusion: this experiment involves a use of a collection of hardware which has been utilized for decades, where lives are at stake in assistance to pilots of all kinds on approach to the runway, a process which makes use of a very necessarily precise light-based guidance system. This method is easily replicable and repeatable. Replicable meaning multiple trials in one go, and it is as well repeatable at different locations and by different people. As the time it takes a Cessna to travel 1 nautical mile while flying at around 100 knots is approximately 36 seconds, there exists a rather large margin of separation between those two distance values. This method objectively serves to eliminate virtually all uncertainty in the distance measurement itself. Through sufficient replication by a number of pilots flying at a number of airports, all uncertainty can be completely eliminated. So, a video introduction I show now by a side-by-side animation which shows what the pilot will see in the PFD when on approach. The glide slope indicator involves a pink diamond, as we saw in the beginning, moving vertically on the gauge. When the diamond is in the center, that is the moment of interception of the 3-degree path. When the diamond is 1 dot above, the craft is intercepting the angle of 2.65 degrees. that is the point where the recordings of each approaches should begin. And we see the approach begin here. And you see the diamond here and there. The altitude is fixed. We let this run through to have this on camera, and I show just a quick summary of the file that the pilots will get. You see the nautical miles are different, and the angle starts at a different time. So I stop this and start the method. Wait for me to pull up to show you the method. It's just 5 points, 5 sentences in there. Method file is here. Screen share. Method. I don't see it. I will screen share the full screen. How do I do this? Full screen. Objections revised. Pull it up. Here. Section. Method is here. Okay. Screen share again. Workplace. Where can I screen share? Here. Full screen share. Full screen. Method document. Close the assistance here. So we see that we show the pilots that step 1, he chooses an airport. The entire approach must be over water. Step 2, which plan he needs to file. Step 3, check the weather conditions as we show in the document later. Use the meta source for that, which is a public source. Recorded parameters must include airport temperature, wind speed, wind direction, barometric pressure. We pretty much overthought that. It's of not so much importance, but we want to make sure the data set is very clear. Step 4, plan the recording. It's about the recording here. Before takeoff, make sure that you put the camera stable in front of your PFD screen or help someone with assistance. Make sure that your altimeter is properly calibrated. And when you take off, begin the flight patterns we showed and try to repeat it as much as possible, but of course it's dependent on costs, and perhaps 5 or 6 passes should serve as adequate to minimize the random error. You can do more, and then land and secure the craft. Use the camera also to make a screenshot of your file which you fill in, and forward all recordings to the author. And yes, so date and time, runway, ILS name. So this the ILS angle from this airport, the altitude, and then in 1 hour steps, 2 hours before the flight, 1 hour before the flight, what are the what is the data, temperature, wind direction, etc., all of that, relative humidity, visibility, and you get this from radio. You can just record that. It's not hard to get. Yes, that's it.
Right. So, so we have two experiments being proposed. One, so this experiment, Kevin, is you need an airplane, right?
Yes.
So not everyone can do, but those you have to somehow go get an airplane, and then you have to. The airplane can make multiple advances towards the tower by circling, and each one of those will give a data point, right? Each time it circles back, right? All right. Okay. So maybe since you just finished, we'll ask, and then we'll go back to the globe earthers. Globe earthers, if you want to ask any questions about this, again, today is merely looking at the formulation of the hypothesis. So Kevin, in your case, you're saying that there's a formulation of the globe earthers. You've actually claimed that you formulated it, and then the flat earthers will have, and then you proposed an experiment. So any of the globe earthers have any questions that you want to raise?
I have some questions about the precision. So, Kevin, you listed off the variables you were going to capture, but I missed what I thought was probably going to be the most critical one, is the margin of error of the slope angle, and the margin of error of the second, the width of the beam, and third, the margin of error of the width of the beam.
The width of the beam is 0 degrees is the one. The second is 6 degrees, and because you have you check the interception point of those two beams, you can see the interception points, and it's in between. You measure the strength of both, and when they are at the same strength, you measure that multiply. It multiplies. I saw it on I showed it on the how the beams come out, but there is no because there are multiple lines which are on a line of those interception points. There is nothing out of that line. It cannot be out of that.
Okay, so you didn't answer my question. What is the margin of error of the slope of that beam? You say it's 3 degrees, but it's not exactly 3 degrees. It's 3 degrees plus or minus something. What is the margin of error, and how do we know that margin of error?
The slope angle is 3 degrees on most airports.
Plus or minus something. What is that plus or minus?
It's 1% based on 35 nautical miles, what we tried, but we are in less miles, the margin of error, and
Wait, hold on. Is he literally saying that, like, when you do a math measurement, geometry measurement, like, okay, you got a triangle and your slope is 3 degrees. Your hypotenuse is 3 degrees or whatever. I kind of missed what he was saying, but there's a plus or minus in, like, the angle measurement for a triangle? Like, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, Sheepdog. I wasn't paying attention. I'm waiting for them to start talking about theirs. So
This is the part that goes over my head, because I hated taking geometry, and it was my brain just does not agree.
I bet you wish you paid attention now,
huh? Well, it's one of those things, a lot of the arguments made on either side, it involves a lot of that stuff, and I'm just like, oh man.
Yeah, I get weirded out because they call it an experiment. More so, just it's really just a measurement. But I'm a little bit more aware that Matone is asking about this margin of error. It doesn't seem like, far as the distance of him taking this angle measurement, especially when he's talking about nautical miles, which is supposed to be parallel to statute miles. It don't seem like it's even far enough for him to even talk about the slope to begin with. And even if he's going to even put a slope in there, he was going to need a level in order to compare that slope to. Still not doing nothing with nautical miles at all. So I don't know where like Mattoon is trying to go with this. It's just basically still proving.
Well, that's not McToon is talking about. It was another guy that presented. Some German guy presented like the flight path of airplanes when they're getting ready to land on a runway, and how they take an angular measurement based off of a right angle triangle as they're coming into land, and they're trying to strawman this into a science experiment, and they're trying to be like, oh, well, what's your plus or minus? Like, bro, I didn't know you could have a plus or minus on a triangle. Like, I think it could be a 30, 60, 90, but it could be plus or minus 5 degrees. I don't know.
Say like it's some type of slope. But yeah, a triangle is a triangle. So I don't understand. Like that's what I was saying. It's kind of weird that Mattoon is talking about there's some type of plus or minus on. He's saying there's a margin of error. But I don't. You're gonna have to.
You missed the beginning opening statement. So this is all based on the scientific method for the geometry of the Earth. That's the title of this conversation.
This ain't science. So I don't know where he's going with that. There's no independent variable here. You don't have to talk about none of this. Like, it's geometry, math.
I agree with you, man. That's why I'm confused when he's like, well, what's your margin of error? Margin of error on a triangle? On a 30-60 triangle? Like a right triangle? 2070? Like, what do you mean margin of error? Like, there's only one measurement, bro.
I literally think Platoon is just an idiot. There's no margin of error in the measurement. This is like if I'm doing like anything a home improvement, I mean, I'm taking a measurement. I mean, what would be the margin of error? I'm just taking a measurement. Like, I don't. Yeah, I think they make it more confusing than what it has to be because they try to make it a science project when it's not. It's really just category error. It's really mathematics.
Yeah, I mean, measure twice, cut once, I guess, but like that's just because like people sometimes are lazy when they move across the measurement or whatever. So just be sure before you make that cut because you don't want to have no excuse for a piece later or whatever. So I agree with you, man. That's why I'm confused. Like how are you? What's a margin of error you're going to do for a right triangle?
Right. I think Mattoon just confused. I don't know.
No, he's not confused. I think he's sticking to the script of how they're going to make this a scientific method approach. Because that's what the whole thing is about, is like using the scientific method to determine whether the Earth is flat or round. That's basically what he said in his opening statement. Not McToon, but Dr. Shiba, the guy who's hosting it.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no science here. I mean, he should know that. This is geometry. Plain and simple. So I just think Dr. Shiva just don't know what he's talking about. I mean, he went to school, right? So I mean, you can't say he really don't know what he's talking about. I just think he's not really too familiar with this topic. Because he should know the difference between mathematics and measurements and science.
Yeah, no. We'll try to get you a copy of the video. But man, he makes a whole bunch of fallacious reasoning in the beginning of the video. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play again for everybody. Keep moving forward. If anybody has anything to say, speak up. We'll try to pause it as quickly as possible. Okay.
There's still this 30 seconds time frame in between, more than 30-second time frame.
Okay, I'm sorry, you still didn't answer my question. What is the published margin of error of that angle of the glide slope?
It depends on the airport. Whatever airport you go, you have a different angle of the glide slope. You maybe don't understand the method.
No.
The method is...
What is the margin of error? Not the angle, the margin of error of the angle. I know that published glide slopes are 3 degrees or varying amounts of degrees, but what's the margin of error? Because at 20 nautical miles away, it's not going to be a pencil thin line. There's going to be a variation because the installation isn't absolutely precise. So we need to know, because at 20 nautical miles, any margin of error is going to be magnified when you're 20 nautical miles away. So what is the margin of error of the different airports you've looked at?
He's just making a claim, like he's not really explaining.
There's a idea that the
What's up, Ray?
Matone is just making a claim instead of like setting like an example of what he's not clarifying what he's talking about. He's just basically just making a claim saying, well, we know this, but I'm like, yeah, but you're not actually clarifying what you're talking about. Because I literally just think that Dr. Shiva just don't know what Matone is talking about.
Well, so Dr. Shiva apparently has like 4 doctorate degrees. Very intelligent guy. Like, I think he's got his degrees in healthcare, right? So, like,
he's got 4 engineering degrees, and apparently he said that engineers don't lie, scientists do.
Yeah, he got like 3 like chemical. He's like a chemical engineer. I know he got 3 chemical engineers. He was the one that tried to expose the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, he was one of them that tried to get out in front of that. But yeah, so that's pretty much what he's doing. He's strawmanning the flat Earth. The whole thing was basically meant to, like Indio said, it was to basically point out how crappy flat earthers are and how they don't know anything. But in doing so, he's using the scientific method incorrectly. He's basically putting it on a model and then using the scientific method on the model instead of like what we observe out in nature. So he's using the scientific method completely wrong. It doesn't even need to have science in certain aspects of the conversation, right? Can you do science with it? Yeah. I mean, there's observations people have done where there is science involved, where they change the temperature of the environment that they're in, or maybe increase the pressure or something like that. But again, that's like a different conversation. This is strictly a math thing. And this guy, I don't remember the name of the guy, the flat earther that's talking, but he did a good job pointing out that flights, when they're coming into land, they use a right angle triangle from 19 miles away, which is interesting.
That the beams can multiply outside, but it's not in our observation. So I don't see that there's a margin of error beyond 1%, what I mentioned. I don't...
but that's just a guess, right?
No,
you're just guessing 1%.
We tried that. It has to be absolutely precise. You cannot do it different because millions of dollars and lives.
No, hold on a second. No, yeah.
Millions of dollars depend on and lives depend on how the airplane descends. So you cannot.
You're
say
correct, but
it's one degree more or less.
Kevin, if that glide slope is 3.1 degrees, the plane will still land just fine. And if the glide slope is 2.9 degrees, the plane will land just fine. So there isn't a security or
but
not a
we
security.
are not about land.
Hold on just a second. I'm not done talking.
Okay.
There isn't a safety problem if there is a 1/10 of a degree or a 2/10 of a degree margin of error. The plane will still land just fine. And then the second thing is, what is the width
It's not
of
about
that
landing.
beam?
Sorry, it's not about landing. You ask a question, but we are not landing the plane, and it's not about if the plane lands fine. The plane will be at an static altitude, and we have the sine function. It's math. And we are not landing the plane. It will land fine, okay, 2 meters above or below what it's expected. But we are not landing the plane. We are looking.
Yeah, I didn't claim that.
You said the plane will just land.
So gentlemen, let me just jump in here for the audience here. I just did a very simple. I think this is what, Kevin, you're bringing up. Let's say that center line is that 3-degree line. Okay.
It depends on the airport. Most airports have 3 degrees. You can.
Well, let me finish, Kevin. You got to stop when someone.
But you asked the question if it's 3 degrees. It's not always 3 degrees. It can be 2.9 on some airport. But it's
so let me just finish. That's what we understand. Your experiment proposes 3 degrees, and in science, if you've used any instruments for measuring anything, typically the company that provides you that instrument will provide you a plus or minus margin of error if you've done a measurement of any kind of thing, so if that center line is your 3-degree, which is what you're formulating, it could be above or below based on error. It's essentially in a cone, right? It's essentially a region. That is not going to change the nature of the airplane landing safely. However, I think the issue is that can have a significant impact based on the margin of error on the calculation.
Yes, but it's in.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Please. Okay. So the question is, are you aware of what because you're using instruments to measure this. Are you aware of what the margin of error is? Because if the margin of error varies, that's going to directly, you have to put that into your hypothesis, and that's going to affect the output, which is going to affect whether the Earth is flat or round, and you're essentially introduced something.
Is this guy the moderator?
Dr. Shiva is, yeah.
Why is he making the argument for Matone?
I have no idea. This is how it always goes for the Globe side when a Globe Earther moderates.
Why is he making an argument for Matone? Because Matone couldn't even explain it. And then him and Matone is talking about two totally different things when they're talking about margin of error. So he's making instead of letting the guy answer his own question. It's not the guy's fault that Matone don't know what he's really talking about.
No, I don't disagree, man. I think the guy made a very valid argument. Were you here for McToon's argument?
No. Yeah, I just heard the guy presentation. I mean, I guess his name is Edgar. I heard his presentation, and it seemed like he was spot on. Besides the fact that he attempted to say that it was a science, it was some type of experiment with a hypothesis, but it seemed like he was just basically talking about geometry. He was basically saying, "Hey, this is how planes utilize right-angle triangles in nautical miles and statute miles in order to land planes." I don't know where they coming with the margin of error. It seemed like the only thing that they're talking about with margin of errors would be more factored in pitch data, but in this, you don't need that.
Yeah, no, and if you had been here in the beginning, not that it's your fault, man, I'm just letting you know. McToon didn't even make a 2-minute long argument. Maybe it was 2.5 minutes at most. And Dr. Shiva didn't even ask any questions, just moved right on to the flat earther. The whole idea was that to to create a model for McToon, create a model for the location of the sun based off the rotation of the Earth, and based on your time, the sun should be in a specific location. That was his argument.
So Mattoon should be the one explaining those details, because that burden is on Mattoon to prove that the Earth is rotating, and that burden is on Mattoon to prove that the Earth is a globe in this first place. So Mattoon shouldn't be having no 2-minute presentations whatsoever. I mean, it seems like this guy's talking longer than Mattoon is.
He is, and he was very detailed, and I appreciate what he brought to the conversation, because you can tell he read into it, and he has a good understanding about just this portion of the flight, and like how it's at its distance, this is the triangle that it makes.
Inconclusive, up a priori. So the issue is, do you know the margin of error? I think that's Mike's question.
Yes, and I answered him twice. He can look it up. 1%, 35 nautical miles away, and this will not affect this experiment. You can still would have 30 seconds of change of both predictions. The vertical margin of error was measured at 1% of the vertical height, and you are in between. The experiment still works very well for both.
But you haven't done the experiment, so you don't know if it's going to work.
There's something similar where happened, like pilots observed their.
Yeah, but time out. Again, this is, in science, you have to do the specific experiment using the specific. If you did something else, that's not this experiment. So we want to talk about this experiment. Has this experiment been done? This exact experiment? Okay. So this is a proposal. That's great. But the issue is, if you work out the math in your equation, this is just some feedback to you, you're going to have to include that margin of error, because that margin of error is going to affect the output.
Yes, it's 1/5 of the difference. And it is, yes.
I have I can show a little more detail maybe for the audience. If I can share my screen here, I have it up.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead. I think you can share.
Yeah, I'm sharing it right now.
We don't see it.
You have to select on your tab at the top of the screen. You should see that my presentation is being shared.
Does everyone see it? Oh,
Dan says he sees it. Okay.
I don't see it for some reason. Is it being broadcast to everyone? Let me see if it's being broadcast.
Yeah, it's on the.
Oh, okay.
Okay. They see it on YouTube. Okay.
Okay, they do. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So here's an approach for an airport in Denver, Colorado. And down at the bottom here, it shows the exact same thing that he's talking about. This is the ILS slope there. And it's got those the gray borders around it, above and below. And that's showing the margin of error of the width of the beam, not the margin of error of the glide slope. The glide slope margin of error is not stated in here. And this is the same for every airport. Here's another airport, another airport, another airport. All of these have that gray top and bottom to the glide slope. You see that there? And so that's showing that the glide slope isn't an exact 3 degrees. It's a broader angle. And so here's a diagram that I put together showing that, you've got this in the middle here. This middle slope is showing the exact 3 degrees, but based on an approximation of 0.7 degrees, which is what I get as when I've done some research on what is a potential average value, but we'd need to get the exact value for any particular experiment we did. But you can see here, when the airplane maintaining constant elevation will enter into that cone at 26.1 nautical miles in this example, be in the center of the beam at 20 nautical miles, but there's no way to measure that directly, and then exit that at 16.2 nautical miles. Now, this is my computation for flat Earth, and my computation for the globe here is similar. It's just a slight different one, and it enters in at a different point based on the two models. Now, here's the problem. Here's those two overlaid, and you can see there is a different intercept based on globe, this curving one, which is exaggerated. Don't take that to mean exactly what it is. The horizontal scale is not to scale with the vertical. And then the intercept here for flat Earth is on the top there, and it's a different width, different entry point. But the problem is now, if you don't know the glide slope margin of error of the center, you get this. The center is at, but you actually can't measure when you're at the center very well. You can measure when you enter and measure when you exit that beam. And so what actually happens is this is just looking at the glide slope margin of error, the unknown margin of error. Kevin doesn't know it.
No, it's not the margin of error. You're showing something wrong. The gray section was merely showing the 0.35 spread, degree spread, and the pilot expects this to see on his gauge.
Exactly.
It's not showing,
so it's not
but
possible.
It's not showing error margin.
Yeah, so it's not possible to measure precisely the kind of precision that you want.
23%.
This is just a second. I'm still talking. This is just a visualization of the margin of error of the glide slope. Now, if we add in the unknown width of the beam, because we're just guessing at 0.7, then this in big boundary here gets even larger. So there's no way to differentiate exactly precisely when you enter and when you exit and get to the center of that beam. There's no method to do that.
Why this is 23% error margin you propose is preposterous. You couldn't land any plane with this.
Oh, you can easily land the plane with that. You see down at the bottom left of this where they converge. So no matter what, you'll get to the runway at the right elevation, because the margin of error shrinks as you get closer to the runway. So when you're out 20 nautical miles, it's fine to have a really wide beam, no problem for safety at all, and any pilot can land the plane just fine, and then they get guided down, and that gets tighter and tighter as you get close. But you're not proposing to be close. You're proposing to be 20 nautical miles out, where you do not know the margin of error of the angle or the beam width.
But it's not 23% as you proposed.
I didn't. I don't know where you're getting 23%. I just drew random. I didn't put any numbers in here.
You have showed.
The 0.7. Yeah, the 0.7 is what I got doing research. Yeah, but so if you had any documentation of the width of the beam, then that would be useful. But I've not been able to find any hard documentation, because, like I showed, these different airports, they don't document
approximate and exaggerate it like
exactly. You can't 100%. You can't approximate, and so you would need to provide. And we don't have that. When we look at the documentation that airports have, there is no documentation that I found of precise beam width. They just have this rough gray area here around it.
Radio frequency, it's in a very low frequency. I can look it up for next time. Never mind. I can look up how the lower the frequency, the stronger it is, and the less it diverts. So I will look up the exact value, but we were in what we looked up was 1%, and your 23% were not in any way.
Kevin, if you're talking about beam divergence, it has less to do with the frequency, more has to do with the antenna design. Also, in your presentation, you said that you were measuring the distance off the ILS system. Is that using the DME system within ILS?
Which system?
How are you measuring the distance, the glide slope distance, from the plane to the airport?
Yeah, you have it in your, I showed it on the bottom left. It shows on the primary flight display.
Right. So that's that. Okay. So because you don't know, that system's called DME. It's part of the ILS system, but it's a separate system entirely from it. Do you know what the margin of error is for the DME system for just random airports as far as the range difference.
Dr. Sheba again talking?
Okay, so it's 0.2 to 0.5 nautical miles. So when you add just that error margin into a 1 nautical mile difference from your, not even discussing Mike's idea about the beam width, just the measure of the distance, your now margin of error has taken your 1 mile and taken it to possibly half a nautical mile.
It's near zero. Say again your numbers. It is in 20 nautical miles.
You said there's a mile difference between when we enter, if it's globe or whatever. There is a half nautical mile margin of error for the DME system that measures the distance.
Show me the reference. I don't believe this. It's the error margin is near zero. If you had half a mile error distance, again,
because your distance isn't necessary to land, the glide slope is. So your distance could be off by half a nautical mile, because where the DME is located and where the transmitting antenna is located on the airport is going to affect what the DME measurement is. And a DME measurement measures the glide slope length, not the overland length.
Fine. Oh, but
so those two systems, so anywhere from 0.2 to 0.5 nautical miles on the high end, you've now taken your margin of error of 1 nautical mile between the globe and the flat Earth and made it half a nautical mile. And that's before you can even address the beam width issues that are expanded upon at 20 nautical miles away from the airport.
With that, we're exaggerated. We can show this. We will look for the reference, but even if it's half nautical miles, the error there with the distance, the experiment is still valid. You could still
wait, Kevin. Let me just step in here, just to explain to the audience. There in science, when you do measurements, there's something called margin of error. Okay, so you take a measurement and you think something's 1 inch, and if the margin of error is half an inch, that means it could be 1.5 or 0.75. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but you cannot come up with some numbers.
Wait. No one's coming up with any numbers. Stop.
Yeah, 0.5 miles.
No. Stop. Don't interrupt. You kept saying Mike was coming up with 23%. He didn't say that. So take that off the map, because I don't want that to be perfect.
I showed them off. I showed them off.
He never said 23%.
It showed 0.7.
No, he said that the beam width, he gave an example. The bottom line is, so let's be clear, because what I've seen happen is people are taking words and then say, he said this. It's not what he said. Okay? So let's stop it right there. That's not science. That's called bullshit. So let's stop it. He didn't say that. What he is bringing up in a very rational way is a concept of margin of error. If you don't know the margin of error, any measurements you make thereafter are subject to being highly dubious. Okay? Or you have to incorporate that into your hypothesis. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all we're saying. So in order to do that, Dan is saying the DME, he knows as an expert in the field, and you should go do it independently, is half a nautical mile.
I haven't shown any reference. It's 20 miles. Don't believe this. 100 miles maybe.
Wait. So where do you have the reference of what he's saying is false?
Because I saw some tests from 10 miles.
No. Wait, stop. In science, there's something called a citation. You have to give a reference. So if you don't have the reference, don't say, he said something.
Yeah, he didn't show reference.
Dave Flat Earth said something.
That's not a reference. Exactly, no. He didn't show reference.
Okay, let's define reference. A reference is a reputable source where someone's done the experiment and it's being used. So I think what's outstanding is Dave has proposed here that he has a reference. Okay.
I'd like to see.
Okay, but you don't have that reference right now. So you can leave it as an unknown. Agreed? It's an unknown variable in your area. And perhaps you and he should connect offline. But in our white paper, we're going to say the margin of error is not known for your measurement.
Yeah, no worries. It's two researchers.
So just So Kevin, just so you're aware, it's an ICAO standard of 0.25 nautical miles plus 1.25% of the distance being measured. So I gave you the benefit of the doubt by just saying 0.5 at the high end. So if you want to do the actual math of it and everything else, the operational accuracy is a half mile or 3% of the distance, whichever is greater. And that's reliable up to almost 199 nautical miles. And that's from the ICAO.
So, Dan, why don't you send that reference over? I think
Yeah, I'll send it over right now.
That the landing of an airplane using the glide path can happen very safely and securely. That's independent of measuring something in that range that we're talking about concerning the Earth being flat around. Okay. One is a measurement issue. The other is a plane landing safely. And I think Mike's point is when you're 26 miles away, you're in some region, but as you get closer, you're always going to be able to land the plane. But in your experiment, you're proposing that you have to measure this at 26 miles, which is a significant distance away.
So just a quick, my observation on this, he's strawmanning the hell out of it, right? Like the whole thing isn't about landing the plane. The whole thing is about being in a, like a level pattern above the Earth at a specific altitude as they get ready to engage with the beam. And that location becomes a right triangle once they engage with the beam and start their descent. If anybody disagrees with me on my understanding of this, please speak up, because I'm learning more and more about this particular thing as the discussion goes on. Seems like the guy that did this, Kevin, did his due diligence, but now he's being picked apart by 3 different people.
Yeah, it seemed like it's 3 different people, and they all saying something kind of different. It sound like what they're saying. It sound like they're on the same page, but if you really listen to what they're all saying, it's kind of they basically all making different arguments. So they scattergunning them. Number one, and then even the guy even admitted it in the last part of what he was saying. He was saying that, well, Mattoon is making an argument based on the plane not land. You will still be able to land the plane. So Mattoon is strawmanning them by saying that the guy is saying that he won't be able to land the plane correctly. And then the other guy is saying that he's incorrect because he don't have a reference. So therefore he's making an unknown claim since he's making a claim of science, which is this is not science. It's a category error. It's mathematics. And then there's a third argument with another guy that's basically saying that he's incorrect because he gave him the benefit of the doubt, I guess, of some reference that he made a claim of. But like you said, I didn't hear him earlier. So, but they're not really letting it.
One of them was saying that because he doesn't understand the names of the systems being used, and he's using the abbreviations, right? He's not even using the actual name of the system. He used the abbreviation to get him to like, well, what do you mean? And oh, so you don't know, right? Like that was one of the arguments that I was hearing.
And it's like, well, they're not really letting the guy really explain. He do know, so like so that he say one sentence. I mean, you're really not hearing what Kevin's saying right now. So they let him. They heard like a little bit of his presentation, and now they just jumping on the guy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if they even get to McToon's argument. Supposedly, also, there's because of the situation where people are not experts in their field, whatever they misunderstand or unable to give evidence for, in today, they have like a week to use like basically what he said was an open book source where you can do any kind of search, Google, ChatGPT, Grok, whatever, and help create an argument with references that will lend credence to your argument. Another strong.
I think that's really fair because if the guy is arguing against the mainstream,
Yeah, I mean, you're running uphill in ice.
If he's making an argument and he's going against a narrative of the mainstream, I mean, where is he going to find looking through the mainstream media in the first place? So
No, I agree.
Against Christianity, why I'm gonna pick up the New Testament to prove something that I don't agree with in the Christianity. I mean, the only thing I could do is just show a reference point that I don't agree with, you know.
Right.
Or if I don't believe in something in Scientology, why would I go? Like, oh, find me, go to the Scientology book. Like, why would I go there? Like, I'm just going to point out something in nature that doesn't make sense, you know. So, I mean, we could go basic fundamentals of measurements and geometry.
No, it's the Unity Heartland.
Okay. If I have to.
What's up? What's up, Kingsley?
I think he was hot micing. But yeah, but I
He was in here before, but go ahead.
Yeah, but that's kind of like, you know, that's kind of like not fair what they doing with him on that point. That's all I was saying.
No, you're right, and I mean,
say that somebody else said something. I don't know if somebody named Mike or somebody. They tried to say that he said that Mike said something, and I don't know.
You missed like maybe 20 minutes before you started, because like you came in right when Kevin was starting his thing, right?
And then, like when Kevin was making, like probably like the middle part of his presentation, right before I interrupted him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, oh wow. So you came in at the end of his presentation, and then yeah, like if you listen to how everything opened up from the beginning, and then what Kevin presented, you'd be like, oh damn, dude, like he actually put some effort into this, and so kudos to him. There was a third flat earther that was supposed to be there, but and Indio said that originally it was supposed to be a 6-on-6, but they were strawmanning everything out of the gate, and it's a long story. But there was a third flat earther that was supposed to be there, but after sitting in the room with everybody, he realized that the other two flat earthers may be believing in things that they can't back up with real world observations, and so he backed out at the last minute. So you know, I don't know the whole story, but I'll say this just to be objective. If that is the case, kudos to him for recognizing a trap and seeing it. Like I got to give Kevin his dues. He's holding his own. But you know, if this whole thing was a straw man to make flat earthers look like the problem, then kudos for him for backing out at the last second.
All of these are like that with McToon. McToon's never going to agree to record something and put it on the internet if he's not going to win the argument.
Oh yeah, and like Indio said that Dr. Shiva was talking about these things prior to McToon even getting involved, but I think McToon's been involved a lot longer than what we're being told, or maybe somebody else put Dr. Shiva on, and then that's kind of like in McToon's circle, and so that's where we're at. But Dr. Shiva definitely understands this a little bit too well. Anyway, see, Planet Truth. Initially, they were going to have PhDs there against the Flat Earthers, but then McToon obviously contacted Shiva and told him even a baby flirt could destroy a PhD. Oh yeah, that was right. McToon did say that in a debate. Flat Earthers can destroy PhDs. That's what McToon said. So they ended up getting anti-Flat Earthers instead. Shiva is arrogant, but not a complete idiot. I agree.
I don't understand what having a PhD matters. I mean, it's Globers that don't pay for PhDs that believe something, and it's a PhD that paid all this money for his education to believe something, believe the same thing. It's
well, PhDs generally are well read, and they typically have a higher capacity for retention. So I give them that credit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put it back on play.
Between a PhD is just, I mean, and an anti-flat earther is that an anti-flat earthers have its own rhetoric, and they easy to lie within a debate and straw man you. They good with debate tactics. Where just a PhD is just gonna just go over what he's already studied. He's gonna come with the mainstream narrative, and he's just gonna repeat what he learned in college. I mean, you probably would get a more honest conversation with a PhD than an anti-flat earther, because a PhD will school an anti-flat earther more on a mainstream rhetoric than an anti-flat earther teaching a PhD. So it's not like an anti-flat earther is smarter than a PhD. It's just that a PhD is more honest. Like if you read a book, like say if you going over a topic with a PhD and you read the topic, pretty much the PhD is only going to talk about that topic and how it's actually been written in a textbook or how it's actually been studied. Where if you talk to an anti-flat earther, he'll probably try to gaslight you into believing something and come up with his own narrative to win a debate.
Yeah, but what if you talk to a PhD and you tell them something they didn't think of before, and then they realize they wasted all their time and all their money going to school to learn something that's a lie? Don't you think they're going to be a little bit biased? I mean, I would. I would.
There's PhDs that have changed their minds, so
Yeah, they're gonna be. But for the most part, they only going to go off of what they read. Where anti-flat earther is going to make up some other thing, they're going to try to spin it in a way where they're trying to win the argument. Like a flat earther could even show them something in their own textbook and use it as a hostile witness against them, and then the anti-flat earther will go, "Oh, well, no, you're wrong anyway." Like everything that the flat earther would say is wrong, even though you're using their own education against them as a hostile witness. Where a PhD would be like, "Oh, well, that's correct," but it also says this in the textbook or something of that nature. And you have to point out, well, why it's wrong or why you disagree with it. And then that would probably force a PhD to actually think about it in reality and be like, "Oh, well, maybe this is wrong or something." Or maybe you just say, "Well, it says it. I'm just going to believe it because I went to school for 8-10 years studying about it. So what do you know?" Well, an anti-flat earther would just say, "Well, you're wrong. It doesn't say that. It says this. It doesn't mean this. It means this."
Yeah, I agree with Joe on the anti-flat earther. But the PhDs, yeah, there's some out there that will be honest and they'll realize that they missed something there. But then there's some that are like, they spent so much time, so much money on their education. They want to hold themselves higher than you.
Yeah, I think that's quite arrogant. They all gonna think they're smarter than you.
But at the end of the day, it's a pissing contest, right? Like you gotta figure they went to school for such a long time, and then like as they were graduating, right? Like even after they graduated, they went through a phase where like they went through a mentorship and they were told like you have to be arrogant. You can't let anybody take your PhD from you. You have to stand on it, right? And then it becomes like a marketing tool more than anything else. At the end of the
Sounds like religion.
It's sales. That's all it is. It's sales.
Yeah,
They're selling you on the idea that they know something you don't.
Yeah, it is a marketing tool. I mean, school, college is a business.
Oh yeah,
degrees is a marketing tool,
and it's not cheap.
Nope. No, sir. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and push play for a little bit. Let's see. I'm not sure how much is left. Wish there was a timer on this.
And as you get farther away, if the margin of error, whatever that margin of error is going to significantly affect your delta, or whatever your delta H, the height. Is that the point you made, Mike?
Yeah, the entry point when the plane is coming in at that same elevation, they'll get into the entry point where you'll start, where the instrument will say you're in the zone earlier than right at the center of the beam. Because if it was just at that very center, if it was super pencil thin, you'd hit that and then instantly you'd be past it. The pilot needs to know when they enter it, give them time to adjust the plane to decrease elevation so that they can stay within that zone. If it's pencil thin, they'd be past it and they wouldn't know.
Yeah. So I think the outstanding piece in that experiment, or let's put it this way, so you don't take this personally, in your model, the margin of error must be included.
Real quick, when they talk about this beam, and they're talking about elevation from what?
Obviously from the baseline.
Yep. So they're talking about an elevation angle.
Yep.
In the beam.
Never mind the was it the 29 miles or 19 miles that the plane is away when it catches the beam, right?
Right, but the purpose of them catching the beam is for the plane to land, right?
Well, so the beam doesn't land them. They just have to, like, have you ever played a piloting game? Like, you have to stay within the tolerance level as you're landing, and if you're above it or below it, it beeps at you.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But that is to make sure the plane is level when you land it.
It's to make sure you're taking the correct angle. Because if too steep or too shallow, you'll overshoot the runway. Too steep, you'll come in hard and crash.
Yeah, you come in hard and crash. But you still have
that's why Kevin made the argument at the beginning when McToon tried to get in on him. I'll just say this real quick. McToon tried to get in on him early, and Kevin was like, bro, there's millions of dollars and hundreds of people's lives at stake. They can't afford to make a mistake of any margin of error.
Yeah. Because Matone is making like, oh, well, it's never precise. But landing a plane is, you definitely have to be like, I don't get what Matone is trying to say here. Matone is trying to say like it's never precise. There is a margin of error. You will be in error. The margin of error means that you are in error. There's just a certain average of error that you're going to be. Like, no, the purpose of the beam is for you to have the correct angle to land the plane, and you have to have the correct pitch as well. So I don't know where Matone is getting that. Matone will have to show where he's getting that from. That's what I would have asked him. Like, you have to show where the plane, you could just land the plane at an average of incorrectly, because that's what you mean when you say error. Error means it's incorrect. That means the angle is not accurate and it's not correct. That's what error means. So what do you margin of error?
With all due respect, dude, I'm not too sure how significant this point that you're making is. Okay, because it's one thing to have a three degree descent, right? But does 2.999998 degree of a descent make that much of a difference? Because technically speaking, you're right. There's an error there. There's an error there by. Hang on. Let me finish my sentence, please. Right?
Let me finish. You cut me. Hold on. You cut me off.
I thought you were done. Though. Go ahead. If you weren't done, please go ahead.
You cut me off. You guys are making a point of saying a margin of error as if you're not supposed to be precise when you are landing a plane in descent. And the beam is utilized for what? Is it utilizing for you to still be in error while you land in a plane?
By a certain amount, that's the argument. So precision, right, is just by how much you are off by anything, right?
It's just
you take a ruler or whatnot. Look, if you weren't done, please don't let me interrupt you. I thought you were done, so I wanted to just throw this point in here. But if you guys had some more to go on, please do.
Don't cry about it. Make your point. But there is no argument.
So I can speak then. Okay, I thought you were going to go ahead then, but I'll go. Okay. The point is, dude, yeah, there technically can be an error. This is what precision is all about. So when they're asking about how much allowance can there be, this is not a statement of we're obviously in the wrong or we're making a mistake because we're off by so much of an amount. Okay, it's highlighting that we're always off because in that entire sort of environment, right? You're out in the plane. There's ups and downs. There's all sorts of things. How much is that? Is there an allowance for that to allow while maintaining our numbers being within the bounds that we can expect? That's all it is.
Okay. Did you hear the first point that we made? Right. When you're landing the plane, you have to be at a correct angle while you landing the plane. You can't be too steep. That is the purpose of the beam in the first place. If you're below the beam, you come in, you descending, you're going too steep. You may crash, or if you're too high, or you're too high up above that angle, which means the pitch is too far up, you're going to fly past the runway.
Well, I'm going to add this in real quick. I tagged 20 Cups, but if you need me to tag you, I can. So there was when I did a Google search, it said signal integrity. The ground equipment is designed and maintained to strict International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO) and Federal Aviation Administration (FAA) standards. For the ground equipment, the glide path angle must be adjusted to maintain a tolerance of 0.075 times the nominal glide slope angle. Example, for a 3-degree glide slope, the tolerance is plus or minus 0.225 degrees.
Perfect.
And then the point that I'm making is that it's a null point anyway, because none of that invokes a globe in this first instance. You're still measuring, you're still doing geometry, measuring angles, flying horizontal on a runway.
No, you're right. And I just want to make the statement real quick that the 0.225 degrees plus or minus, that's where the pilot's judgment comes into play. That's why they've removed the computer error malfunction, and the pilot has to land the plane going into the landing. So again, it's not significant enough to throw a pilot into turmoil and say, "Oh my God, I can't land the plane."
Of course not. Or it wouldn't seem like that to me. Absolutely, yeah. So technically speaking, anywhere plus or minus 0.225 degrees, if they're within that range, they're doing it correctly. There's it's off by 2.225 degrees, or 0.225 degrees. So you can argue, they're in error by plus or minus 0.225 degrees, but it's tolerable, right? That's all I wanted to get at, because the term, it makes it so strict, that meaning insinuating that they can't deviate by 3 degrees at all, otherwise they're, quote, in error. It's like, that's why it's called a margin that's acceptable. That's all he was trying to point out. I'm not saying that the argument was very valid or was of any value on their side by going into this. There's probably more that we can speak of. I don't want to tangent off.
You understand what he was trying to do? That they're flying the plane at a set elevation, and when they get into the glide slope, they're going to measure the distance to the airport.
Yeah.
The globe distance is one thing, the flat earth distance is another. And what the bitch is that the device is not precise enough to measure the distance.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So
in his citation, was just nothing. Like the citation wasn't actual, like, hey, here's the equipment manufacturer says this is it. No, it was like some fucking goddamn manual, or not even a manual, like I don't know, I have to pull it up, dude, but it was garbage. It was absolute garbage for a citation. It's not an acceptable citation. If you're going to talk about the limitations of equipment, you need to know what the, like, why is, like, what is the hardware or software reason that it's that precise? Is it because the wavelength? Is the precision based upon that? Because say you have 1 meter wavelength, that's the maximum resolution you can actually get, right? So is 1 meter, right? You can only be precise within 1 meter at a 1 meter wavelength. Like, obviously you can't have sub wavelength measurements. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is that citation was just like garbage, like from a brochure or something. I find it very hard that they can't measure a distance within 0.6. Was it 0.6 of a mile or 0.6 kilometers? Do you remember which one they said it was?
Yeah,
I
think it was a mile.
To me,
That's
I
what I
don't know,
remember.
maybe I missed this. They got really far away from that part of the conversation, and they're now focusing on, like, basically what he does not know about FAA
Yeah, he
guidelines.
became the topic. He became the topic, dude.
I remember that. They were digging into him like it was like the main show.
That was the show. That was the main show. Kate, well, I don't know why you guys that was the show. This show, there was one flat earther, 2 globe earthers, one obviously anti-flat earther for one of the globe earthers, and Sheba, who's pretending to be a globe earther or pretending to be neutral, which he's obviously not, right? Who's making running commentary, disparaging comments, baseless fucking claims, making up his own bullshit definitions, didn't do what he said he was going to do in the first place with 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers, flying them out to Cambridge. He didn't do any of that shit. Didn't have an ethics declaration. Didn't fucking have everybody in a room with a fucking whiteboard. He didn't do anything he said he was going to do. The whole purpose of that is it's the same thing. It's literally the same Duffy shtick. It's what all these guys do. Yeah. I'm going to have something. I'm going to invite flat earthers. And when the flat earthers join, I am going to make them a spectacle.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to make a spectacle out of them. And that's it. That's the whole purpose.
And yeah, because I thought, like, Dr. Shiva was one of the participants.
No, he's the one putting it on. He's supposed to be the neutral benefactor of the whole thing. So, Reg Joe, he had a interview with Dave. With Dave, he said, I'm going to have all the participants sign an ethics statement, an ethics declaration, saying they're not going to lie or do all sorts of stuff. I posted to Shiva on X. Are you going to sign the declaration, the ethics declaration that the people participating have to sign? He blocked me. He blocked me as soon as I posted that shit. That should tell you everything.
That should tell you everything. Yeah, these guys do the same thing over and over again. And it's funny, Mattoon is always in the middle of it.
That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, how does this dude end up injecting himself into everything?
Yeah, I noticed earlier on, I only watched maybe about 10 minutes before they started getting into the presentations, right? And maybe about 20 minutes or 30 minutes worth of that Kevin dude's presentation. I didn't watch the rest.
They only analyzed his. McToon said, we'll just do an observation of the sun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Shiva was like, yeah, that would be super easy. Yeah. And that was it. That was the debate about that. That was over. And then the other dude said what he was going to do. That was not analyzed at all. She was just like, yep, we'll just go with that. But Kevin's was hyper analyzed.
I saw that was that shit stuck out like a sore thumb to me, man. I was like, I asked myself, was it because they didn't grant time to scrutinize any of any of their points, or maybe it was delayed or delegated to later on, or it's just because nobody stood up to ask any questions that there wasn't any. I wasn't sure about that. Like if you guys saw the whole thing, maybe
Did
you
you
can
see the
confirm.
Mattoon part?
Yeah, where he's like, "Oh, you just take an angle to the sun, and somebody else will take another."
He didn't even have the. He didn't even have the model or anything. Well, we'll make a model where you can look. You can use a webcam, and you can look at the azimuth and elevation angle of the sun, and from anywhere on Earth. Oh man, that sounds great.
Yeah,
That's it. That's trash, dude. That's trash.
It was like 2 minutes. It was like 2 minutes, and she was like, "Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you very much," and moves on. I was like, "What? No questions? Like, does nobody have any questions, or are they not allowing for it?" Like, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe they would open that up later on.
Who gave the most detailed presentation?
Kevin.
Yeah. Who got the most?
Kevin by far.
Kevin.
So I'm not even gonna lie. Like when I heard the thing, I just thought it was an opening statement, and then when they started laying into Kevin, I'm like, wait. I thought we were just like giving like a brief overlay of what was going on, and then once everybody got their thing out, then we would have the discussion, right?
That's what I thought. I thought everybody was going to present their thing on the table, what they wanted to do, and then they were going to go through them, which ones were feasible, which ones weren't, like how much time they would take, how much time they would cost, right? You get all because that's usually how you do it, right? You get all the proposals, and then you read out the proposals, right? You go through each proposal one by one and critique them and analyze them, get cost benefits, whether it's dispositive of flat Earth versus globe. Because the Mattoon one and the other guys want it or not. As soon as he said fucking there can be ducting, that means if he doesn't get a radar horizon, he can just say there's ducting. Right?
Yeah.
So you can't disprove the globe in his paradigm because he said there can be ducting. Right. Okay. So you think the radar horizon is supposed to be 30 miles. Okay. You got a detection at 100 miles. Well, that could be ducting. So when we measure no radar horizon, the blockage you say is there. Now you're going to invoke a special pleading weather condition that somehow allows the globe to be flat.
Yeah, it sounds like the fucking RF
Same thing every time, dude. It's
refraction.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's refraction in UHF, right? And he's like, there'd be no radar, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. Well, the horizon's not physical, and the properties that make a visual horizon on a flat Earth are the same things that would make a radio horizon on a globe. And because the wavelengths are longer, it's going to be further away. Because when you have, like, say the wavelength in UHF is like 1 meter to frickin' 100 meters between the wave peaks. So that's your resolution, depending on whatever the wavelength you're using. Visible light's in the nanometer wavelength. Right?
Yeah.
So if you do the simple formula for diffraction, the diffraction limit, the Rayleigh criteria, and you plug in the wavelength, okay, obviously you're going to have a horizon at a longer wavelength farther away. It's super simple, but he thinks the horizon, radar horizon, is a physical globe horizon. But within radar itself, right? They have subrefraction, they have refraction, they have super refraction, they have ducting, right? So no matter what your radio condition is, they have a meteorological condition that. So you start with the globe, right? Earth's a globe, and then if it goes 30 miles when it's supposed to go 10 miles, you have super refraction. If it goes 5 miles when it's supposed to go 20 miles, you have subrefraction. You don't really know if you do, but it has to be there because, Earth's a globe. And there has to be a weather condition that's stopping the radar from traveling. Because it can't be Earth curve, so it has to be something else. So we'll just invent a meteorological condition.
Like I said, I commend this dude for like putting together a very nice presentation at the beginning before I got interrupted.
I will say, AKA circular reasoning.
Exactly. It's all it is. Globular reason, spherical reasoning, infinite circles.
Do you think anybody made any money off this? Like any of the people that are in this debate or the channel?
For sure.
Okay.
You know,
Like step outside. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. I'm gonna speculate. I don't want to speculate.
The Sheep's channel, ain't it?
Yeah, McToon always has fools who will give him money.
McToon was broadcasting.
Like the way I view this, it's like a UFC fight. Like no matter who wins or what happens, like everybody's making money. And I think they're just doing this and they're just poking the flat earth bear over and over and seeing the reactions, that they're getting, and they're getting views. They're not serious. They're not being serious about this at all.
Well, no, the goal, like India said originally, was to just eventually get around to pointing out how flat earthers know nothing and then talk only about flat earthers.
That actually is an interesting question. Do y'all get, like, grifters and stuff often?
Just grifters everywhere, dude. It fucking doesn't matter what it is.
The world is a grift.
Barbie dolls as grifters.
Everybody's trying to make a buck. Like honestly, as much as like the globe earthers make, like I don't get mad at all when a flat earther wants to make $1. I really don't.
Yeah, but I'm really not sure that one. I mean, I know it was everywhere, man. Boy, at a time.
Make some money.
All right, give me a second. I'll put it back on.
Yeah, my apologies for the long derailment there. I just wanted to hone in on something earlier there. Didn't mean to detract too much time.
No, that's what the point of this is, man.
Don't apologize. That stuff is mind numbing.
Yeah. Cool.
That was. We've been the
Just because I did jump in right mid sentence on Reg Joe there. That's what I mean. Sorry about that, dude.
Oh, that's fine. I do it to everybody. You got where you left off at?
I'm getting ready to hit play. I was just say, like Reg Joe said, quit crying about it.
Something about 26 miles. 20 miles is fine. Even 10 miles would be fine to measure this. And we have data for 10 miles.
Right. So, Kevin, whatever you want to do, going back to the scientific method, in that formula, you have to include those variables in your mathematical model. Does that make sense? That's the feedback.
Yes, thanks.
So right now your mathematical model says, can you bring it up again? It says what? Something like sine y or something? What is that? Can you bring up your formula?
Oh, yes. Wait, the screen share again. Need the PowerPoint. You want the flat or globe?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you're still going to have to include.
Right. Yeah. Wait.
So you're going to get an answer which is plus or minus something.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. You see?
Yeah. So that's
20 nautical miles, not 26, and
right. But that's sine 3 equals y. That formula is not correct. Yes. You have to include a margin of error.
Oh yeah. But still, the formula is correct. But you can include this 1% if you like.
Okay, I have to point this out. So they already talked about the accuracy, the margin of error of the DME, right? right? Earlier.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so check this out. So he
It's less than
cited
1%.
he cited. Hold on, I'm going to show you. Watch. I'm going to post in the chat. I'm going to post a couple things in the chat. This is a screenshot. He cited this paper. And he highlighted this part. So I'll get that. And he highlighted this part, that highlighted part. Now, I'm going to read you the highlighted part because I have this paper right in front of me. And this was his reason, him saying about the accuracy. Today's DME, this is the highlighted part, is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles. This is seen in the DME overall range accuracy specifications presented in Table 15. Okay? First glance, that's what he's arguing. Hey, dude, it only has an accuracy of 0.6. And Shiva listened to what he said. Well, if he would have read in the beginning of the paper, want to know what this paper is about? That the actual tested accuracy is better than the specification. Yeah, that's right, dude.
That's
This
wild,
paper
dude.
examines DME accuracy starting with its performance today. Accuracy values from several data collection efforts are presented. A top-level examination of range accuracy is done using FAA flight inspection data. The results show that the measured DME ranging accuracy is generally much better than the listed current specification.
That's wild.
That's wild, dude. That's fucking wild. Because
I wonder if they gave that.
He put this because the reason I'm saying this is important, right? He lectured. So, dude made a claim. Kevin made a claim, and dude lectured Kevin about citations. And then dude's like, "Okay, I'm gonna go get my citation," even though Shiva never lectured him to go do that. He went and got it. Now the citation he brings back, Shiva just takes that as face value, that it supports what he said, when in fact it absolutely contradicts what he said. And the paper is about that the specification accuracy that he cited, the part he highlighted in the yellow, is the specification accuracy. They actually measured a greater accuracy. It's more accurate than the specification. So his entire argument, all the shit they shit on him about, they were all wrong. All of them. Dude, what do I say? What do I always say, bro? And you always pay. Don't never believe a fucking word a globe earther says. Ever. Always check. Always.
Yeah, you do. You're like, even check a flat earther, but definitely check a.
It took me 2 seconds to check. Like, literally, I just, okay, this is the paper he cited. Fucking go read it. Just read what they're trying to do. Okay. Oh, shit. They're saying that they measured accuracy. Well, what's the highlighted part? So I look for the highlighted part. Is that the data or is that the specification? Oh, that's the specification. They said they measured accuracy greater than the specification. But he went off the specification accuracy, not the data accuracy that they collected.
I wonder if the specification that they rated it for was based off of like the expected standards of what pilots can control during the landing process.
Based upon what the fucking lawyer said.
Yeah, you're right.
It's based upon what the lawyer said. Don't claim accuracy greater than that. We'll get fucking sued. Just say it's worse than it really is.
No, you're exactly right. They consulted with the lawyer. They're like, yeah.
Look, Distances from DME facilities varied from overhead to 220 nautical miles. The results showed that 94.9% of stations had mean errors of less than 0.05 nautical miles, and 95.5% of the stations had standard deviations of error less than 0.05 nautical miles. However, range data for 3 stations were found to have standard deviations of 0.2 nautical miles. Okay. In all cases, the range uncertainty was well within 40 meters.
It's wild.
Yeah, wild. And they sat there, dude. Crazy, dude. They sat there and they fucking goddamn reamed him, saying, "You don't understand science. Do I have to explain this to you like it's kindergarten?" All this shit, and they were wrong the entire time. The entire time. Let that sink in.
I voted for the 1%.
It's not what we
Yeah,
like.
no,
You need
no.
to document it.
No, stop. You need to actually include the margin of error based on reality, as close as you can get. Okay? So Dan has given you a reference, and then Mike has brought out something else, but that, I think we're just keeping it very objective here. That equation, the output of that equation, the input is going to be garbage in, the output is going to be garbage out, because you don't have the margin of error.
So if I can share real quickly.
Yes, I stop. But it's garbage is a hard word.
Well, that's called GIGO, G-I-G-O in computer science, garbage in, garbage out. Don't take it personally. But that's what you have. You have a garbage in, garbage out model without the margin of error being included.
So is this up and running right now?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is from.
Can you zoom in a little bit? Can you zoom in so we can see the title of the paper? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is from Stanford University, and also done with someone from the FAA and the Aviation Management Associates. So this talks about the distance measuring equipment accuracy performed today and future alternative for position navigation training. Specifically, when I was talking about ICOP, it was also Annex 10. I'm still looking for that one. But just right here, if we go down to DME and TACA and its military counterpart are desirable features for providing positioning services. Today's DME is specified to provide position accuracy of around 0.6 nautical miles.
At what distance?
That's the accuracy of the DME as a whole,
DME.
as a system. That's the margin of error for what the value that it reads is coming out at. Because again,
Now, like I just said, the whole purpose of this paper was to show that he just cited was to show that that specification is not how the equipment actually performs, that the equipment actually performs much better than the specification. That's the whole purpose of the paper he cited. You want to know what cherry picking is? He literally cherry picked one. They're just regular papers, right? They give you a background. If they're testing the specification on how accurate it is, they got to tell you what the specification is. He took them saying what the specification is as like the conclusion of the paper or something.
and the distance isn't what you land with, it's the glide slope. The distance is just a reference.
Can you kindly send that over to Kevin, Dan? So he's got that?
Sure. I mean, do you have the chat open? I can just put the link into it.
Yeah, you can send it over to Dr. Prabhakar and he'll send it.
Okay.
Zoom has this really wacky thing with chat on who can chat to who and how you set it up. It's gotten, I think you have to do a new, yeah.
Okay.
I saw
I'll shoot
something
it
with
over. I'll
200
shoot it over right
miles.
now. I'll pull my email and I'll send it over
I need to pull it up again because I saw something now with
So
200
Kevin,
miles.
Michael, and Dan, is there a consensus that that formula needs to be updated with margin of error? Is that what we're saying? Is that what you guys
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And if the margin of error of the slope and the beam width together cannot provide something that's distinct for both globe and flat, then the experiment won't be useful. It's inconclusive, so it'd be a waste of money to do.
Yeah,
it's a non-issue. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is an important thing. To the audience listening, if you get a result out of this and it's in the margin of error between of globe and flat, the number means nothing. Okay.
But this 0.6 miles would be, we look it up. I stand with this statement, but I saw something with 200 nautical miles. I need to look at the document. Can I come up with my objections, or we go on with my?
Well, so I think we've given anything else, Mike and Dan, Prabhakar?
I mean, if they want to do if you want to do a radio experiment, right? Because it sounds like what this falls under is we see too far, and you're using radio as an idea to get rid of some of the optical problems of mirages, the scintillation, and things like that. I can suggest another way of doing this with basically lighthouses, boats, and UHF transmitters and receivers. It's something that's going to keep it under roughly $500, depending on the cost of the boat. And it's something anybody can do as long as there's 3 specific heights that.
Now, there's another part where he bullshits. You can simply Google, is there equivalent to mirages in the in UHF? It'll say yes, and I'll give you examples. You can also Google whether there's scintillation in VHF. Yes, there is. So the 2 things he just said was made up bullshit. Nonsense.
Have anywhere from 5 times to 10 times elevation standards. You're just raising the transmitter, and you're verifying radar horizon. On a flat Earth, there should not be a radar horizon because there is no geometric horizon. On a globe Earth, there is a radio horizon, and it's directly dependent on the square root of the height of the transmitting antenna or receiving antenna.
So, Kevin,
did you hear what he just said? There would be no horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon.
I guess physics don't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, there's no geometric horizon on the globe either that you can find.
Yeah, because perspective isn't a thing, right?
In fact, there's a radio horizon which is based on 4.3R. It's not a physical horizon, even in radio. More double-speak and bullshit, bro.
Is the intent? Was this your experiment or someone else's? Because we saw someone else's name on this.
Yes. No, I like to present my.
It said stones this, stones that.
Yes.
And it was all in English. I know you're in meters over in Austria.
No, in the flight aviation is in nautical miles, but it's his experiment. I would like him up here, but he wasn't allowed, and I.
So is this your experiment or someone else's?
No one did it yet. It's just in 10 miles we did the slope.
No, but is this your proposal or someone else's?
It's someone else's.
Oh, okay. Well, this was supposed to be done by the science panel. That's one of the goals here, not someone else's. Anyway, the other thing is, are you into doing the radio, to Dan's question? And what would be the cost of this with an airplane, hiring it? Because we looked at
you can assess now.
Okay, now think about what you just said. You're supposed to do your own and not someone else's. Do you think that McToon's sun measurement is going to be his and not someone else's? Do you think they're going to be his calculations or someone else's?
I already know who's it's going to be.
Well, I'm just saying, like, do you think that, like, McToon is going to reinvent how we predict sunrises and sunsets, and he's going to invent his own way of calculating them? Of course not.
I don't even think he's going to discuss sunsets. He's just going to use sun locations, and I think he's going to use flies.
He's going to use time and date or something, dude. He's going to use the methodology that time and date or U.S. Naval Observatory uses. There's no globe in that, but he does, and he knows that because I told him that. But that's not the point. The point is, you see what Shiva did? He just attacked Kevin for using someone else's idea, right? He's like, "Is this yours or somebody else's?" Oh, you're supposed to do your own. Okay, is McToon doing his own? Is the sun angle in azimuth, is that his own? He's going to freaking start from scratch and reinvent that? Or is he going to just go to time and date or sun calc or U.S. Naval Observatory and use their shit? You see what I'm saying? The same thing. It's complete double standard, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, so what's the cost of something like this? Because you have to, every round, because you're going to have to get multiple data points. Right, not just one, multiple. So assume you need, I don't know what the sampling is. I'm assuming you need like 50, 20.
And actually, I have another quick question, Dr. Shiva, too, is how many airports do you know of, let's say worldwide, that have a minimum 30 mile an hour body that's directly off an ILS airport equipped runway? Like, you brought up one. And I don't even know where that is. I just see a map. Do you know how many there are in the world that we can find that would allow us to do this?
Yeah, I think so. We're looking at cost, viability, and ubiquity. Okay. And if you don't know it, Kevin, you don't have to answer it now. It's just
I'm just a question I'm posing. That's all.
Yeah. So if you can just find for the how many airports are there you can actually do this? What is the cost of doing this? And I'm assuming you're going to have to do at least 50 runs, right? Or 20, there's a certain sampling. How many runs do you think have to do, and how much is this going to cost?
$500 one person, or 300 even, and this one person can already do 10 runs with this thing. And you have hundreds of airports in reach of water. And I like to address this.
So hold on 1 second. It's $500.
But I haven't addressed this other old question.
No, 1 second. I just want to. It's $500 because we have Hanscom Air Force Base right beyond where I live, and as a private pilot, I think it's more than $500. It's about, I think, $300 to $500 per hour flight time just to take up a small plane, and you have to be a member of the flying club to do that. So if you're going to have to take off, do this, you think this can be done in like a couple of hours or just 1 hour?
Yes, 2 hours. And I have 200 Cessna for 200 euros. You can rent it here. I don't know about the US. Is always.
And the pilot also has to be instrument rated too.
Yes.
Right.
I know.
So
I know a pilot myself. Yes, but yeah, some people can do it and file it like that. Yeah.
Okay, so I think the outstanding questions, Kevin, are which places can we do it in? How many places for ubiquity? What's the cost? And then the viability question comes down to the error margin. Does that pretty much summarize it?
Yes, but I don't agree with it.
I think it's two parts.
But wait. The UHF, there was a UHF proposal from Dan, and this is the worst possible version because you shoot over water horizontally and near the height of water. Everything there yields to most variation in refraction, and we don't want this component.
Right. There is some refraction, but it's also a very constant model that's used in radio for refraction.
Mirage,
but here's the other.
Morgana,
can I finish?
There. We deny this.
Can I finish?
Okay, I couldn't answer a long time.
Because here's the thing, though. It doesn't change the fact that there's a radar horizon at a specific distance. And as you raise the antenna up, that radar horizon gets further and further away. This is your classic, we see too far, which is why I'm proposing it. If it's over water, you can account for specific different atmospherics. You put in abort criteria where if there's precipitation. But here's the thing. Doesn't have mirages, doesn't have scintillation, doesn't have other things that optical has that you may be confusing it with. If you use UHF and the frequency that's in, you do have refraction, but that is a very planned and very obvious thing that anybody with radio experience has noted, and you account for that in your equations, in your mathematical model, and your hypothesis. If you choose not to, because refraction is magical in your book or whatever, then fine, that's in your model. That's not going to play a difference. But our model will be, and I'll show you exactly what I mean, just real quick, so you can understand what exactly I mean by this. It's very simple. This is Montauk Lighthouse. I also have other
You have to
locations.
share it. Are you sharing? Okay, sorry.
I forgot to click the extra share button.
Yep.
This is Montauk's Lighthouse. This is in New York. This is near me. I know this lighthouse is the only reason why I kind of chose it. I also found 7 or 8 other ones throughout the world, including UK, one not far from actually Mike in Minnesota, some on the West Coast and others on the East Coast. Specifically, what we're asking for is we do one down here at, hold on. Down here at the beach at around 10 feet. We do another transmission up here at the bluff at 60 feet, and you do one at the top of the air, at the light tower at 170 feet. Each one will have its own model as far as how far it will go. And somewhere along the line, there is no radar horizon on a flat Earth because there is no geometric horizon. This eliminates all ambiguousness, and you can account for each one. Because if, for instance, if you're at the beach level, and you lose loss of service at, let's say, 10 nautical miles. And on a flat Earth, if you raise it and you get a signal, that means one thing. If you raise it and get a signal on a globe, that means something else. So then you go out further and see if you lose signal again. At that next distance, let's say it's 15 nautical miles. At 15 nautical miles, what is the cause of something 60 feet up going LOS, loss of signal, unless the signal is tired or attenuated or however you want to say it, to where you're no longer getting services? If you move that one more time up, now, and you get signal again, there's no explanation, unless you know of one, for a flat Earth of why that happens. There's a very good globe explanation for that. It's called the radar horizon, and it's proof of curvature.
You need multiple repetitions to see the refraction, but the refraction, nobody has access. How many people have access to lighthouse towers first?
But here's the thing, Kevin. I have whole criteria, also different signal to noise ratios. I also have different error margins and everything else. But here's a bunch of other sites that we can go to. Anybody in these areas can do this one as well. And we're talking about $200 off of Amazon for an antenna and 2 radios.
Well, you agree or not agree that over water, the measurements are more various? Like it's easier to do something higher regarding refraction, distortion.
You're confusing optical with radio. Radio does not have, radio has refraction, but there's no refraction values. You can use the standard model, or as what I actually recommend, is you take the measurements to build your refractive index of what it's going to be based off of temperature, barometric pressure, and the relative humidity, taken at the boat level and taken at the various levels of the transmitting side at the lighthouse. And from there, you can make a very close approximate model for the refraction index, or what we call the K value, to be able to know how far it's going to change. Already in radio, we already account for this in a standard model, because our radio horizon accounts for 4/3 times the radius of the Earth, because we already know that on a standard atmospheric model, we're going to go 15% further. But this is how line of sight is actually, these are the links that are engineered. These are how I engineer my links. And these are specifically how they're implemented in the military and combat zones. So there's nobody hiding anything there because there's lives on the line. And the same reason why telecommunications work in cities like Boston, where Dr. Shiva is at, because I actually set up links that go from the John Hancock Tower to other locations in Cambridge without using fiber optics. I use radio, that I have to account for precipitation. I have to account for temperature variations, seasons, as well as the frequency it uses, the polarity of the antenna. There's a whole bunch of variables that goes into that, but we control all those variables in this one, to where our only variable that's going to actually change anything significantly outside of, say, a 10% margin of error, and I'm just guesstimating what that is because I haven't put any math into this. All my math is in a different document. But if it's a 10% error margin, if the difference between the closest and the furthest is more than 2 times the distance, that more than allocates for the 10% margin that might be there in an error.
You agree, though, that the distortion and refraction needs to be accounted
What
for?
distortion? It's RF.
Rate of
Can you explain what some of these things, what causes some of these things in your model?
UHF is light, no? Light is affected by...
The UHF is not light. It's not optics.
It's not visible light.
It's not visible, right?
So there's no mirage, there's no scintillation. All you have is refraction.
Yeah, you have invisible light as well, but it's a radio frequency. Yeah.
Okay, so what mechanism do you think occurs over water and what effect do you think that would have on a UHF radio signal? Because this is stuff that has been used in the military since, I don't know, for 80 years. And it's been used in the civilian world. This is what I grew up on. If you want to do a radio experiment, I'm making an experiment. Not from, I still don't know what these. I don't know what these results going to be. I haven't done this experiment, but this is one that I came up with, and I'm willing to share it and provide it to you guys to have you guys decide whether or not it's something you want to participate in. You guys can make your own methodology from this. I'm just giving you an idea.
Okay. Humidity is one problem, for example. Humidity is not involved in my like that much of if you have water dispersing just in front
just a question
of the water.
What does humidity do to the propagation of radio waves?
What does humidity?
Yeah, you said humidity is a factor. What does it do?
Yeah, it can. I don't know the full claims, but I
don't know. Okay, yeah. Then why do you bring it up?
Because you can. It's less there. I saw experiments where they proposed humidity, and I saw formulas there. I can look it up. I don't know the details, but I can look it up. Show you next time.
All right. The only formulas I have are basically using the refractive index and using known formulas for a globe model, and that is to be the actual way to configure where the radio horizon is to make our predictions. The only way that I can see flat Earth goes, and of course, this is your team. You guys have a week to come up with this model as far as what you think the prediction is. But as far as I can see it, since it doesn't have a geometric horizon, the only thing that limits how far the way a radio will go will be the attenuation of the atmosphere. So that's going to be based on the inverse square law and things like that, to where it's either the signal stops and that's it stops, or it continues on for hundreds of miles and we never get loss of signal. It's a very simple dichotomy of yes and no.
But you agree that having a distance value is better than having a value of I see something or I don't see it. Then you have some numbers involved in there. And
what I mean by see and don't see is I don't mean actual seeing. I mean the radio squelch.
Okay, just so everybody knows, everything he said is bullshit. I just posted it in the chat. He said there's no scintillation in UHF. There is. Posted it in chat. There's no equivalent of mirages in UHF. Yes, there is. He said humidity does not affect UHF. Yes, it does. So everything he said was a lie. And then he just said that on a flat Earth would go hundreds of miles. That's also a lie. Still be absorbed. The number one absorber of UHF is freaking water. So he's just lying his ass off. And Shiva's just eating it up, dude. Just eating it up.
Button sends out an audio tone. When you go far enough out, that squelch cuts off, which means you have no signal. That's a loss of signal.
Yes.
The only way that happens is if there's an obstruction. The only obstruction that would be out there would have to be a very, very large wave that you would have actually experienced on the boat before it got between you and wherever the transmitter is. And as you move the
point.
transmitter up to 60 feet and 170 feet, that wave that is causing the obstruction, and again, we can hang out at different locations for upwards of 10, 15 minutes. And some of the Bohr criteria would be how big the sea state is. If it's more than 3 feet, no one wants to be out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean during this. Then
You go very
abort.
much
You come back and do it
details.
again. But if it's at 170 feet, that's going to have to be a really big wave between you and the boat and the light tower to cause an obstruction. And if you hang out for 10 minutes, that wave is going to go away.
So Dan, just to you're just to understand what you're saying, there's some fundamental problems with their plane issue using ILS. So you're giving them an idea, saying, why don't you use UHF? And in your model, you use a lighthouse for these locations. And if the Earth is curved, it's going to be 1 or 0 because you're not going to see the signal unless there's a massive wave. But that wave would have to be a 100-foot wave if it's from the top of the lighthouse, which is very, very unlikely. So, Kevin, I think you and I think the gentleman who actually came up with the ILS experiment may want to look at this because Dan's essentially trying to help you guys. Because right now, from the feedback that I'm hearing, you have the margin of error issue that essentially is going to give garbage in, garbage out with your experiment. And this one is this or 1 or 0, because if the Earth is curved, at a certain point, you're just not going to get the signal. If the Earth is flat, you're going to always get the signal. I don't know how far UHF carries, Dan, E equals H nu. I don't know what that comes out to.
Well, I mean, you can go UHF. I mean, we'd have known. I think if I figured out we had 8 watts of power, so doing 8 watts of power, I think we can go outwards of 250 nautical miles in a straight line.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you can use these handheld radios to talk to the ISS.
Okay. So I think
is it 2 beams? But tell me the details. Is it 2 beams compared, or is it 1 beam?
It's 1 beam.
Yeah, see, so 2 beams is more accurate already. So if I have 2 beams, you have 1 beam.
Okay. So here's what I'm also telling you to do is you get so you're not just using the radios, you get a directional antenna, which has got a 5-element Yagi antenna. You literally just connect it with a cable to the radio. You point that in the direction of, I mean, I can go through all the steps if you want. I was just leaving this as an idea for you guys to develop. But if you want me to show you what I actually developed, I can show it to you.
Tell me how you measure all the atmospheric conditions all along the path, not only at one point. We have the data from the META report, and so if you don't measure it everywhere, it's not scientific.
You can build so do you think that a refractive model, which, again, we're talking about the differences between 1.2 to 1.5, okay, for what we call a K value. Do you think that raising the humidity at one random point in the span, can I finish?
Kevin,
can I finish?
Please don't interrupt. It's hard for people to hear what Dan's saying.
Do you think that at some random point between the boat and the airport, the humidity is going to go from, let's say, 60% to 100%, and then all of a sudden that's going to change that index, that K value, that K factor, that refractive index value so much that it's going to cause the signal to end? Because we can run it at 100% humidity. I'll tell you what the bare minimum is and what the bare maximum is, and what the actual is based on the 2 different readings from the 2 stations involved, which is the boat and the shore station. From that, we can develop a model that says that. And here's the great thing about lighthouses. Since it's a protected waterway, a lot of weather monitoring is done in that area to prevent people from ending up on the rocks. So they have to know these things like sea state, humidity, barometric pressure, what the forecast is. All these different things go into providing advisories to small craft in the area.
All right.
Measuring.
I think
we have a focused beam, but okay.
I think we've beaten the horse here. I think Dan's been quite generous in giving you guys ideas. And I think humidity is frankly has no issue in this because he's saying it's 1 to 1.5, unless even at 100% he's saying. So,
I mean, and there are occasions where there's a temperature inversion, there could be ducting and stuff like that. But again, these are forecasted. We can actually look at them. We can actually do all sorts of work right up into the start of the thing to make sure that we're not in that window. You account for these before you start. If that atmospheric condition is there, in which case ducting would show it going too far, and again, not science, because you have an anomalous thing that would basically skew the results. You abort. You come back the next day.
Ducting
not a problem.
happens,
You come back the next week.
but ducting happens higher. I don't know where you get this ducting from. There,
What?
ducting, tropoducting. You mean tropoducting happens at multiple times higher than our test? So I don't know where you come up with
So-
ducting at your test.
Where is the troposphere at?
Especially because last time you mentioned ducting, I looked it up and it said it's high. It's at 10,000 feet.
Okay, so the troposphere where ducting happens occurs when there's a temperature inversion. Typically, when you go from low altitude to higher altitude, it gets colder. When the warm altitude is above the colder temperature, that's where you get an inversion. That inversion is what creates ducts. Tropospheric ducting can occur anywhere from sea level to 12 kilometers up in the air. You don't know where it's going to happen unless you know where that temperature inversion layer starts and stops, because that is what creates the top of the duct.
You agree it's a rare?
It's rare. It happens. But again, it's forecast. If there's forecast to be a temperature inversion, because this is stuff planes need to know and everybody else needs to know, especially those in the communications field. If there's going to be a temperature inversion, you don't schedule it for that day.
I agree.
You wait.
We put it in the data set, and it's not something which invalidates any experiment, but especially not even yours, because it's happening higher than both of us. So I agree, but
Says the person who hasn't done radio versus the person who has. Okay, sure, we'll take that.
we can do. I did the refraction, the falsification test, scaling it down, but we're not here for that. But can we exclude the sun now? Or you're fine with your?
Well, I just want to read some before we move
By
on.
all means.
Look, science is about being specific. There's a lot of nebulous way that you've been, frankly speaking, Kevin, and it's a little bit disconcerting. Okay, the bottom line is you don't have a error margin, and that needs to be figured out. You need to come back with a mathematical formulation, and hopefully we'll see that. But it needs to be precise. It can't be hand waving, and it can't be just randomly saying some random stuff. Okay, number one, Dan has proposed to you, if you guys want to use, electromagnetic waves, he's provided you UHF. And that gives you, from frankly, what I'm hearing, a pretty 1 or 0 answer, because it's just based on distance. You've been sort of just dropping all sorts of terms, and frankly, they're all irrelevant.
No,
So
it's
please don't do-
better.
No, they're irrelevant.
0 versus 1 is
No,
not
they're
that good.
irrelevant, because when you bring in humidity and you bring it in, it's not going to change the end result in any appreciable way.
No.
And furthermore, let me finish. You also have the opportunity to look at the weather and decide when you're going to do the experiment to reduce those variables. All right? This is like fucking second grade stuff. So please don't.
I included that.
No, let me finish. My point is, as someone who's a working scientist, I don't like people just saying random words to confuse people. And that's what you flat earthers have frankly been doing. And we're trying to get
credentials. We can interject and say fallacies if you are saying those, because it's an appeal.
No. You're
credentials.
just saying, no, stop it.
It's not saying truth.
Stop it. You're not speaking to some social media people who you can bullshit. Okay?
Fallacies are.
You're just randomly saying words that have no meaning.
Look up fallacies. Look up
Okay.
the term fallacy.
Go understand what a model is. Go understand what error margin. That's your homework assignment. If you were in class, you'd be probably as an undergraduate right now. So go understand that. Okay? It's really insulting to everyone out here. So go understand basic stuff. And Dan has provided you, out of his generosity, a way you could do this. If you don't want to do this, stick with your thing. With all its issues, you're going to have to include error margin in it. All right? If you want to do that, go for it. but he's giving you an alternative, which frankly makes it a 1 or a 0. And maybe you guys don't want that.
Of course, we want a good experiment, but I say one
But
or zero
what your
one or
experiment
zero
is.
isn't as good as two different distances.
Well, first of all,
where
you didn't
can
do
go
this
closer to one
experiment. A
distance.
guy who was banned from this, and you're lying because you have his name all over the experiment.
I didn't lie.
So you misrepresented. You've misrepresented yourself.
No, I told you as soon as you asked me who is this, I say it's not my experiment. Where did
I had to ask twice. Okay. So you've misrepresented the presentation here. This is not from you. It has his name all over.
Because you do yes, I don't deny it. You do association
After I asked you,
all over.
You didn't say this is not my experiment when you presented this.
It goes still since January. This is since January.
You have an individual who's been in the flat Earth community confusing everyone, and his experiment has been presented, not yours. That's misrepresentation.
Because you exclude everyone who are the good at math,
good,
the good physicians. Yes, Stone is good at math. Ellen is good at math.
Yeah, right.
Shane
no.
here,
Listen,
and you don't want those people, so I have to take over here.
We can give him a math exam, and I can give him an MIT math exam, and I'll judge how good he is. Okay?
Ellen showed you already.
That's hilarious. He's calling him out. You excluded anybody who was good at math, who knew what they were talking about, who was able to defend the position with reason and logic. He excluded them all. He excluded Indio. He excluded Space Audits, Shane St. Pierre, Piezo, Yoder, fucking all of them.
He's getting way too defensive and way too aggressive. He's not going to convince anybody with that attitude. He's just coming off rudely at this point.
He's a sophist.
Anyway, back to the show. Almost a little bit left.
No, he isn't.
Dynamics.
You're not an expert in it.
I'm not, but the others.
You didn't study this. Have some respect for people put in the fucking time. You're not an expert. Okay? And you misrepresented yourself because you said that was your experiment. That's violating the norms of how we set this up.
See, okay. I hated this
for the
guy
record.
From jump, bro. Guy's trash. He's been trash since I've been looking at him for politics. He's trash now. Dr. Shiva, you're fucking trash. Put me on that motherfucker. Triple dog dare you.
You'd kick his ass every which way.
Every which way. I'd be like, first of all, bitch, I'm not doing what you want me to do. I'm doing this. That's number one. I don't give a fuck about what this guy's talking about. Nah, but honestly, I got to be better than that. I couldn't do that because if I was on somebody else's platform, they probably. But I mean, I just don't like how he just sucks that. Just sucks that. I mean, he could find somebody else that would. I don't know, man. Of course, this is what he is.
Well, that was the goal, right? For them to show how flat earthers are misrepresenting the science because they're not using their own original work. They're not worthy of the conversation.
I still think, even if that was the goal, I think it. Even just to my ears, he's just coming off as a complete jerk. It's not really working for him. In this case, he's
saying, "I'm the authority. Shut up." Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even bring your own argument. Shut up. Sit down. You're the student.
Yeah, the ego on that dude.
I mean, but that's how he is. That's why I don't like him. And he be wrong and strong. It's like unless you're listening to what he perceives as right, like if there's any kind of pushback at all, you're going to get someone who's, I mean, pretty much like one of the Globers that continuously talk and curse you out. And
Well, screw that guy. Where does he get on the bus?
can't stand him.
Let's go to the issue with the proposal that Mike made. I think we're done with this. Go ahead. Any objections to that?
No.
I think Kevin is
Ryan
muted.
Kevin?
Yeah. I think Kevin is muted.
You muted.
Yes, I muted myself.
All right. So first, you said that if this mathematical model is able to predict.
Now, first of all, why don't you first, because they re-explained what you wanted to do. Why don't you, for the record,
Why couldn't I go to school now?
restate what the experiment that they're saying, the observation and the mathematical model, and be as precise as possible without some hand waving. Go ahead.
I need underwear. I have no choice.
Did you have something to say, Elijah?
No, sorry.
I like to include the error margins. I will look up the error margins for the beam divergence and the error margin. The other error, what was the other error margin? I don't remember now because I was already at the
But
sum.
Dan actually gave you the error, 0.6. One is the beam divergence error margin, and the other is the DME, which Dan actually
The distance, exactly, the distance.
Yeah.
The 0.6. I saw that in this document there was a 200 nautical miles, but I will look it up, yes.
Yeah, I think you should. And then the other things we asked for are, we want to look at the viability, because we have, here around 35 people, and we have about 1,300 people, at least on Twitter. We probably have several thousand people, in spite of all the shadow banning. But those 1,000 people, we want them to be able to do it. Okay? So what would it cost them to do this? And if you can, you said 500, but I think it'd be valuable to know what it would actually cost them to go do an experiment like this. Okay. And that you don't have to, obviously you don't have to give that right now, but it would be good between now and the next meeting to have that. Maybe we'll do another pre-meeting because Dr. Prabhakar is actually going to do a draft document, a white paper, which we'll publish. Okay. Cool. Let's move on to the flat earthers now questioning the globe earthers on their proposed experiment of using the altitude and the azimuth of the sun, which is observable pretty much to every being on this planet, and a simple formulation that flat earth would have to come up with. And based on, by the way, to flat earthers listening, you can do whatever assumption you want, whether you want to say there's a dome, whether the dome's spinning or not. You just have to state the assumptions and you have to derive your model. Same things for the globe earthers. You're going to have to derive your assumptions and you'll come up with your model. So relative to that, Kevin and Ryan, and unfortunately Bobby's not here, what are your questions to the globe earthers?
Yeah, you think that if this mathematical model is able to predict the observation of the sun, then you have evidence flat or round. And I
yes,
say...
So you would have to come up with your model, you take in all your assumptions, and then you have to develop your mathematical equation. Does that make sense? So you're going to put latitude and whatever you want to do, full freedom.
The methodology makes sense in a different... Oh, sorry, you cut off. Yeah, you cut off.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, and we're giving you between now and the next week to come up with whatever assumptions and formula. Same thing, the globe earthers. These could be very complicated formulas, but the input to it should be latitude and longitude, the time.
Objection.
Whatever you want to include. Whatever you want to include. It's up to you.
I have a problem now with the grid system. You are already using a globe grid system.
No. Wait. Time out. The globe people come up with their assumption. You come up with your assumption. Don't be. This is what you guys keep doing. You keep talking about the globe. Yeah. Let the globe people come up with their model. Don't go attacking the globe. What do you want to do as flat Earth? So
I'm not here to critique the sun, or don't I?
No, you have to. The flat earthers have to come up with their model, assuming flat Earth. So this is what's going to really put where the rubber meets the road. You can't go pointing at the globe Earth people. What is your model of a flat Earth? And come up with your formula. By the way, I've actually done it.
We have math as well, but now we have spent half an hour to object my.
But do you understand that you have to just to be clear, just like for your airplane example, the globe earthers have to come up with their formula, and flat earthers will come up with theirs. For the sun model, you have to come up with your flat Earth model, and the globe earthers have to come up with their model.
You want to do an observation, and I did the whole experiment. There's no experimentation suggested already. This is my first critique.
What's your problem? The experiment is I'm looking at the sun.
And what are the dependent and independent?
Wait, Kevin. I really have to wonder whether you've even been listening for the last 2 hours.
I've listened to the pre-recordings as well.
Okay. I'm looking out my window. Let's keep it really fucking simple. The sun is going to be at a certain height, and don't interrupt me, and a certain azimuth. Do you understand that? Do you get that concept? That's the observation.
And there's no prediction coming. It's a post-diction.
We finish. You're going to look at it. Your model is going to predict where the sun's going to be. And if that model matches the observation, then you're right. What are you missing here? Did you not understand F equals MA?
F equals MA is.
Did you not understand what we spoke about in the beginning?
Yes. It's something completely else. But we have no prediction here. The sun appears in this at your window, coming back the next time. You have no connection to the ground.
What are you talking about?
That with the
what are you missing here? Should I do it as a kindergarten drawing for you?
Start with the lat-long system, please.
Start with what?
The lat-long system you suggest to insert as a location value.
Okay, I'm not going to talk to you because you seem either not understanding something purposely.
I'm understanding very well that the lat-long system is part of the spherical model already. That's
their model. So you're going to have to come up with your own model. Why are you talking to globe people?
So if you need to simplify, you can say for a person standing in this city on this street corner or on this beach on this spot. You don't need to use lat-long. Just use a position and create your own coordinate system.
Guys, if you want to talk, we'll pause it.
I did. That's why I was waiting. I knew y'all was going to pause it.
Yeah, I'll pause it. Hold on. Okay, it's paused.
This guy is an absolute.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why. People are like, "Oh, Nathan's going crazy for saying don't use our fucking stuff." Look at him trying to hijack our shit. When you let him, look at that shit. Talking about Look at that shit. I'm pretty sure latitude was available long before anyone thought it was a globe. Because that's exactly what the ancients used, right? The angles to the stars in the sky, right? To make whatever system they made. It had nothing to do with globe anything. The fuck? Like, don't use globe stuff. Bitch.
I just read a thing about the Inuits using, the Inuits, they live, in the far north, right? So they use the stars to figure out where they are. And they don't use any freaking globe idea, and they use basically the equivalent of latitude, right? How far the stars are above the horizon.
Yeah, this dude I mean, this coming from a Glober, right? If he really wants, if he really
This
cares,
guy's got 4 degrees from MIT. Think
yeah,
about that for a second.
I got kicked.
it's crazy. If he wants to, if he really wants to convince people that the Earth is a globe, he's got to lose the attitude. He's not going to convince
No, we're
anyone.
beyond that. You talking about latitude? You're talking about elevation angles to the stars. Okay, an elevation angle for sure is not a motherfucking tangent to a tangent point. Not the same thing. So
Indio.
don't
sorry.
use our shit. How about you come up with your own system, buddy?
I just want to say, Indio, even with the Inuit up north using the stars for navigation, they lose people going from village to village if they get off course off the trail. Because it's so whited out there. You get 100 feet off a trail, you're lost.
Oh, yeah. You can only do so much, man.
I know quite a few of them from up there.
Oh, I'm sure. I'd like to fucking go hang up there. Not get lost and die, but, you know.
Yeah, I said attitude.
Yeah, his
He's got
attitude sucks, but he's wrong. That's the crazy thing, is you don't know it. But the thing is, I know it. Everything he's saying, see, he thinks, and McToon thinks, that the model they're going to use to predict where the sun is going to be some sort of globe model, but it's actually not. There's a celestial sphere model, but there's not a globe model that predicts where the sun is. So in order to predict where the sun is, right, you got to know your time of year, and you got to know where the celestial equator is above the horizon, the elevation angle of the celestial equator. Once you know that, and you know the time of year, you can position where the sun is in the sky. Okay? You got to know the time, the date, where the celestial equator is. You don't need to know anything about what you're standing on. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Okay? But they don't, and even though McToon knows because I told him, Shiva doesn't know. So he's arguing about that, but that's the thing, is the arrogance, the attitude you're talking about. What's bothering me is because I've been involved in this topic for a long time, and even though you're just offended by the arrogance, I'm doubly offended because he's arrogant and he's wrong. He's being a dick because he's so sure he's correct, but he's actually wrong. That's what doubly burns my ass, man. So as irritated as you are by his fucking pompous attitude, I'm fucking 3 times more irritated than that. Because you know what? Because if you just had some normal person, it was me and him talking, he'd say, I have 4 degrees from fucking MIT. Who are you going to believe? And they'd believe him. Even though I can just whip out the documentation, show the formulas on how it's done, all that shit, go to the U.S. Naval Observatory site where it specifically says how they do the calculation. So it's...
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame you at all, because, like I said, it's just, you know, if you're gonna, if you're gonna debate, and I'm not even one, I don't even like to debate this stuff,
isn't
because I'm
supposed
not...
to be a debate on there, though. That's the funny thing. They're not supposed to be debating. It's supposed to be collaborating to figure out an experiment.
Really?
Yes, that's what this was. It was supposed to be this dude, Shiva. He's like, I'll just make a long story short. Okay. He said, I'll put up the money to have 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers come to Cambridge. We'll all get in a room and we'll iron out a fucking definitive experiment that everybody's going to sign off on. Well, it didn't turn out that way. It turned out this way, right? So what this is the collaboration that's supposed to be happening with 3 flat earthers, with 3 globe earthers. So you changed it. They didn't go to Cambridge either. They're doing it over a Zoom call. And they're supposed to be collaborating on figuring out experiments they can all agree on. Now he's turned it into the globe side versus the flat earth side. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be they all collaborate to think of one experiment. So everybody gets together and say, hey, what's the one experiment which will satisfy both sides? That was the original thing. Now all that's changed. The point is, this isn't supposed to be a debate. This is supposed to be all of them getting together to collaborate on an experiment. But
And, you know, that would have been a lot more interesting, too, to see.
I mean, the title of the video is, hold on. Oh.
Looks like he was.
It wasn't even supposed to be, it wasn't a debate. This isn't a debate fucking thing. It wasn't supposed to be any debate, but it's funny that you think it was from listening to it.
That's what it sounds like. I mean,
I know.
It about halfway through it, I was like, oh, this is reminding me of, like, political debates. They're interrupting each other. They're talking over each other. So, yeah, I just assumed that it was a debate from the get-go. I didn't know that it was an experiment.
It's Science Summit, applying the scientific method to flat Earth geometry.
By affirming the consequent.
Yes, that's what you do. You do it more early and often.
He literally just, I heard him, I was on YouTube listening. He literally he laid out an affirming the consequent formological fallacy as a proposition to determine the geometry of the Earth's surface.
He said that a hypothesis has to be expressed as a mathematical equation. Or it's not a hypothesis.
He said, we pitch the models against each other. We predict the sun's position and time, right? And whoever's is correct, that's what's true. That's affirming the consequent, bro.
It's a reification.
And a reification, yeah.
So, guess what? Whatever model they use, Kevin Samuels can use the same model. Because it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's an observer-centric model. You are in the middle. I mean, there's no globe in it, right? The globe is a point at the origin of coordinates. That's it. It's just a point, and that's where you are. You're on the point. There's no globe. They're not calculating any distance over the Earth. They're not calculating any curvature. They're not calculating any of that crap. It's fucking train wreck, bro. Like, disappointing.
I'd say he's
4
an
PhDs that he did not get his money's worth, dude.
Yeah, he needs to get a refund. He's an intellectually dishonest prick who set a trap that's nothing more than a giant burden-of-proof reversal fallacy.
Well, this is the thing, is who's going to arbitrate it, right? Like this sun thing. So, McToon is going to present a model, which ain't going to be a globe model, but McToon is going to think it is, and he's going to present that. Shiva's going to go, like, the globe side did it, but he's not going to actually look at it and go, hey, well, there's actually no fucking globe in there.
Oh, shit. I've got one. Stonehenge. They've been using, like, these stones for thousands of years, apparently. Stone circles, these stone archways and all that, like, as observatories, and they know at a certain time of year they see a shadow cast by one of those stones and it has a certain angle or it meets another one, or they see the sun come up through in between these two pillars. They know that within, with pretty good accuracy, that within a time frame when it's going to come up in between the next two pillars. I mean, isn't that a fucking model to predict with the sunrise and sunset and moonrise and
But he
moonset
didn't come up
and all
with it
that shit?
himself.
Yes.
He didn't come up with it himself. He has to come up with his own.
So is McToon going to come up with his own?
Exactly.
Right. What does it matter who came up with it? He said if it's true, if it predicts it, then it must be true.
Unless it came from somebody else.
Oh, Indio, I saw the little graph you just posted in there. Does the sun go underneath the circle at night in that?
No.
Okay.
No. It's just some, look, bro. The model that we use to predict it, like, we're not. So people get confused about this. Okay. There's an infinite number of models for any arbitrary data set. Okay. So we have a data set where the sun is. There's a whole bunch of models we could make to predict where that is, where it appears to be. But the model that is used, because it's super simple, is that you're a point at the origin coordinates surrounded by a celestial sphere, and that the sun, and that the sky revolves around you as you go, as you move. Not that not that you revolve, that the sky revolves. Because that's how the mathematics actually works. So if you do spherical trig, they're vectors from the origin of coordinates that trace the angle between two vectors, right? So what's actually rotating is a ball around you. Almost like, you ever seen one of those little hamsters inside a fucking ball?
Yes.
It's like that. That's what the model is. You're like the little hamster inside the ball. And as you move around some distance, the ball rotates around you. That's what the mathematics of the model is.
Is it? Okay. So
They don't actually do like some 3D geometric globe and then get where the sun is in the fucking orbit and all these things. They don't do that. It's too complicated.
It's based off of your personal opinion and your 3D perspective space. That's it.
So is it almost kind of like probably not exactly?
It's just a model. It doesn't mean anything. This is like, it's just a model.
Okay. I was just going to say, it kind of reminds me of like the Greek, like, seven heavens kind of, with the skies, the layer of the skies moving around the earth, right?
Let me read you something. This is from Derek Abbott. He's an electrical engineer. He wrote, "The reasonable ineffectiveness of mathematics." Now, there's a famous paper called "The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics." This is a counter to that. That's a very famous paper among physicists in the scientific community and academia. Like, oh my God, how does mathematics describe nature so well? Well, that's because his argument is because they're cherry picking. They don't think about all the fucking models that are used that don't work. They only say, oh my God, this one works. That's because we basically have an infinite amount of possible fucking models, mathematical models that we can use to describe anything. And most of them will fail. And occasionally some will be right. And then we'll go, oh my God, math describes nature. So I'm going to read you a quote of what he said. "A physicist may have nightmares on studying a standard electronic engineering text, finding the use of negative time in the theory of non-causal filters. However, a non-Platonist engineer has no qualms about such transformations into negative spaces, as there is no ultimate reality there. These are all mental constructs and are dealt with in a utilitarian way, producing results required for system design. That's it. We made a model. It works. Some idiot said the model, it's not just a mathematical model, it's actually physically real. Okay? There's a physical real, but it's not a ball around you. You're on the ball. Okay? They took the ball, the celestial sphere, which would be flat because all the stars assume to be infinite distance, and a sphere, an infinite radius sphere is flat. So that is a contradiction right there in the mathematics, but that's not the point. They said, hey, it's not a celestial sphere, we're on a sphere. But the mathematics of the model aren't a model of a sphere Earth. Do you understand? It would be too complicated. Now imagine they had to do the mathematics right, where they have a sphere Earth, they have a sphere Sun, 93 million miles away, and then you're going to put a person somewhere on that sphere Earth, and they're going to look at the Sun, and then you have to change the coordinate system into a projective geometry, and then see where the Sun looks like it is. Because we don't see it orthographically, right? So you're going to have to convert that 3D, that orthographic Euclidean space to how it looks. Because we're looking at the Sun, right?
Right, and the
Now think
appearance
of how
of the sun.
complicated that is, what I just described.
Yeah, and doesn't the appearance of the sun also change, like, based on where it is in the horizon? Like, it appears slightly larger when it's, like, nearer to the edge of the horizon. It gets,
I mean, that varies. Sometimes it flattens. There's all sorts of different looking sunsets, quite honestly. There's actually types of sunsets. It's called like extruvian vase, and there's double sunsets, triple sunsets, where it looks like there's 3 suns. There's all sorts of weird sunsets. But yeah, sometimes it looks bigger, sometimes it's smaller. Sometimes it's like it's hard to tell because there's a lot of glare. But the point is like why would we just want to know when dawn is tomorrow, when sun rises. Why would we make some convoluted fucking model that's only going to work for fucking maybe 10 years, and then we have to recalculate everything all over again? Right? No, let's just make a simplified model where you're at the origin of coordinates, and we just plot where the sun is relative to the celestial equator, and we just do that. Why convolute it? Like,
the only reasonable explanation I can think of it is if, people actually wanted to try to send a rocket out there and stuff like that. But
well, I'm just saying, just for the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, where the sun is in the sky. I mean, for that purpose, why use a complex model when you can make a simpler one?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
do the simpler one. And even that model has been tested. Okay, so there was 3 observatories that tested the accuracy of sunrise predictions. And the mean error value, meaning how much they were usually off, was plus or minus 4 minutes, with the largest one being 14 minutes difference from what the predicted sunrise time was versus what was actually observed. There's all sorts of anomalous observations of the sun. I mean, I can go on and on about that. Fucking Barents fucking observation 1597 observed. So the sun, on the equinox in the Arctic Circle, the sunrise should happen on the equinox. Is when you should first see the sun. Well, they saw it a couple weeks too early, 2 weeks before the equinox. So that was a big fucking problem. And in fact, they tried to take his royal charter away. Barents, he was like, he got a royal charter to explore the Arctic. When he got back to the Netherlands, all the scientists tried to get the king to take his royal charter away because they didn't believe what he was saying. That's impossible. Earth's the globe. You can't fucking, our astronomy isn't wrong. You must have did something wrong. But he recorded other astronomical bodies in different positions than they were supposed to be too. So they couldn't get him fired, basically. But they tried. But the point is that like what he's proposing isn't going to prove that the Earth is a globe or flat. And the model he uses isn't going to be even a globe model. And Shiba isn't going to investigate and say, hey, is this actually a globe model? Let me look at the formulas and go, oh shit, where's the globe in this? No, he isn't going to do that. He's going to just say they did it. I guarantee it. When a flat earther could actually use the same model, so you see the diagram I posted, we could say, yeah, there's just standing on a ground plane. Because these elevation angles, this altitude, the solar altitude, and this is what Elijah was making a point of, is an elevation angle. That's measured from a horizontal plane. You can't have an elevation angle off of a curved surface. It's mathematically. It's not possible. So that's the whole thing, is that we could say, oh no, these Globers, they're actually using a flat Earth model to predict the sun. And just say they're just stealing our equation. That's why this whole thing is stupid. And the guy, McToon, that's involved in this, one of the guys, he knows all this because I fucking told him. But don't stop them, dude. This is why we get all irate, dude, because this is the shit we deal with as flat earthers. We deal with just fucking bullshit, bro. Just utter freaking nonsense and bullshit from dishonest people. People are like, oh, you guys are flat earthers, you're just conspiracy theorists, think everyone's against you. No, bro, why do you think we record everything? Why do you think we freaking log everything? So the evidence is clear. We're not making shit up. We're not lying. You can go back and you can check, right? To see who is telling the truth. The only times we have, oh, I didn't say that. Like you just said it. Like, no, I didn't. Some Glober in a debate will say that. Like, well, we record this. He's like, oh, go check it then. Every single time when we check, they said exactly what we said they said. Every fucking time.
Yeah, I think honestly, if a Glober wants to have a good faith debate with flat earthers, they're going to have to actually acknowledge and, engage with what y'all are putting out there and just ditch all of this crap about they're just flat earthers, we're not going to take them seriously, stuff like that. That's a waste of time.
Unfortunately, a lot of them are bigots.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes with the territory. I mean, look, it's really like, we understand. We were all globe earthers, like all of us, everybody in this chat. The difference between us and like the typical globe earther is we checked the globe claims and they didn't. I've personally done my own tests. And I am sure most of the people in here have done their own observations and tests. It's really just checking. It's not, I didn't watch a YouTube video to come to the conclusion. I checked it myself. And like, what am I supposed to do? Believe my lying eyes or frickin', and oh man, that ship really isn't 30 miles away, invisible to the naked eye. Fuck, dude. I must have hallucinated that whole thing. I'm gonna go back and watch the fucking ISS live stream and brainwash myself. Am I supposed to do that? What am I supposed to do? Believe the results of my tests, or just frickin' and go back to like just, oh, but NASA says. Watch this TV show. Look at these pictures. Trust these other people that you never met. I can't do that, dude. I'm going to trust nature. The scientific method requires that the claims are testable, repeatable, and verifiable. But we've gotten so far away from that. It's back in the day before peer review, so what a scientist would do is he would publish something, and he would, in great detail, make out exactly what he did and what his results were. And other scientists would get that and replicate what he did. And if they didn't get the same result, they would call bullshit. And if they did get the same result of the experiment, it was considered a scientific fact.
Yeah,
That's how it happens nowadays. We have peer review where the reviewers just review the paper, but they don't replicate the actual experiment.
yeah, that's interesting. I was always under the impression that replicating the experiment at least once was a pretty core aspect of the scientific method.
It's interesting to know.
Well, you can just Google replication crisis. Okay, it's considered a crisis in science that most results can't be replicated. And in
Never
fact, it's led to a
mind
lot
the
of
fact.
scientific fraud. In fact, that freaking I can go through like this Francesca bitch at Harvard. She got busted for scientific fraud when people tried to replicate her shit. This fucking neuroscientist, he managed to glom his way all up to be the president of Stanford University. Turns out that he did scientific fraud, that the results couldn't be replicated. A fucking goddamn a Japanese scientist, this was a big one, came up with all these results for treating cancer, and all this research went into freaking money and like a decade. They say that they lost a decade of cancer research from this guy's fraudulent results that no one could replicate. So it's a problem, man. Scientific fraud. I mean, scientists are just human beings, just like everybody else. They're ambitious. They want to get ahead. They want a name for themselves. They want to make money. They want to be successful. And people cheat. And it isn't because being a scientist does not denote that you're somehow more ethical than everybody else. You're just like everybody else, man. Got the same number of criminals, got the same number of liars, got the same number of cheats. Proportionally, I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that is true. I just I didn't know that they were cutting that many corners with replicating experiments to that
Dude, there's
extent.
literally a website called Retraction Watch. Okay. It's a website dedicated to just tracking all the retracted papers for like retracted for all sorts of reasons: lying, scientific fraud, manipulating data, leaving out data that they didn't like. Like that's one of the major ones, is that they get data points that they don't like and they just throw them away and act like they never measured that in the first place.
One thing that I noticed not too long ago, I think was it sometime last year, or I think it was sometime last year. It was the color of Neptune. Evidently, the original photographer who took those pictures colorized Neptune so that it wouldn't be confused with Venus, because they were almost exactly the same color. And they made a note of that in a footnote saying, keep in mind, Neptune here has been intentionally colored darker in order to not confuse people between the two. But the people who replicated that article just replicated the picture in tons of magazines and tons of articles and stuff, and failed to reproduce the footnote saying that it was colorized
Neptune's
to
not
avoid
blue is what you're
confusion.
saying?
And then people didn't find out about that until, I don't know how many years later, 30, 40-ish, and had to correct it. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, how did it take this long for someone to realize that somebody missed that footnote? And then it got changed to Wikipedia and everything, and I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty funny. That's a pretty big goof up.
I mean, it's funny. The Russians say that the moon is brown. When they say when they landed on the moon and they got the soil, that the moon is brown. And the United States says it's gray. And I think the Chinese say it's some other fucking color.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'll have to read up on that.
Yeah, they say it's the frickin' dust on the moon is light brown. That's what they say.
It just kind of blew my mind that footnote was always there, but the first person who copied it to produce it in an article failed to copy that part, and then everyone else just took that copy and sent it out, and the people just forgot that they were the same color for decades.
Posted a link from Time Magazine, 1966. One sentence. The JPL project scientist Leonard Jaffe. The moon's surface looks like a soil, not very hard, with rocks and clods on it. In it. A rough surface, gray rock lying on a brownish gray, clumpy soil was singularly dull.
Yeah, that is interesting. Because it's quite reflective. It's quite reflective for brownish gray.
The moon, they say, has the albedo of asphalt. That means the reflectivity of asphalt. Yeah, like that you drive on. Asphalt. That's what they say. Has the reflectivity of that. The moon's very strange in a lot of ways. I've heard, though I haven't confirmed this, that like if you measure the brightness of the moon, like say a full moon, in any portion of that, right? Say it's 100 lumens in that little square. When the moon, it goes into phase, right? And when you have a little sliver, the little sliver will be brighter in that little surface area. I'm not saying the total brightness is greater, but that part of the moon will be brighter than if the moon was fully than any section of a full moon, right? So if I look at one little section of the moon, right, it's brighter during crescent than it is when it's full. Not the total brightness, the partial brightness of a spot. I've heard this. I don't know if it's true. Then there's the cold moonlight and the fucking infrared of the moon, thermal infrared, showing the moon's only 40 degrees Celsius. Like, there's a bunch of shit with the moon that's fucked up. I'm gonna play this real quick. Try to finish. I think this is almost done. Finish this shit off.
Perfect.
You can create any coordinate system you want. Spherical, polar, Euclidean, non-Euclidean, linear, non-linear. It's up to you. That's called mathematics. So you're going to use your coordinate system to define, let's say, position of the observer and the position of the sun. Your mathematical model will take the position of the observer and time and output a position of the sun. Everyone clear on that? It's really simple. It's trivial. Okay, that's your formula. Flat Earth will have its formula, which is called a hypothesis. Round Earth will have that. To verify this, the experiment is pretty simple. You go out to a point at that position and you look out and you see where the sun is. That's the experiment. The cost of this, I would say, would be what? Your hourly time?
He's laughing.
To do this. So if I'm billing at $500 an hour and it takes me 15 minutes to do this, okay, it's $125. That's the cost. And then you write down the number. In fact, you could go now and you could find many, many locations that are on the internet, which are just pointing cameras. So we could do this live. So the question is, what are the opposition to this experiment?
I did it twice.
The tool.
I did that twice.
The
with
phone.
Matthew Learns.
User error is high, much higher than at our experiment. But I first need to start with experiment or not, which I tried to say a couple of times, because we don't have this surface of the Earth value, and we want to determine the surface of the Earth. And then we have two models of the sky, but we don't have the connection to the ground. And we observe the sun in the sky, which is nothing like an experiment for the surface of the Earth. Those two things are very different. And I don't know why I have to remind you on that simple truth. I tried to do it in the pre-show, but...
what are you talking about? What simple truth? Are you telling me you don't know where the sun is when you're looking out your window?
No.
It's to the left, it's to the right, it's above and below. What are you talking about?
But what is your connection?
You're talking a bunch of nonsense.
No. Hold on. Nah, see, I gotta.
You know what you're talking about, Kevin. You look out your window, the sun is at a certain location. Everyone could come to my house.
No, he's like, so you don't know where the sun is when you're looking at it? No, the fuck you don't. No, you don't, says Globers. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? You don't fucking know. Where's the sun? What a joke.
And we could all look out the window, if you want to keep it constant, and flat Earth predicts where the sun's going to be, and round Earth predicts where the sun's going to be. It's that simple. Why are you making it so confusing?
Because it's a post-diction and not a prediction, because the sun has appeared in that position.
No, you predict. No, you predict it, and then you look at where it is. So your mathematical formula will predict it. Do you want me to show this to you in sort of more kindergarten terms?
Gaslighting.
Will that help you?
No,
Okay,
we've gone.
That's insulting, Mongo.
Here's my
We've gone
window.
over it
See this?
in the pre-show. I perfectly understand what you would
I
like
don't
to
think so,
observe.
because
Yes.
you're asking really dumb
Perfectly
questions.
understand.
Here's my window. This is my window, okay? And the sun is going to be somewhere on this window, right? But before you even do that, you run through your formula, as Dr. Prabhakar shared in the pre-show. You're going to have your formula. Let's do it again. So you're going to have, let's say flat Earth has its formula. Flat Earth is going to take position and time. And you're going to output X1, Y1. That's a prediction. Get it? That make sense? You get that?
I'm critiquing prediction, but you can call it like this, yeah. But look up the term. When I had to write down.
Wait. Listen.
I had to write down some things. I like you to write down post-diction. Look it up what it is.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. This is what a prediction is. You're just making up shit. This is a fucking prediction. You put in a position and time, and you're going to get an X1, Y1. Okay? This is, I think you, hopefully it's like high school. You learned this.
You didn't even heard my intro.
All right. Well, this is really not for you, because we want to really raise the standards of everyone else who's being polluted. Okay? Because you seem to want to pollute people. Okay?
I like an experiment.
I think you're just saying words. Do you understand this? This is a formula which will predict globe earthers are going to have their formulation. They have 1 week to come up with this formula. You're going to have to come up with yours. Are you capable of doing that?
We can try something, yes.
Something. No, you guys should be able to know math. We gave you guys a week. The original thing was you would do it live.
Okay. Yeah, invite Alan, invite Space Audits Math Genius. Then you can do it live.
Anyone you want.
Okay.
You can go. You have all week to go and do it, and you can come present. You can go talk to Einstein. You can go talk to anyone you want. Okay. So let's stop the bullshitting, because this is what you guys have been doing to fuck with people. This is what you're going to have to do. So go get the predictive formula. No, do you understand this? First of all, don't even say anything. Do you understand this? We talked about it. You said you did.
This guy's aggressively.
But I raised my objections. I said I will
No. Do you know how to do this? Don't talk about your fucking objections. Do you know how to do this? I'm looking at my window. There's going to be, this is the x-axis. This is the y-axis, this is the x-axis, okay? This is my window. And we can literally measure it on my window. That's x, and this is going to be y.
Holy shit. I did this shit twice with Matthew Learns. Fuck's sake.
I can't believe that you guys have been getting away with no accountability. This is x. You get it? This is going to be the x location.
I have the x and y in my proposal, yes.
This is x and y. So you're going to have an x location. I'm going to use x1 just because that's what's in the formula. Okay? For convenience. So you're going to have to, flat earthers, if you're listening, come up with a formula for x1, y1. Okay? That's x. Does that make sense? So a location on here, and this is going to be y up here. In fact, this should actually be just x. X, and this is y. A point on here is going to be x1, y1. So let's draw a point right here. That point, right there, we can put the sun in to make it yellow. This is what I actually observe. And this point is going to be x1, y1. Okay? Mm-hmm. So this is your predictive formula, the hypothesis. This is what you observe. And if x1, y1 equals what you predict for F, you're right. If x1, y1 equals what Globe predicts, they're right. So the first step is you're going to have to go build this formula, which you agreed to do, and we gave people a week. So that's all that needs to be done. And you can also, we're south-facing, and we can look out my building, and we can track the sun. Or anyone can do it anywhere. What's beautiful about this is you can do it anywhere on the planet. Okay? What I like about this experiment, it's going to reveal the scientific method. It's so simple, no one can weasel their way out of it, slime their way out of it. They have to do the math, and they have to do the observation, and we can literally do this in Excel in about 20 minutes, and it's over. It's over. Dave Weiss is fucking over. And that's why he's not here. By the way, Dave Weiss Flat Earth was invited here, and he called me a demon. All right? So
now you throw everyone out who's in somehow related to him.
Oh, yeah, all these wonderful people who know how to do math, Kevin, yeah. Amazing intellectuals.
You don't know.
I do know. I do know. I've been doing math my whole life, and you haven't. So start respecting people who do the work, and you haven't done the work. So we're giving you an opportunity to do the work. Giving everyone the opportunity. So anyone listening out there, develop this formula, and it'll actually, if you can do it yourself, but it does take time, and it does take effort, and it does take professionalism, and it does take skill. You can't just bullshit. Days of bullshitting are over. So that's what needs to be done. So it's 1:30. I think there's really no objection in this process. It's so ubiquitous. So what we expect, and we can do a follow-up meeting, is each team needs to build similarly for your airplane. The Globe people are going to develop their F, right? Their G, Mike. You're going to have to build your G with the error margins. And Kevin, you're going to have to build your F function. 2 functions need to come out with the errors. And same here. We just did. And let's settle this question once and for all and educate people of the scientific method and how it should be done. All right, and let's stop all, and let's help people really understand evidence is reproducible predictions. Because for everything you see on my window, if whichever formula is right, it's going to predict it perfectly.
I have no idea.
And flat earthers may have multiple formulas. If you want to do multiple, go for it. One may say the globe is turning or whatever. Dome is turning, the dome is still, the sun is here. Whatever you want to use, you guys have full freedom. Same with the globe earth people. Some people have said the globe is slightly elliptical, right? A little bit flattened at the edges. Other people said it's perfect. Whatever you guys want to use. So what's going to be really exciting is next week, present your assumptions, how you came up with this formula. Same here, present your assumptions, how you came up with this. So we're leaving today with the flat earthers with their airplane thing and the round earthers with their sun thing.
I found what I wrote down. Sky doesn't offer direct measurable information direct to the ground because it's a phenomenon which is independent from the concrete geometry of the surface. Direct observation of the ground is necessary to determine its shape.
It doesn't, what you just said is nonsense. It's bullshit. You're just saying random words. Don't bullshit me, okay? You're just saying random words, follow the scientific methods, come up with your formula. If you believe that, use those assumptions and come up with your formula.
What an idiot.
It's called a hypothesis. Your words, randomly pulling words that you're getting chatted to at this point is useless, okay?
And
Let's stop the bullshit.
Random bullshit, I guess.
So how many meetings you want to do, like more?
We're going to do the next meeting, you should have your formula. So let's go back to where we started, and we can close this meeting. We started this meeting saying, here is a scientific method, okay? Observation, your observation is going to be the one case the sun, one case the airplane. And then to everyone, you're going to come up with a model, and then you're going to do your experiment, and you're going to gather data, and you're going to compare if your data matches the observational. And then if it's right, you're right. If it's wrong, you're fucking wrong. And it doesn't matter how good you look, what your accent is, whether you're white, whether you're black, you're just fucking wrong. Or you're right.
Credentials.
What's that? You have a problem with credentials that I worked hard and you didn't?
I'm saying it's also not valid here. If you have
No, but there are people who put in the time and work, like a plumber or electrician. So don't deny people's work.
No.
Okay.
I don't like you.
Don't diminish. Don't diminish
credentials when I don't.
If you didn't do the math, you didn't do the math. Okay. So don't diminish people with skills, and that's what you're doing.
I did the math. I looked my stuff up, yeah.
You didn't include error margins.
But I did a lot of math. I don't see a lot of math this week from you, but I can wait for next week.
Wait a minute. We said in our pre-meeting, we gave you guys, Mike said he was ready with the math. You needed more time, so we gave you a week. Your math is like childhood math. Okay, that's a children's math.
Where's your math? From the sun.
Wait a minute. We said that was going to come next week because you needed more time.
For the other experiment
wait a minute.
For the other experiment.
Wait.
No, then you misunderstood. I thought
you're just bullshitting.
Math?
Why don't you go hang out with Dave now? Okay?
No, I'm
not what this
fine.
is.
No,
you are. You're bullshitting. No. Don't fuck with me.
No, I don't.
Don't fuck around with me, okay?
I don't.
And let's just This is one of the great physicists of our time. Let's end with what Richard Feynman actually said, okay? I don't know if it's on here.
No sound.
Huh?
Maybe no, I didn't hear sound.
Yeah, no sound is coming through.
Hold on.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we so don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply. And then we compare those computation results to nature. Or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
That's pretty much it, okay? So enough of the bullshitting. Come up with your hypothesis, compare the data, and if it matches, you're right. And if it doesn't match, you're fucking wrong. End of story. That's why we decided to do this today, because there's far too much people bullshitting and making statements without ever having to back anything up, and they're monetizing it. And those days are over as what the summit's on. So we have 1 week to the teams to go away. The Globe people must come up with 2 formulations, one for the sun's location and the airplane's height. Is that right? The distance? Whatever. I think
distance margin error, yeah. Error of margin.
Intercept. It's the intercept. And the flat earth people need to do the same thing. 2 formulas that can be executed. You can use a spreadsheet. If you want to use MATLAB, whatever you want to use. If you want to use a computer program, etc. And that should give numbers for a particular location. We should just be able to compare both things. So we should literally be able to have 2 spreadsheets. One is a globe Earth prediction, the flat Earth prediction for the sun, and have a bunch of sun locations and just compare. And then do that for the airplane example that Kevin wanted to do. And you have to look at if the results are within that, where they appear within the margin of error, right? If they're so nebulous, the experiment was a bad experiment. That's what it proves. So that's it. I think hopefully to the audience out here, people know what the scientific method is. Hopefully people want answers. They don't want to live in a state of confusion. And let me make this last point. I think those in power are manufacturing confusion. Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent. I'm writing a book called Manufacturing Confusion. And they manufacture confusion because when people are all fucking confused, you can control people. And when you apply science and you can get to definitive reasons, you can't control people. So you really have to start thinking, who is manufacturing confusion to control people and does not want to get down to actual answers? Who is using words and language, which is this random shit, vomiting shit? And who's using precise language and holding people accountable?
Can't take his fucking voice anymore.
Agreed. Getting sick of listening to him spew his bullshit.
Dude, he's literally doing the thing that he's complaining about.
Exactly. He's a fucking hypocrite and a fully automatic projector.
I just can't believe that he cited a paper which was against him, like against his own claim that the margin of error is 6 nautical miles. The paper was testing that specification and found that it's fucking like 40 meters at like 196 miles was the error. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that, in my humble opinion, was a bit of a train wreck,
Yeah, could say that.
to say the least.
I mean, typically,
Choo-choo.
typically I just don't even deal with these idiots. I don't even know why we're wasting our time. It's not even worth almost fucking talking. Like, we deal with certain people, like, I'm like, man, we should go frickin' refute the shit they're saying. And I'm like, no, they're fucking morons. Why even bother? They're not even worth it. They'll just suck you into their vortex of time wasting.
I mean, if you're that passionate about it and you want to bring forward your point, you can't act like that, or no one's going to listen to you. I mean, it's just I don't.
Well, he's failed to win any political office and just he loses and sues. That's what he does.
Yeah, choo-choo. That's a train wreck. Are we supposed to do the math for like what Matthew Learns and I did back a couple years ago?
Yeah, a hypothesis is an equation, brother.
Well,
That's what he said. A hypothesis is an equation.
Okay. I'll just make sure.
So
I got the papers here, man.
I have a hypothesis.
I got.
Yeah, dolphins flip around pufferfish to get high, but I can't figure out the equation for that. So, fuck it.
Oh, I just got back from Home Depot and I bought a 2-pack, which is from Stanley, on sale right now. 2 scientific method tape measures. Freaking awesome, dude.
Dude, you don't need. Can I have one? I'll buy it. I'll buy it from you.
Are you a scientist?
I can use a tape measure.
No, you can't. You're not. No, you can't use a scientific tape measure. You're not a scientist.
Exactly.
Hey, are you sanding something?
Sorry.
Sandy.
I'm sanding down my retinas from having to witness that train wreck.
Were you listening on YouTube? That was freaking bad, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of knew it was going to be bad based on the title, and the content didn't disappoint of how bad it was. I mean, not that it was entertaining.
Choo-choo. Train wreck.
He basically skewed the pool of guests so that he could berate the flat earther guest. He wouldn't dare, try to have somebody sitting across from him that could actually give it back.
Evan Samuel's actually a smart dude. It was just a language barrier. I've talked to him. He's talked to him in DMs. He's done some pretty good experiments, dude. Complicated ones, man.
That's actually a good one, brother. Like, so you get a flat earther that the reason you can berate him is because he's not as quick with the language, right? So the guests think that he's not responding in an intelligent manner, but it's really just that he's struggling to respond quickly.
Right.
So I'm gonna post the experiment he did in the chat. Dude, this is a crazy fucking experiment, dude. Oh, not that one. That's fucking stupid, Jesse. Now he makes like a tunnel with a bunch of halogen lamps inside of it, evenly spaced. And he makes like a frickin' hanging rail to slide the camera along inside this tunnel to see if the light is like bending around a curve or something. Pretty crazy. Convoluted, man. He measures the temperature inside of it. Like, it's a crazy experiment. Like, it must have took him so long to do this.
I like that he said, if you're going to be, deciding the shape of the ground, you need to actually be focused on measuring the ground itself. And then the other guy was like, oh, you're just saying nonsense, dude. Just nonsense. Like, what?
Yeah, dude, it's embarrassing. Dude, he's like literally cringe.
It would have been better for him to say, well, so the one thing that I responded with when I did question that, when people asked me that before, is, well, I mean, I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Where do I find a tape measure that long? Where do I start walking? Where do I end walking? It's just it's, I don't know how feasible that is. That would have been a better response than, oh, just shut up. That's nonsense. That's not even a response.
Exactly. It was very combative.
Yeah.
And degrading.
Did not come across in good faith.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't come across fair and honest and straight. You're just saying gibberish, and you're like, it wasn't fair. He was just yelling. Yeah, pretty interesting, pretty predictable tactic. We've seen this before many times.
Yeah, that Shiva dude is a rude asshole. It was annoying to listen to. It was very hard to listen to, mostly because of how sad and pathetic it was.
Yeah, she was rude. Yeah, it was a bit rude, a bit combative, a bit aggressive. Mr. Know-It-All. And the language barrier was a problem for sure.
It's disparaging.
Like, if I were one of the globe earthers in that experiment with them in there, I would have been annoyed with him. I would have been like...
I mean, if we were all going to his class, we would have been annoyed with him, If he was Mr. Professor MIT, bro. I don't want to go to his class. He's just not a decent human being. Calling people, being very...
what was he a professor of?
I think he's like not a biologist. He was like a computer guru guy. He started email, apparently.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
In other words, he's a professional. Yeah, so in other words, he's a professional liar?
Well, he started email, according to him.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, well, that's what he claims that, bro. I'm just saying. Don't believe me. I'm just saying.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I was hip to this cat, man, 2020, when he was talking about the different things that were going on during that time. That's when I ran into him. And he was kind of against all that craziness in 2020. And I was like, this guy seems cool. But now he's like berating flat earthers. Fuck, that's sad. It's world's funny place, man. Damn. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I know about Dr. Shiba. Anyway, is anybody going to deal with the math? I'm not. I can't do that. It's not my forte, but I know a math professor. Yeah. Angles to the sun, bro. That's what we got. Or angles to the sun. Okay. Let's do it.
Anything else happen interesting? Yay, nay, maybe way. Oh, Indio, earlier I was telling you that VaxWax has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet. What do you think of that? Based on his claims that the elevation angles to the stars are right triangles, and there's a ground position, and that ground position has a specific location at a specific time on the face of the Earth. So he can plot all those points out, make his concentric rings around Polaris, also in the south, and then he'd have the exact map where all those locations are. And he hasn't been around in a while. I wonder if he's feeling good about it. Feeling good. All right, flat Earth dude, what's going on? Why is nobody talking? You scared them all? Gotcha. All right, bros, what do you think? Should we hang out here for a bit, see if anybody comes by? Or should we roll over to politics and wreak havoc?
I'm down for whatever. I'll hang out.
I got to head to bed, but politics. That's the server that I tried to join that one time because y'all were hanging out there, and it was super chaotic over there. I was like, I can't.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
It is.
Thing is, though, there's usually triggered Globers there. So if we need a combo, we could oftentimes can get one. It all depends. Like there's ebbs and flows. We were the number one channel for almost the entire year in the ranking, and we were the number one channel overall for the year.
Amen.
So we were only supplanted during that year by, what were we supplanted by? The elections? What was it? It was the election, wasn't it?
If it was in 2024, that would make sense.
Yeah, but during the election, leading up to it, we were got supplanted as the number one channel. But we actually had the number one hours overall for the year.
Yep. Yeah, they love us over there. I wouldn't mind hanging out over there if everybody wants to do that. I'll migrate. See if we get some good discussions going.
Hey, y'all gotta listen to me do dishes.
I thought you were having a bath.
Just doing an experiment. Dishes clean. Hypothesis. If I clean the dishes, they will be clean. Experiment. If cleaning the dishes, result, the dishes are clean. Therefore, the cause of clean dishes is cleaning the dishes. Wow, can I be a PhD now? Man, Shiva's a retard. I was over there in the comment section on that video, telling people that I could tell just from the thumbnail of the video that this guy's stupid because you don't use the scientific method to figure out the shape of something. And they're all trying to challenge me, like, oh my goodness, scientific method against shapes. Oh my god. I'm like, dude, you just measure shapes, you dummy. I told him maybe Shiva needs to go audit a 7th grade science class. Learn what the scientific method is. Hey guys, when you were in geometry class, did they teach you the scientific method in that class? So they said, what we have here is a circle. Now, the formula for a circle is, first we have to apply the scientific method. Did they? Is that what they did? No, the answer is no, they didn't. But Shiva wants to lecture flat earthers that flat earthers are the stupid ones. Get real. So it did reveal something though. He's writing a book about confusion, right? And so he's basically getting into the flat earth so he can use it as a springboard for his book. And then he wants to call the flat earthers the grifters. Like, there's like, how many flat earthers actually make money? Like a decent amount of money, do you guys think? Like less than 12?
Yeah, you could probably count them on your fingers.
Well, I mean, there could be ones we don't know of, but I'm talking specifically about ones that are like outspoken that are easily in any sort of, let's just call it mainstream flat earth circle. You know, like Weiss or Jaron used to be, or Whitsitt, or any of these guys. Like, how many of these dudes are actually making any kind of serious money off of this flat Earth topic? And even if they are, how many of them are there?
I doubt any of them's making more than chump change anyway. The Globers make more money than flat earthers do. They get mad donations. Super chat. Tell them the truth. We're popular. More people would do it. If it were profitable, more people would do it.
What's your favorite ice cream? Man, that was an easy question. Bro, did you do the scientific method to figure out what your favorite ice cream was? Bro, did you do the scientific method to figure out what your balance was in your bank? Bro, did you use the scientific method to figure out which sock goes on which foot? Oh, man. I don't know, man. Maybe I need to go back to school and finish a PhD. That way I can have PhD on the end of my name. Then I can get in a PhD fight with another PhD.
PhD fisticuffs.
I got a PhD. My name is PhD. Yeah, you know me. Oh, Ethergrass, I think it's kind of fizzling out here, bro. I just got off work, working, putting stairs in. Kind of tired. Eat a veg.
If we hop over to politics, somebody might join in and start something.
Oh, it's Kopsky. Kopsky, you come hang out?
Cope.
We were just listening to Dr. Shiva try to gaslight everyone into thinking you can use the scientific method to figure out what a shape is, because he's a retard. Hey, Kopsky, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Vanilla.
Mm. All right. Mine's strawberry. Well, let me ask this question. What is your hypothesis of the scientific method that you applied to figure out what your favorite ice cream was?
It's white, and I like white things. And then I tested it, and I confirmed that it is in fact delicious.
Man.
I gotta take a shower.
All right, bro. You know your shower pan or your tub is slanted, so that the water drains to the hole. Pretty interesting. Wait, Grass, I think everybody in here fell asleep. All right, listen to my silverware.
Yep, I'll hop over there and we can drop the link over here if anybody wants to follow.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, don't forget, if you got two devices, it's okay if you just log in here with one and log in over there with the one, and then whichever one you want to use for talking, you use for talking, and the other one you use for staffing. That way you can get people to go to both places. Because it's perfectly okay to have two conversations. Everybody doesn't have to hang out in one. You know what I mean? But speaking of that, let's do a little foray, and we'll test the waters over there. Boogity boogity. Open it up.
go.
Yeah, buddy. All right. Hold on. I'll post the invite over there. Lobby. At EVERY. Everyone? Link. Oh my goodness, that's the wrong link, you stupid link. Delete that message. Dude, who in the heck busted my link? I hate when you say to copy something and it doesn't copy it. Alright, I gotta get back to politics. Go all the way up to the top. Share invite. Copy. Start event. There we go. Made the channel for the event the communist room. So when I started it, I went into the room and people were just yelling off their heads. I was like, what just happened? Alright, so I gotta do it over again. Give me a second. Okay, let me pick 24/7 Flat Earth. The flat Earth is still here.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
How y'all doing today?
Doing all right.
All
Hope all's
right.
well with you, man.
I'm curious. I got a theory, okay? And I was thinking that today, man, I was like, I'm on something. I'm cooking on something, you know? It goes like this. I feel like ninjas want the earth to be flat, so they don't have to say that their mom's ass is flat. Because it's never going to be as flat as earth. You know what I'm saying?
Your
That makes no sense.
Every ass going to be a little bit rounder than the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting. So do you have a PhD? Because that was very intelligent words you
What's
just
a
said.
motherfucking do, man?
Dude, I'm intellectually inferior, and I'm feeling jealous
I
and
got a
envious
PhD.
and
That's not even how you say that word.
self-conscious.
That's not even how you say that word, bro. It stands for I got a PhD C. All right. Oh, PhD crack. You know what I'm saying? Like I got it from crackology. You know.
All right, brother.
Appreciate
So
that.
are you just going straight? Are you just going straight into acting silly so that you don't have to take flat Earth seriously because you don't want your worldview to be challenged?
Shit ain't that serious, man. Like y'all gotta chill, bro. I'm laying in some game. I'm trying to put you on game right now.
Okay.
Hey,
cool.
You know? I'm trying.
So
to
then you agree the Earth? Yeah. So then you agree the Earth is flat. Okay. Cool.
Well, anyway, what was I saying, man? Though, like, what you think of the theory, though? I feel like it's an interesting theory, man. I was cooking it. I know it's got a little bit of work around the edges, man. I got a plumb. So I think it's like a good basis off of. Man.
Yeah. So Earth is covered in water. Water's flat. Therefore, the Earth's flat. I mean, it's that simple.
Well, first of all, man, I don't even know if the water is like flat overall. Like it would have to cover whatever's on there. Okay, so like the water don't make no shape. The water follows a shape, from what I would know. Like even
No,
if
it doesn't.
the water would never make the shape because the water is isn't it pulled by like shit called gravity or some shit.
I mean, well, that's a claim that they have. But see, check this out, brother. If so, I was just doing my dishes, and no matter what dish I put in the water, the surface of the dishwater was flat.
Oh, do you think like
30
the
different
Earth?
silverware, the surface was flat, right? So the surface of the water is flat. Bro. It doesn't matter what's underneath it.
Oh yeah, let me ask you this, bro. Y'all think that the Earth follows the water or the water follows the Earth?
I think that water fills a container until it reaches its equipotential, then it's flat and level on the surface.
Exactly. The water follows the Earth, so the water adapts to the shape of whatever is going across, whatever it's being pulled towards. Okay. If you put a water in a container,
Right. So I agree with you.
If you put a water in a container, bro, it's gonna fall to the bottom of it. Right? Every time.
Right, and then when it gets to the bottom, the surface of the water at the bottom will be flat.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on how distributed the molecules are. Now,
we know.
In the case of Earth, okay, like the Earth's like what they call it now, a sphere or some shit. That's what they call it. And now the water covers the sphere, man, and it occupies the space between the
That's
lanes.
the claim. Yeah, that's a claim.
It's facts, though, bro.
Yeah, brother. Look, here's the problem. That's not a fact. It's a fact that it's a claim. The problem is that they're claiming that the water is curved around, but there's no
I ain't
curved
claim
water.
that. I ain't claim that. It's just true.
What's true? That it's a claim? Yeah, I agree with that. It is a claim.
Yeah, it's a claim that's true. Yes, you're starting to understand shit now. You learn pretty quick, man.
Okay, right. So your entire evidence that it's true was it's a claim that's true. That's like circular reasoning.
That ain't what I said. And you tweaking, bro. I told you that it's like true fact. True.
Right. So you said it's true because I told you it's true. Well, that's real profound, brother.
Is that what you thought I said, man? Because that ain't what I thought I said.
No, that is what you said. What evidence? Okay, what evidence do you have that it's actually true then?
I'm talking about the experts with the salt, man. Like, I'm gonna ask you this, bro. What experts you know say the Earth is, let me see, flat?
Well, that depends. Is there an expert in flat Earth?
The problem is, I've heard some people in your community that say they know shit about that. You know, so I'm like, there gotta be some person who say they know shit. Who's that?
Well, do you have to be an expert to understand that if water could just be demonstratively measured to be flat, then the claim that it's curving around a giant ball of water is just false?
No,
you don't need to be an expert.
But that proof just kind of also proves our point because water adapts to the shape of whatever it is. Okay, so the water goes around a sphere. It adapts to the shape of the sphere.
Okay, that would be cool. Listen, you would be correct if the Earth was a sphere. So what you have to do is prove the Earth is a sphere before you can say it's being wrapped around a sphere, dude.
But you just told me water ain't flat. First off, we agree. Water ain't flat.
Yeah, it is.
Water forms whatever shape that it goes onto.
No, dude, water is flat and level on the surface, regardless of the shape that it's
We're not
over.
talking about the overall shape. We're talking about the surface. The problem though is you ain't
Yeah,
evaluating
the
the surface.
surface. Yeah, okay, cool. So show me a large body of water taking the shape of the lake that it's in on the surface.
Like for example, look at
Go
that
ahead.
bottom of the bowl, okay? That the bottom of the bowl is curved, okay, and whatnot. It curves into the bottom, okay? It ain't a straight
The
line.
bottom, correct, friend.
Exactly.
Correct.
Exactly.
Yeah, pay attention, brother, come on.
Exactly, bro. So that means the
All right.
water, Earth ain't
All
flat.
right, bro. Okay, listen, I admire your zeal, but we can't both fight for the mic incessantly. And since I'm the one who has the control of the mic, I guess I win. So check this out, brother. You are correct, 100%, and I agree with you, that the bottom of the water takes the shape of the bowl. But the top of the water in the bowl is flat, my bro. Oh, he's one of those, he deafens himself. All right, let's see. Hey, moron. You're off mute. Now you can undeafen yourself.
Too mute happy, bro. Like, y'all gotta chill.
Hey, bro. Get out of my room. Bye. Get lost.
Thank you. He was such an interrupting prick.
No, that's exactly what I wanted him to do. I could have handled dealing with him if he didn't go on deaf when I gave him the instructions. So I mean, it's just a waste of time. He's basically trying to train me that he will not allow himself to be muted or censored. Like he just has to have the free right to just talk straight through you.
Yeah, you could also tell he wasn't capable of taking in information.
Well, he did have a point though. So if you put water in a bowl, it takes the shape of the bowl from the surface, and you pour Jello in it, and you heat it up, and then you let it solidify. You can then take the Jello, turn it upside down, and then it'll be curved on the top. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. So I mean, good grief, dude! The guy needs a Nobel Prize for that one. Man, he wasn't too bad though. I was kind of hoping he'd stick around. Oh man. Man, it's snowing already.
Yeah. Now he's gonna chat skank it up. I'm always disappointed with the ones who plug their ears like a little child.
Yeah, what is it, Monday? Is it Monday or Tuesday?
We're on Tuesday now.
Dang, I thought it was going to be about to be Wednesday morning.
Ooh. It's well for me. It's 2 a.m. So.
Yeah. I'd only count it by if it's not dawn yet, then it's not the next day yet. That's how I deal. That's how I do it.
Fair enough.
So like right now it's 2:30 in the morning, which is technically Tuesday morning. But if I go to sleep while it's still dark and I wake up in the dawn, that means I went to sleep Monday night. Oh, we had Anthony Burrows join. Cool. What's up, Anthony? We're all talking about our favorite ice cream flavor that we like to eat our feelings because we found out the Earth was flat and we have to cry over our lost globe.
Oh, mine's chocolate mint chip. That's the thing. But I'm diabetic, so that's a bit
Oh, nice one.
sugar-free one.
Cool. Yeah, that's one of my faves. My personal fave is strawberry, but that mint chocolate chip is pretty much the top three.
But I love bananas, but I hate banana flavoured sweets. Does anyone else feel like that?
I'm the opposite, bro, because I used to love bananas, but then when I was in my 20s, I just spontaneously became allergic to them. And so now I can only eat cooked bananas or any type of banana flavored thing. But I can't just eat a raw banana.
That's weird because
Kinda weird.
sometimes when I eat a banana, I cough. It's like a slight reaction to it.
You know how they tell you if you feel like you're having a heart attack, come on, down some aspirin?
Oh yeah.
So I was having these really bad chest pains, really weird feelings. I thought I was getting like heart attack symptoms, and I would be down in the aspirin. It took me a while to figure out it was the banana directly causing it, because like that one time, it's like I had nothing else except the banana. It was the only culprit. And then I tested it out again, and yep, it was the banana. At least it wasn't a 20-year-old heart attack. You know what I mean?
It's more like
Speaking of heart attack, bro. Speaking of heart attacks, though, there's a lot of globe believers that when they hear that people think the Earth is flat, they like almost like have a heart attack. Like they get so offended, react so viscerally. It's like, how dare there be people that don't believe in my globe?
that's my favourite part when you get someone like Matrix or someone else just explain something and you just see it click in their face and the blood drains from their face with the realisation that, wow.
Oh.
See, I like it when, like AI or Cyclone, someone who is super, super chill explains to them, and then they go into full meltdown mode. That's when I love it the most. So you get these two extremes. You've got this super chill person, barely raising their voice, explains it all flawlessly, and then it's like 3, 2, 1. Like these dudes had invented it themselves, and you just took it off them.
That's the point I keep on trying. I've been recently pointing that out to people. You didn't come up with this. You do not have to defend it if you don't want to.
And there was that one time I was talking really really congenial with that one. I can't remember his name, but it had something to do with Cosmic or something. And we were talking for a while, and then I cornered him in a logic corner, and the only answer he could do was admit that if the previous things we had talked about were that the result would be the Earth is flat, and he immediately just said a whole bunch of weird gay stuff. Like almost like oh man, it was just basically I just turned him gay on the spot, dude.
You broke his internal vault, and it all started spilling out.
Yeah, but it was weird. It was just weird, man.
Or they'll flip out and drop N-bombs or something just so they can get expunged from the conversation because they know they're just going to get hammered properly.
God does manifest in so many different weird ways.
Dude, speaking of guys who are spazzing out, man, we did that Dr. Shiva Summit review over on Home Base. Dude, that guy is whacked, bro. Shiva is whacked.
I'll have to sit and listen to that. I've only heard half an hour of it, so I'll have to go through it. He was pretty twisted from what that half hour that I heard, just like the intros.
Towards the end, he was like, trying to wrap it up and basically lecture the flat earthers how it's time for them to get serious and do math and all this. But the whole thing was supposed to be about the scientific method. Then it's like he's doing formulas and equations and just things that aren't scientific method, dude. But then the flat earther told him, well, these other tests are, basically about the sky, and if you're really trying to figure out the Earth, you should be focused on, looking and measuring and figuring out the Earth. And then Shiva was like, oh, that's just nonsense. You're just saying random words.
Oh, global meltdown mode. Oh,
he was only just hearing to respond, not listening to understand.
Matrix, what time is it for you, man?
1841.
In the evening or the morning?
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
It was hilarious.
Oh.
He kept on going off on people, acting like they were being disrespectful towards him and towards all these scientists who put in all this work. Tripping. He acts like it's unscientific to be critical of science.
It was being sold as science, but when you listen to his intro, he made a very big point of you have to have a mathematical equation in there as your hypothesis. So, yeah, he was on one hand selling it's all about the scientific method, which nobody knows. He only had sort of a quick deal on that, and then he had a very intense part of it must be have the mathematics because heaps of people are hopeless at maths, especially flat earthers, which I've noticed. So he was very up on ensuring that there was equations in there. So to him, the Baltardia is a mathematics thing. It's not a observation or a measurement. So, yeah, I found it odd that he had to have that in there. So he has something else going on in the background.
It's like he kind of built himself a burden of proof reversal fallacy trap to try and get people to lock themselves into, well, now I got you. You have to use your model. And they start acting like you're not allowed to say anything about the globe. Fuck.
That's what, where was it, over at the English Journal? I said to Yoda last night. Yeah, last night. 20 hours ago. Yep. I would have used the slope intercept formula or formula for a line and put that on him, and then all we're doing is comparing that to reality. If he really needs a formula, he can have that. Anyways, welcome to the new person that just dropped in. I didn't see who it was. Apologies.
Anthony?
Yeah, bro. To the new person who dropped in, we're just hanging out, eating ice cream, eating our feelings, because the Flat Earth room is still here on the politics server. It wasn't good enough that the Flat Earthers had the most popular room all of last year, but they're still here this year. And even though they took a week off and they should have just stayed gone, they're still here. So now us Globers are eating our feelings with our favorite ice cream to cope with the fact that the Flat Earth room is still here. And still, after being gone for a week, still number 2 in the overall concurrent hours. So, yeah.
So, Opium, what is your favourite flavoured ice cream?
Or maybe it's shy. Ask somebody else.
Well, mine's choc mint. I reckon that's great, that stuff. Like, seriously, to the level of, if I went down to the shops and there's one tub of choc mint left over and somebody else puts their paws in to grab it, I think there might be an altercation going on. Like me stealing it and running for my life, but that's another story. Mansky. Here we go. Mansky, there's a bit of a cope session going on. All the Globers are here, eating ice cream for their feelings, because they're having a bad time about us still being in the politics server. So the question is, what's your favourite flavoured ice cream?
I already went over this with AI Overlord.
When?
Like a half hour ago.
So you finished coping already? Or you just had a little tub of ice cream?
Oh, a whole gallon, baby.
Oh, nice one! What flavour was it?
Vanilla, because I like white things.
Oh, hold on, brother.
Ooh.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There is something wrong here. Where in the heck did you get a gallon of ice cream?
That is a serious question, because there'd be a few other players that'd like to know, because those little quart containers of ice cream are a fail.
Yeah, to be fair, though, you could buy 4 of the little quarts, and that would be a gallon. But if you buy a tub, usually the tubs are 1.5 quarts. And then if you buy the big tubs, they're actually either 2 gallon. I think they're 2-gallon tubs. So it's like to just go out and buy 1 gallon of ice cream is actually harder if you're trying to buy just one container.
It'd have to be.
I don't even know anyone that makes it.
When you go to ice cream shops and they've got those rectangular containers that they've got in the freezer section where they just scoop off the ice cream for you, it'd be one of those tubs, wouldn't it? I'd get me one of those.
Okay, so straight up. Okay, I get it now. It's a half gallon. So the standard tubs, like the little standard normal average tub, is a half. It's called a half gallon, but it's actually 1.5 quarts. And then the gallon is the big tub.
So that'd be a 4 litre container for us. That's the big ones. So a full gallon for you guys is like 5 litres or 5 point something litres.
Dude, that's big, man. Walmart sells them. Walmart sells the gallon tub of ice cream, and it's a square with a plastic lid, and then it has a handle that goes from one corner of the square to the other, to a different corner of the square.
I reckon I could nearly eat that in one sitting. Or if not, I'd give it a good crack.
I can get
Dude, a
4
whole gallon.
kilos for like $11.
Dang.
I posted a picture. I don't know the quality. I'm just looking on a Chinese internet, you know.
Because what do we get? We get 1 litre, 2 litre, or 4 litre. So that's the big ones. Right. I like the handle.
Dude, I don't know if I could eat something that's called clotted cream, bro. Holy moly. I mean, it probably tastes good, but the name clotted cream, that does not sound tasty.
That sounds dangerous.
Dude, it sounds like you need to see a gynecologist.
Oh shit. Oop. That or get a mammogram done.
As much as I love eating ice cream, one of the biggest issues for me is I cramp up after eating it. So I get my hands and my feet cramp up. I don't know if it's because of the amount of sugar in it or it's cold, so it should be. But yeah, I don't know what the cause is, but I know if I eat a container of ice cream, just even the little 1 litre ones, about 40 minutes later, my hands and my feet will start cramping up.
Well, that's because the ice cream's going up. So what you need to do is turn the ice cream upside down and then tear off the bottom and eat it from the bottom down, and then you'll be fine.
Is that just an Australian thing? Because we're upside down and all?
Yep.
Why don't y'all get brain freeze every time you eat ice cream?
It's like the bends, dude. You know, like the bends. If you go up too fast in pressured water, your head explodes. It's kind of like that. If you eat upside down ice cream, dude, it'll fix that for you.
I'll put in a video one day of me ripping through the bottom of a container. And you'll be all going, what is this silly bastard doing? Oh, yes.
No, you got to consider, bro. Think about it. If food congeals and coalesces under the forces in its location, right? That's going to be distributed in a certain manner. And so as so when it's formed and stored, it has all those effects on it, and then when it travels around the earth, if it's now antipodal to its original position, it hasn't had time to acclimate its new orientation to distribute the flavor from the bottom to the top. So clearly, dude, I mean, it's obvious what's wrong. You just got to turn that thing upside down, bro. Exactly.
Make it myself over here so it's aligned the right way in the first place.
Hey, you know that yogurt where there's yogurt and then some of it's fruit and you have to stir it up? You know what that's called?
The earth is flat and NASA is gay.
Well, that's a good start.
Oh, welcome.
Ah. Why do you hate NASA, bro?
Because they mean to deceive in Hebrew.
Well, if they were trying to deceive you and they put a title of their name as a deceive and you think that it means to deceive you, then what if that's a deception?
The Freemasons believe they have to tell you what they're doing in order to absolve what is called consequence. So if you understand Freemasonry, you understand they have to tell you. So when they tell me, I listen. I don't know about you.
Okay, so if you consent, then they're not guilty?
There you go. You understand the absolvent. Good job, bro. I'll never understand how grown adults see the same stars in the night sky every single night, the same moon phases every single month, and somehow come to the conclusion that we're a rock in the middle of space traveling millions of miles per hour through infinite vast space. Interesting.
Keep going, Neo. Keep going.
Well, Matrix doesn't see the same stars in the night sky that you see if you're not living in Australia.
Nope. You'll talk about Polaris, and I'm like, what's that?
Oh, here we go with the Polaris.
But what if the reason why you don't see different stars is because the Earth is actually the center and it's not traveling through the universe, but it still is a globe inside a vast universe of stars.
Bro, if we were a rock tumbling through space and we were completely random, wouldn't there be like aliens and shit? I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be like a conspiracy.
No, yeah, but that's fair. But I said, what if you're not tumbling through space? What if the Earth is just stationary?
Well, NASA
It's in the
says
center.
it's through space, so are they lying or are they not?
What if they're just retarded? Yeah, but what if they're just retarded? You know, like they can't think straight?
Nah, bro, they're not retarded. They just want us to believe that we're random specks on the universe so that we believe we're weak. Shout out to NASA, though. They did a good job. Gotta give it to them.
So you're blaming NASA for this? Or maybe they're just being good little boys and girls doing what they were told?
Probably.
So you don't like NASA. So how did you come to the conclusion the Earth was flat? What was it that sold it for you?
Outer body experiences and science. I'm a scientist. I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science. Nothing adds up.
Interesting.
That's interesting because before you got here, we were talking about some schmuck PhD loser who was doing a flat Earth versus round Earth summit, supposedly to do the scientific method, quote unquote, to decide whether a shape is flat or curved. What do you think of that?
Science is nothing but confirmation bias. You can't use a theory and try to prove something or try to figure something out because you have a preconceived notion. That's like saying, hey, the Earth is flat. Use our technology to determine it. Look, you see this star? That's what that's doing. You can't tell me what to do in order to figure out the shape of the Earth. That's stupid.
Yeah, it was funny. Like at their science, quote unquote, science summit, a lot of the globe earthers that were there were just talking about things in the sky.
Bro, for all we know, and this is going to sound crazy, projection. I don't believe that, but I mean, can you believe anything these people tell us? Nope, can't.
Well, that's just it. It doesn't matter what they tell us. It's up to us to go and confirm whether it's true, false, or otherwise.
Too bad we can't. We don't have rockets, and they refuse to let us into air. So,
why would I need a rocket?
It's the only way. It's the only way.
It's the only way to what?
To figure out the shape of the Earth. You can't figure out the shape of the Earth while you're inside of it, but you can use a bunch of circumstantial evidence in order to determine, which millions of people did centuries ago. But for some reason, NASA came out of nowhere and said, forget what those people are talking about. You're a rock tumbling through space. I don't know.
You're telling us we can't measure the ground and confirm whether it's a ball or whether it's flat.
Correct.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. How are you gonna? How? It makes no sense.
Well,
you're inside of the Earth.
Let's just go with the assumption that it's a ball, yeah? So like the Globers would, we're assuming it's a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what a tangent is to a curve or to a ball?
I suck at math, I'm not gonna lie. That's why I chose science.
You know when they get a straight line and they stick it on the edge of a circle?
Sure.
That's a tangent.
Mm-hmm.
So the point where it touches would be the tangent point. So let's assume it's a ball. And what could we use to act as a tangent to put across a exceptionally large body of water, for example? So we've got a massive lake that's like 30 miles across. What could we possibly use as a tangent to confirm whether the ground is curving underneath it or if it's straight? Like a high-powered laser, for example? That'd be all right. What do you reckon?
No, not really.
Why not? High-powered lasers go for like 40 miles. And we're only going 30, so that's pretty well covered. If you're worried about the laser beam spreading, as they do, there's a thing called a columnator that they put on the end of the laser to refocus it. So
a bunch of technology
for longer.
bullshit. Yeah, I know.
It's just a laser. It's a light. It's a beam of light. So what we do, we go to one side of the lake, we set up this mad beam of light, horizontal, okay? And then we go, right, let's go around the other side of the lake. Now, if it is curving, there should be drop over distance. So naturally, because of the curve, so this is assuming that it is curved, there should be a rate of curvature. So at 10 miles, we should expect to see a 60-foot drop. At 20 miles...
Lasers don't map curvature. A laser doesn't trace the curvature of the Earth. It travels in a straight line.
Excellent. That's the whole point of this. That's why we're using the laser.
Refraction literally makes the test unreliable. You do understand that.
Refraction?
Yeah.
So,
air is... Go ahead.
So what? There's some kind of mirage effect happening. So you've got to remember, we've set the laser up on one side of the lake. We've travelled around the other side. All we're doing is measuring the difference between the water and the laser. Now, if we are 10 miles, and we're still assuming the ball, of course, there should be a 60-foot drop. So difference between the laser and the water. If it's 20 miles, 270 feet. Go to 30 miles, you're up to 600 feet of difference between the laser and the ground.
Let's assume that's true. Even if light really did bend along the Earth's surface, which it does slightly under certain refractive conditions, that doesn't reveal the planet's shape. It only shows that light behaves differently in air.
No. You've gone the wrong side.
Laser test.
Okay, whoa, bro, you've gone the wrong way. I'm assuming it's a ball. So, if under that assumption, we go, the laser is straight, we measure the difference of the drop from remember the laser's set up horizontal. So, if it is curved, we should expect to see these massive differences. If you want to claim refraction is cutting down that distance, so instead of saying a 270-foot drop, it's only 200 foot, hey, that's on you if you're still a globe believer. Now, on the opposite side, if it's flat, we should expect to see that laser, if it's set 1 foot above the water, when we go to the other end, it should be roughly 1 foot above the water. Does that make sense?
Still can't do that experiment with the laser. Simple.
Why not?
I'm sorry to break that to you. You just can't.
Why not? Okay.
Even if the Earth was a perfect ball.
I can't because somebody stole my laser.
Let me explain.
What's the
You asked
reason?
me why. Oh my God. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, he's not going to help you. What's the reason why we can't do that test?
Because the curvature drop is only about 8 inches per square mile. That means over 1 mile, you get 8 inches of drop. Over 10 miles, 66 feet drop. That sounds big, but you need a laser beam to stay perfectly level and straight across that distance. And the air simply doesn't allow that. It doesn't allow that. It's scientifically impossible. I'm a scientist.
So,
I understand this.
Show me where some citations or some kind of validation.
Bro, I'm telling you as
agree. What the? You're not a scientist, arsehole, mate. You know that as well as I do.
You're not.
Brother, I can show you my bachelor's degree on cam. What are you talking about? Everything you're saying is false and can be
So, show me some kind of validation, citation, where the laser conforms to this 8 inches per mile square in order for you to invalidate my claim.
Brother, light travels straight in uniform air. Earth's air isn't uniform. It bends the light up or down, depending on the weather.
So which way does it bend it, up or down?
This motherfucker. I'm done. I'm muting up.
Which way does it bend it, up or down?
That's booted out here. You mute people, you're going to cause confusion. Andy's
No, he muted himself, man.
I said I'm muted up, bro.
Oh, it sounded like you said I'm muting him.
The problem we've got... Hold up, Tim. The problem we've got, our young friend, is we've only found video or photo evidence of the laser bending upwards. Now, in order for you to disprove what I've just stated as a perfectly good test, you would have to supply me with, and the rest of the panel, with a laser bending down, whether photograph or film of such. Please do so. So we can go, you know what? This brother's got it right. Let's stand back and go and reassess what we're doing.
You got it, bro. You clearly don't understand what I said, but it's okay.
I understand clearly what you said.
Okay. So then you would understand.
So I would like you to provide us with photographic or film evidence of this laser bending downwards in order to invalidate my claim of such a simple test.
We're all. Wait, are you a flat earther or a globetard?
Well, you're obviously a globetard. I can tell that straight away.
Wait, wow. We were literally arguing. I'm literally not a globetard, brother.
You literally are.
Okay. I thought you were defending the spear model, but okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Dude, seriously, how do you find lasers bending? Like, I'd really like to see it.
No, you're missing the point. Me and him were arguing, and we're on the same side. That made no sense. I thought he was arguing that you can measure the globe's curvature using a laser, and
did I not say, assuming it's a ball?
Yeah, why are you assuming it's a ball? That's just
because that's what a glober would do. If they're going to do this test, they would assume their radius of 3959 miles with the approximation curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. And they would point the laser over a large body of water, knowing that water at rest is horizontal, flat. We could do this test. Now, all of a sudden, you've gone, but refraction is going to wreck everything for us. Maybe you should go and look into refraction a little bit.
By the way, we all know Matrix. You're the outsider here, so we're just curious what you think.
Listen, bro, I don't believe in the globe model. I don't believe in NASA. I said that as soon as I entered.
You believe in refraction as your get out of jail free card.
I said refraction to
let's get horrible about this. What's your second medium? What are you laughing for? That's not funny. I don't remember saying a joke.
I'm laughing because you're arguing with somebody who's on your side, and you're
not on my side. You're a glober.
It's okay, dude. You can say you don't know. We're here to try to figure things out. We don't believe anything, by the way. We believe in the evidence, but we don't believe that it's flat or it's a globe.
Dib, do you understand English? I am a flat earther.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. Yeah, like, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he arguing with me?
Because he's asking you a question, and you're just. It kind of sounds like you're running away from it. So
I literally answered the question. I said that globetards wouldn't be able to conduct that experiment because light literally can't measure the curvature, even if we assumed it's a ball. And I did that using science, and for some reason...
So let me get this straight. If we assumed it was flat, put the laser across, and then went, hey, look, it's flat, would you still say you can't do it because of refraction?
It's a good question.
It's the same exact thing, brother. Because guess what? Air. Didn't we come to the conclusion that the variable is
No.
air?
You spat that out and you didn't back it with anything, which I'm waiting for ever so patiently.
Okay, all right.
How about I go and grab myself another beer, you grab your evidence to show this laser bending downwards, and we'll get back to it. I'll be back in a minute.
Matrix, it's only Tuesday, man.
Anyways, for anyone who actually cares, the refraction is the bending of light. So when it passes through air layers of different, like densities.
Please finish that sentence off. The bending of light, where?
Anyways, so on a
Don't
flat
anyways, you're sidestepping it. Please finish the statement.
The statement was being finished if you would have let me.
No, it wasn't. You decided to miss 3/4 of it.
Okay.
Let me try to find some common ground here. Okay, maybe God equals consciousness is saying that we're trying to use the laser test to say this is proof that the Earth is flat.
You can't.
But that's not quite the case, right? You're saying that because there can be some deviation of an electromagnetic wave as it passes through the medium of air, therefore you can't use it to make a definitive claim. But, right, this is what the case is, right? If we do a laser test over, say, a 10-mile distance and it hits the target, okay, there should be 66 foot of curve over that distance. Then we do it over a 20-mile distance in completely different weather conditions, okay, and then it hits the target where there should be 266 foot of curve. Then we do it over a completely different area, okay, over 15 miles, where there should be a different amount of curvature in completely different weather conditions. Say this time it's a frozen lake. Okay, then we go to a different place and a different place, and it's hitting the target over all of these different distances that would have completely different amounts of drop over distance, and it's hitting the target. That would indicate, right, that there's absolutely no sign of curvature whatsoever, because it would be completely insane to say that there's just this perfect refraction happening every single time that perfectly makes the laser beam bend all of these different amounts over the surface of the globe and hit the target. Okay, so where it's one of those things where it's, okay, we're checking, zero curvature detected. What do you guys have? Anything? Any tests from the Globers where they've taken these things into account and they've used a laser or a long distance optic and validated that there is curvature over distance? Because all of these tests reconfirm that there isn't any detected. And that's what the purpose of these is, right? To test for the curvature that would have to be there. Not to say, look, this is 100% proof that the Earth is flat, right? That's kind of like a default thing, right? If a surface area doesn't have any curvature, it's flat by default. Would that be common ground? Is that guy gone?
He ran away.
Yeah.
Knew that was going to happen.
You should read his about me and his profile. Like he sounds like a troll.
He is.
He be trolling.
Most of them are. Like this opium guy. He's only here to troll.
Opium.
This European guy? Yeah.
Well, he was chat skanking and talking shit, so I figured I would remove his privileges and give him a chance to speak in here if he wants to defend his globe.
Yeah, well, he was saying how terrible the conversation was, and he said he wanted to join VC, so now he has the opportunity.
I'll give him his text abilities back. He just needs to begin a conversation, that's all.
If the conversation was so bad, Ophium, Where would you have led it? Nowhere. That's a shame.
Hey, there he is.
Oh, just so you guys know, I didn't mean to leave.
You can leave whenever you want, man. It's totally cool.
No, I felt like that was a little bit rude, so I just wanted to say I didn't do that on purpose.
What? Anti-globalist explaining things to you, and you dropped out. That was rude.
Brother, let's get this straight. One last time. I'm going to say this to you one more time. The fucking globe, the fucking shape of the earth isn't a globe, period. Stop saying I'm a globetard.
You're a globetard. Having a swoop, having a cry about it's not going to stop it. So, you've made a whinge about these lasers deviating off straight. How much deviation is there? So at least I can account for that if I ever go and do one of these laser tests. You know, it's supposed to be straight. 20 miles. Let's just use 20 miles. We'll cap the distance at 20 miles. How much deviation should I expect to see at 20 miles? So I can account for that. So when I go and measure it, and I measure 270 feet of difference between the ground and the laser, I can go, oh, deviation, I've got to allow for that. It should be X amount. What's that? What's that X amount there?
What?
Not you, Void. Don't stress.
What happened?
Nothing yet.
He was speaking to
Yeah,
somebody.
so what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about?
The ground.
He's a little slow.
We're talking about the ground?
Talking about the flat.
Yeah, look at the ground is sexy as shit, bro. I've been humping that, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I've been humping the ground, guy.
Yeah, you're not qualified to have this conversation.
Wait, I am qualified. What?
No, you aren't. You're not going to take it.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What's going to happen?
Take it easy, boy. Take it easy.
Yeah, I'll take it easy. No, I'm easy as fuck. Loki, I'm easy as shit.
You can leave.
You can suck me off, baby. I'm so easy, bro. I'll give you the stick, gang.
You're gone. You're a retard.
Yeah.
Well, that was easy.
That was easy.
Void, go and troll somewhere else, please. Don't be a waste of time. So, God consciousness, when I'm out doing a laser test and I've measured my so many feet of deviation, how much am I expecting this beam to wobble up or down or difference? At 20 miles, of course. You know, I've measured the difference between the ground and the laser, and I've got to allow for this deviation to happen of this laser bending due to turbulence or hot, cold, or whatever other shit you want to complain about. Refraction, I think, was the word you used. So how much am I allowing for the laser to bend? Or, if you want, maybe just the formula so I could work it out myself. That'd be swell. I'm good with that. Just post it up in side chat when you're ready, mate.
Bro, you're trying to dismantle an argument that supports flat Earth, you fucking idiot.
That wasn't very nice.
I'm trying to dismantle an argument that supports flat Earth. You haven't put
Yes,
forward
you
an argument
fucking
that
idiot. I've been
supports
trying to
flat
tell
Earth.
you this the entire time, and you just keep ignoring me because you clearly don't speak English. Where are you from, Pakistan?
Oh no.
With my accent, you're asking if I'm from Pakistan. Hello?
Like, everyone knows that flat earthers use refraction in order to prove the flat earth model. Why is this guy trying to dismantle my refraction?
Fucking told you he was a glober, boys. Get him.
Definitely a globetard.
That was too easy.
He's going to say 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, hold on. He just made a silly claim, right?
Oh yes.
How do flat earthers? What's the flat earther argument when they say refraction proves the Earth is flat?
We use refraction to prove our model. Now I don't know which way to go with this.
Bro, shut up, bro. No one's arguing your model.
Okay, hold on.
Model? You're over here.
What model have God consciousness before you have a breakdown? What model have I
already had one, bro? Honestly, like 3 minutes ago.
He's having one right now.
Yes,
I know he's having a moment. He's spazzing out.
You're trying to trap me by assuming I'm arguing from the globe when you're really just saying it's trap. It's whatever, bro.
To trap you,
You're in the trap.
All I'm saying is your experiment is trash. Period. It's simple. Simple. Your experiment doesn't work on a flat Earth. It doesn't work on a globe Earth.
Hold on, bro. Hey, bro. DJ asked you a question, so we're going to let DJ ask the question again so you can answer it. So the other two guys, just be quiet and let them answer. DJ, can you ask your question again?
Yeah, God consciousness. You said that flat earthers use refraction as an argument to say that this proves the Earth is flat. What is that argument, and which flat earthers used it? God consciousness, that was to you. That was your claim. Flat Earth, you said flat earthers use refraction to prove they're flat Earth. How so?
Listen, bro. When refraction helps the flat Earth model, you guys use it. When it doesn't help the flat Earth model,
What's
you
the
guys
argument,
deny it.
though?
It's simple.
What's the argument? You said
I've
flat
been here
earthers
for
use the
2
argument
years.
of refraction. Just explain what you meant by that, because you made the statement. I've never heard them do that, so I was just wondering where you got that from. That's all. Give me a scenario.
Like when distant objects are visible that shouldn't be. That's the number one time you guys invoke refraction. Someone shows a photo of the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, 60 miles away. On a curved Earth, the lower half should be hidden behind the horizon. Flat earthers say you can see it, so the Earth is flat. Then, when someone points out you're seeing an optical effect, the light is refracted upward through temperature layers, you'll suddenly agree, right? Light bends. That's why you can still see it. So sometimes you guys use refraction to go with the narrative. Sometimes you don't. Simple. Let's just be honest here. Is anybody on Discord still honest in 2025?
What you just said didn't make any sense.
I'm a flat earther and I use it. How are you gonna tell me? How are you gonna tell me what argument I use? Like, what the fuck? I've been in this chat for 2 years using refraction as an argument for why flat Earth works, and you're over here saying, when do we use it? I fucking use it. You fucking idiot.
So just look, go back. You got to relax, man. Right, relax for starters. It's okay. Okay, so we can see the buildings, but the buildings should be hidden behind the curve. How is a flat earther going to use?
I'm not about to argue theory with you, brother. I'm not about to argue
You're the
that
one
with
saying these things, and you're getting angry because you kind of like put yourself in a little corner
when
here,
do
and
flat
you're like,
earthers use? You said when do flat earthers use refraction to complement their narrative? And I gave you the answer, and now you're trying to dig deeper and dig
well, it
deeper.
didn't make
so
sense.
that I can
It
slip
didn't make
up.
sense.
Just
That's
end
why
the
I
argument.
need some more
Just end the
clarification.
argument.
That's all. Just some more clarification, because what you said didn't make any sense.
You and that guy are wrong. The first guy thinks you can use a laser to determine the shape of the Earth. Wrong. The second guy thinks that refraction isn't a narrative that flat earthers use to prove their model. Wrong. You guys are just a bunch of wrong. Like, come on, bro. And I support this movement. That's
You're
what's
making a
wrong
bunch
with
of
the whole conversation.
You're
No,
making a bunch of your feels.
Yeah, I'm still confused into how flat earthers would use that argument to say this is a flat Earth proof.
I already
Right.
did,
So
bro. I
go
just
back
gave
to
you a
your
whole entire example.
Chicago
I
skyline.
gave you the Chicago
example and-
skyline, and you
Yeah,
still
how,
don't
how
get
would a
it.
flat Earth? Okay, so we can see the buildings. We have an observer
See,
height.
just because
The
your
buildings
brain
should
doesn't
be behind the
comprehend
curve.
knowledge, I can't help you with that, brother. I can't help you with that.
Why,
I can't help
why
you.
you
You're literally making
why
the
you
flat
mad?
Earth community look stupid because you can't
Why are you letting
comprehend
your
simple knowledge.
emotions take over your
I'm pissed off, bro.
conversation?
I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off
Why are you angry? I'm just asking you to clarify
because I
your
can be
point.
because I'm a
Okay.
human and energy and motion, emotion. I express
Yeah.
those.
So we can see the buildings, right? The buildings should be hidden behind the curvature of the
No, the
Earth.
buildings. I already explained this shit to you. I'm not explaining it again.
Has this guy really been here for 2 years?
Yes, I've been here forever. Where's my boy? What's his name with the blue profile picture? Who runs this entire chat? That's my boy. He knows me. Get out of here, bro.
You don't know his name? You've been here for 2 years?
Brother, because I left for a year. How about that?
Oh, okay.
So you were only here a year then.
Now, can someone remind me of his name? The guy with the really like nerdy voice. What's my boy's name, bro? Fuck. With the blue
that's
profile.
AI. I'm just kidding.
You guys know who I'm talking about. Stop being dicks.
Yeah, he'd hammer you if he was here right now. His name's Heretic. He'd hammer you for being such a bitch, right?
That's not his name.
I'm trying to ask you a clarifying
He'd actually
question.
mute me. He'd actually mute you, and then he'd let us have a coherent argument.
Dude, you're not in the right room you're in, brother.
What's my boy's name, bro?
Dude, we're literally muting ourselves and letting you talk. What are you talking about? Not letting you have a coherent argument?
You probably don't even know what coherent means. Let's be honest here.
That sounds like projection.
Let's just be honest here. This guy doesn't know what lasers are. The other guy doesn't realize.
Nobody knows who you are, and you're probably a liar.
I'm starting to
You're making up
realize this
bullshit.
chat has a lot of unintelligent people, and I actually mean
You're
that.
projecting your lack of intelligence over and over again. You keep on
Brother,
psychologically
I literally
projecting.
explained the Chicago skyline and how flat earthers use it to go with their narrative. This guy's like,
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Female.
You're a grown.
All right, stop it. Who cares? Listen, friendio, what you said about the Chicago skyline made absolutely no sense. I was listening to you explain it. It made no sense. So how about everybody else be quiet and you say it again with no ambiguity so we can just hear it plainly. No one's going to interrupt you. That way maybe I can get it this time. All right, hold on. I'm going to mute you. For the love of God, just answer the question you previously answered about the Chicago skyline so I can hear it. Go ahead.
Boom. The time flat earthers use refraction to complete their argument is when distant objects are visible that shouldn't be. Right or wrong? Okay, cool.
Dude, it doesn't matter. I'm asking you to restate what you said before.
Someone shows a photo of the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, 60 miles away. On a curved earth, the lower half should be hidden behind the horizon. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
I'm pretty sure all of it should be hidden.
Okay, perfect. So because you can see it, what do you guys say? You say the earth is flat. Are you guys... No, let me shut up. Let me finish.
You just asked what we say.
Thank you. So therefore you guys do use the refraction argument. Holy
No,
shit.
stop.
Wow.
Where did you get refraction out of that? Hey, God consciousness.
That was painful.
He just lost.
Where did you
again.
get refraction out of that? We can see the buildings, so Earth is flat, and you jumped into, so we do use refraction. All I said was the Earth is flat. I didn't say it's refracted, therefore it's flat. No. I said it's flat.
Okay, so let me...
Period.
Okay, cool. Then, when someone points out that you're seeing an optical effect, the light is refracted upwards through temperature layers, then suddenly you guys
That's their claim. That's up to them to validate that, not me. I'm just saying it's flat.
Okay. If Earth were a globe, most of that city should be hidden behind the curve, yet we still can't see it. Therefore, it's flat.
Yeah, so the globe earthers are the ones using refraction in that situation. They're saying really it's hidden behind the curve on the globe, but because of refraction, now we can see it. That's the globe earthers argument, not the flat earthers argument.
Well, the only thing I could piece out of this is maybe the argument is that no matter what, you can only see a portion of the building, right? So if let's say it's half, because half is pretty even, Steven. So you can only see the top half of the building. The bottom half can't be resolved. So the Globers are saying the top half. Listen, dude, don't interrupt me, please.
Nigga, go, nigga. I shut up. You don't have to double down. The fuck?
All right, dude, just get muted. Now, when I'm done speaking, I'll unmute you. So, half the building. The globe earthers are saying the bottom half is hidden, even though the whole building should be hidden, but the top half is being refracted above the horizon to be seen. Maybe it's the case that some people make the argument, well, why can't I see the bottom half if the earth is flat? And then maybe a flat earther would say, oh, because of optical effects or refraction or something. So maybe to make an excuse for why I can't see the bottom, some flat earthers might say it's because it's being refracted away. So that's the only thing that I could see going on here. So correct me if I'm wrong. All right, go ahead.
All right, so you guys use refraction as vague. You guys use it as a magic word. You throw it out whenever something doesn't fit your flat model. If I ask them what kind of refraction, what temperature, or what refractive index change, you can't tell me. You'll just say something like the atmosphere bends light without understanding that the amount of bending can be calculated. The observed bending doesn't match what a flat surface would require. Things like that. When globetards say that type of thing, you just say refraction, refraction, refraction. Is that a true statement or is it a false statement? I just want to know.
That's false, dude. You're full of crap.
Okay, it's false. Simple. You guys are liars, and that's okay. NASA lies too.
Okay. Yeah, cool story. So how about this? How about you get an actual concrete example to back your claim that flat earthers do this?
So AI, you've never used refraction in your argument.
No, I've never used it in the manner in which you just said.
Have you used the word refraction in your argument?
Holy crap, I have used it tongue in cheek, sure.
Jesus Christ, so I win again? You just got 3 wins in a row?
You know what tongue in cheek even?
Dude, calm the fuck down. You said flat earthers don't use the word refraction in their arguments.
He's saying they don't use it in the manner that you.
It doesn't even matter what fucking manner. The argument was that you guys use refraction whenever it fits your narrative. Simple. That was the argument. I won the argument.
He doesn't listen in order to understand. He's just looking for gotcha.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is so flat earthers use refraction.
Yes.
When accurately in the context refraction applies. Wow. Profound.
Oh, I'm saying flat earthers use refraction as a vague word that they don't even understand in order to create a narrative. Simple. And it's true because you just admitted it.
You said you were
nothing like that occurred, bro.
It's okay, bro. It's okay to lose an argument. Like, I don't understand. Somebody has to win. Someone has to lose.
What the fuck? What is this grandstanding horse shit?
Like, bro,
dude, what's wrong with you, man? Hold on, can you Can you rephrase what's going on here? Who said what about refraction?
The flat earthers, always, 24/7. They always use refraction.
Okay, when? I mean, give one example.
Telescopes, anything. We went through this 30 times. I'm not about to keep doing this. No. You guys use it, and that's okay.
Dude, hold on, bro. Some telescopes are literally named refracting telescopes.
Exactly.
So of course they use refractions. Holy crap, dude.
Exactly. Simple. You don't even understand refraction.
Hey, listen, you always use refraction because you wear glasses.
Okay, so you do use it in your arguments. You use it when you're arguing with telescopes.
I use it
even if you're right. Okay, listen, bro. Even if you're right. AI, even if you're right, the argument was never if you're right or not. It was rather you use it or not. Do you not comprehend that?
Not in the context you're using it.
All right, cool, fine.
Yeah, dude, no one on this side would say, oh, this thing is happening. It's not matching what we expect when we see something. Therefore, refraction must be taking place.
That's what happens in flat Earth. That's exactly what happens.
No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite, dude. See, you're laughing because you know I'm right.
I'm laughing because it's literally true. I've been here for 2 years witnessing the arguments and debate.
Bro, then you must have like some hearing problem or misunderstanding what's going on. See, when we observe something, right? We see, too far, let's say. We present that to somebody and they'll say, "Oh, well, you see too far because refraction." But we might use the word in conversation to defend the point that it's not that, because it can't be that, because if we do the math, it doesn't add up. DJ can walk you through that entire thing if you want. Right? So the times that we would utter the word, it's to counter someone else's counter using that as their reason. Not because it's part of our argument. Do you understand that or not?
Listen, I respect your point of view. Simple.
Do you understand that or not, sir? It's not a respect or accept or not. I'm asking you if you understand it or not.
It's hard to understand this chat. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. So this entire thing, you now are saying that it's hard to understand. So maybe that's where your confusion comes from, sir.
Yeah, I guess I'm just stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know you. I've never heard you before. But you are making a bit of a fool of yourself tonight.
Hey, it is what it is.
Okay. So instead of, casting shade on everybody when you don't even understand the fucking argument, how about you sit down and maybe listen some more? Maybe you'll understand it better. How about that?
Bro, you just joined. You don't even know what's going on. So
you fucking stupid. No, I've been in here for the last many hours. Okay, just listening passively. Okay. And when I hear people talk shit like what you've been doing, I kind of tune out until something really absurd comes up, and they'll tune back in and try and grasp what's been going on. So that's when I asked you for clarification, and you're going through it.
I'm trying so hard not to mock you, bro. Please don't make me mock you.
Mock me?
Yeah, you sound like a little baby, like
Yeah. So just eat shit. Fuck off. Thank you very much. That was easy.
Yep. Freaking LARPing mocker.
They're getting stronger, guys. We need to be safe. Be careful out there.
They're not getting stronger; they're getting dumber.
Zombies.
Hey, where have you guys been? You guys were gone for like a week. The whole room.
Yeah, we have other servers that we populate as well. So sometimes elsewhere.
Yeah. Oh, like what servers?
listen.
Where can I find you next time? Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
We'll
we're
find
in the English,
you.
the English hub server.
Yo, where's my boy
And
Crit?
we also have a home server called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
Can you hear me
Maybe you should
okay?
check that out, Nables.
Is my mic cutting in and out or nah? I'm going through the mountains right now.
Which
Hello?
mountains?
No, you're good.
I don't want to say that. I've been banned from the main server since like COVID. Is anyone a mod there? Can they maybe appeal my case? It's been a while.
What'd you get banned
Do you
for?
remember what you get banned for?
No, it was 5 years ago. Probably trolling or whatever, like allegedly, because I got muted every second I would to defend my position. I got sent to CogDis, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I'm physically banned from the server, like I can't rejoin. But I love to. I like having these chats.
Let me search. Nables the Great. You're still a regular member.
I can feel a deal
So-
coming on.
Oh, am I? Am I?
3 years. Right, so you haven't been hard banned.
Oh, am I just in CogDis?
Let's find out.
I'm not even on the
Where did
server
I
right
leave
now.
him?
Here, I'll rejoin. See if I can even join.
You're searchable, so should be.
He's stuck in the
Let me see, let me
oubliette.
go to
Someone
a
let him
regular
out.
channel. Let me go to a regular channel here.
Yeah, I'm banned. I can't join. I just got back from college, so I'm just driving home on the highway. Makes the time go better.
So did you make a new account?
You mean like recently? No.
3 years ago.
It says you're a regular member. No,
I'm
hold on.
banned.
Hold on. Hold on, I
Okay.
see it now. That's weird. Alright, so let's go here and do this here.
Bro, I'm a flat earther.
It's a beautiful night tonight.
Now you can join.
Oh, that okay. I wonder if I'll be cog-dissed automatically.
Well, try it.
There we go. There we go. Wow. Okay, we're back. We're back.
Now, just don't be
Alright.
naughty.
Yes, Daddy.
Well, actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and give you some advanced rules so you don't have to go through the intro process again.
I appreciate that.
Just pop up and read the intro thing again, just in case you've forgotten some of the rules.
It's still the same, right?
Might not be.
Cool. All right.
Pretty
I'll take a look
much.
at that.
But just read it anyway.
Yeah. All right. Bet. So what are we talking about tonight?
Well, actually,
I just want to make
Globus
sure
were having a cope session.
Hold on. I just wanted to make sure he skipped the lobby squad. You know what I mean? All right, go
I've been
ahead.
through that before. I'll wait for Boy. He was saying something.
Since we were missing for a week, all of the Globers were coping, thinking, the globe has been proven, the flat earthers have lost. And then suddenly we reappeared. So they're having a big ice cream copium session, and the question on the table is, what's your favourite flavour of ice cream?
I don't have one. If I had to pick Oreo, maybe Oreo. If I had to pick,
They're biscuits, man. Little, like, biscuity things with cream in the middle. That's not ice cream.
Yeah, it is. Dude, that's like saying, listen, bro, that's like saying, what's your favorite? Yeah, that's like saying, what's your favorite ice cream? Chocolate chip. Oh, chocolate chips are drops of chocolate. That's not ice cream.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of Oreos. Sorry, I just think they're putrid.
Hey,
they crush them
might
up.
be an
They
Australian
crush
thing.
them up and they crush them up and put them in the ice cream, bro.
They crush the chocolate up and put it in choc mint too, so it's all good.
So what's your favorite? Is it like Rocky Road? Is it mint?
Choc mint.
Is it your favorite's chocolate? That's so basic.
Choc mint.
Oh, choc mint. Okay, that's not a bad choice.
Too right. That's like the top 3 of this channel.
That's wild. I fuck with it, but it's not my favorite. Like if I have a choice, it's okay.
You fuck the ice cream?
That's exactly what I do, and I come in it too.
Like some kind of
Add milk
American
to the
Pie
milk.
episode, or
So I have a question for you guys, and it's a genuine question. With the whole Chicago skyline thing, isn't it possibly the case that for an object that is large, so here's the thing, right? For like a light post, I think your argument is valid, like it's cogent. You shouldn't be able to see that object. But if an object is big enough, it'll go over the horizon. Does that kind of make sense? How do you know that's not what's happening with the skyline?
what do you mean by over the horizon?
So like, okay,
So big enough as in a mountain, you can
Hey,
see
you
the
guys
base
all
of
flat
it, or
earthers?
tall enough. Which way are you going?
so I'd be like, when you see when an object starts to disappear over the horizon, it goes bottom up. That's because well, you don't believe this. That's because the Earth is curving underneath it. What I'm saying is
That's the claim.
Yeah, that's the claim. I'm just bear with me. I'm saying, how do you know it's not? So, like, okay, an object disappears over the horizon, right? You're standing still at some observer height, and the object is receding until eventually it can't be seen anymore. Now, imagine that object grows by 100 miles, like of length. You would then be able to see the object.
So it's to do with your angle of resolution or angular resolution. What is it? 0.02? Once it's below that angle, you'll have trouble resolving it. So if you've got a bigger item, like a mountain, for example, it just means it can get further back until perspective makes it appear small enough to get below that angle of resolution. That's all that's happening. So as things get further away, perspective, they appear to get smaller. So something small, like a tennis ball, for example, wouldn't have to go too far until that angle gets too small and you can't resolve it. Something large like a car, or larger, I should say, like a car or a truck, would go a little bit further. Something very large like a mountain would go a long way further back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. That is true, but specifically with objects over the horizon, it's more than just angle. It's more than just how far away it is, because if something's over the horizon, there's no amount of magnification that will allow you to see the object. Which is what you're
at least
implying.
we agree on that simple fact. If something is hiding behind something, it ain't coming back out. So it doesn't matter what you do or what kind of magical lenses you've got. So what you've got, you've got a combination of things happening. So number one is perspective. Things appear to get smaller as they get further away. Another component of this is your elevation in comparison to the object that you're looking at. So say your eye line is 5 foot, I'm just picking a random number, and the item you're looking at is a large container ship. The container ship will appear to shrink uniformly, but where your eye line is, it's only 5 foot up the container ship. So as the ship shrinks from the top down, bottom up, left to the right, right to the left, to converge at your eye line, the bottom will hit your eye line before the top will. And it's an effect called foreshortening. And if you do, probably tech drawing or art classes, you would have a lot more interaction with that. So its appearance is it's shrinking evenly from all sides, but the problem is because you're so close to the bottom of it, the bottom will hit your eye line before the top or before the sides. That's why it appears to disappear bottom up.
That doesn't make any sense. If it's disappearing bottom up, something's obfuscating it. If the Earth is flat, you should just be able to take a telescope and magnify it.
It's to do with compression. So what happens is because of your angle of resolution or angular resolution and your ability to resolve that, because the data or information that's below your eye line there's so much of it compressed in such a short space, you can't resolve what it is. So it just blurs into the background. And that's exactly what happens when we watch ships sail away. Because you're so close to the bottom, it's compressing into the water, and you can't differentiate between water and ship because that angle is so narrow, you can't tell what it is. And that's all that's happening. It's really
you actually
stuff,
prove that, because I don't agree.
Well, you can agree with whatever you like, but there's some pretty cool pictures in the side chart that AI Overlord 2.0 just chucked up.
Yeah, but you're doing, like, pictures don't explain a mechanism. You're proposing a mechanism.
Please don't do that on the microphone again.
You don't need a mechanism.
Well, that's what he's giving. He's giving a mechanism. Some kind of compression is happening.
Yeah, but you don't even need to do that. You just need to demonstrate that it occurs in a situation where the alleged claim of something in between point A and B is clearly not occurring. And then if you can demonstrate that, then you've proven that it's not necessarily an obstruction that's causing it.
Yeah, but that's the thing we're trying to prove, right? You want to prove that there's no measured curvature.
No, see, you can't. It's not about measured curvature because you're inferring curvature from a claim that the only reason why I couldn't see something if it was being blocked by an object. So that's your burden to prove.
That's
not the other
no,
person's burden.
I'm not inferring curvature from that. I'm saying that due to the curvature, this is what happens. But curvature is what's in question. That's what we're trying to establish.
Okay, so then you can't. Right. So if you say due to the curvature, this is what happens. Why would you be saying that if you haven't proven it?
Oh, because I mean, I already believe that the Earth is curved. If you don't, then I wouldn't expect you to believe that that's why what you're seeing is happening, right? I would expect for you to question that until curvature is established. That's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute. So you're expecting someone else to question your claim until curvature is established. Shouldn't curvature already be established?
No, that's not what I said. I said I already believe the Earth is curved, so of course I'm going to believe that the reason things disappear
Yes, but you're
bottom
trying
up.
to convince us, not yourself.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you that things disappear bottom up because of the curvature yet. We have to establish curvature. We're not there yet.
Excellent. So prove curvature, and then we'll talk about the ships disappearing bottom up.
I mean, I've tried to run the Rainy Lake experiment before, but I mean, to be honest, I don't. I actually
it's a
don't think
pretty junk experiment, if you want to call it that, observation. Look, this is the thing. I lived on the coast my whole life, and in a location where there's it's like a hub for cruise ships. And growing up fishing and surfing at the ocean a lot, we would be sitting there waiting for fish and whatnot, and watching the cruise ships actually sail out into the ocean. Most often, what happens is it just gets smaller and smaller, and it kind of just fades off, right? Because the visibility is not far enough to see the extent of the ship's path. Or if you have really good visibility, the ship will just become too small and you can't resolve it anymore. You can still see the horizon, but you don't see the ship anymore. Now, sometimes you would have waves, okay, like ocean swells. If you have ocean swells, the ship will appear to disappear bottom up, but not if there's not ocean swells generally, right? There are some miraging effects that could happen, but if you have a look at this giant ship in the side chat here, which I'm just uploading now, okay, just think about this one, okay? So he's standing at the shoreline. He's zoomed out completely. You can't see the ship at all. Okay, and when he zooms in, you see the whole ship again. Now, we can see that there's no waves here. If you added ocean swells into this situation, it would look like the bottom of the ship is cut off, because it would be hidden behind the ocean swells, even though the ocean swells, because you're looking over them at a shallow angle, it's going to look kind of flat still with the ocean swells present, but it's going to look like the ship's disappearing bottom up. This is what happens most of the time. So it doesn't always start to disappear bottom up. Now, if it were a globe, it would start to disappear bottom up at a certain distance. So from this height, it would be just 3 miles away, and then it would start to disappear bottom up. Now, we've got tons of observations where we're specifically checking for that geometric horizon distance to see, okay, the object should start to disappear at a certain distance bottom up as it moves away from the object. And it's over and over again confirmed that that doesn't happen. Okay, so we're questioning, how do we know the geometric horizon exists in the first place if there's no evidence of it at all?
Well, because you're not accounting for refraction, that's the issue.
Yeah, but people butcher the word refraction. So even, right, let's just pretend the Earth's a globe. Even according to the globe earthers, right, like the subject matter experts in refraction, like Andrew Thomas Young, right, and all of the mainstream explanations, they'll say that there are refraction effects that can happen that would cause something to become obstructed bottom up. Even though it's geometrically unobstructed, it's going to look like it's unobstructed, right, like sinking and whatnot. Okay, so it's the
biggest issue with his refraction. As soon as he makes a claim to it, he loses all claims to geometry.
Yeah, let me clarify. So when I say refraction, I'm not talking about why objects disappear bottom up. I'm talking about you say geometric horizon. That's not actually where the horizon is due to refractive effects. So the actual horizon, the effective horizon, is a little further. That's why you don't see it disappear bottom up.
No. The geometric. Okay, so let's go over a specific observation. Okay, and let's dig into this a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna test for the geometric horizon here in this test. Okay, so 1 second. I'll just upload a quick GIF. Okay, and a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. So have a look in the side chat.
I'm driving.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it a bit harder.
Hold on.
Well, I'll try to explain it, okay? So in this observation, he's got the camera height at 3.5 foot.
Okay.
It's a crystal clear day. It's a calm ocean. There's no waves at all. Okay, so 3.5 foot camera height. That means the horizon on the globe should be at 2.29 miles away. But he has a wind farm out in the ocean that's a known distance away. Okay, so we can see 6 wind farm towers out in the ocean, crystal clear. Okay, the furthest one is 11 miles away, and the closest one's 8 miles away. So 8 to 11 miles. We don't see any sign of any horizon before the windmill farms, right? We can actually see the water just completely flat, going up, flat, until beyond 15 miles away.
Right.
Okay, so what we're questioning is that geometric horizon has to be there, right? It's like a physical cutoff point. Okay, it has to be there. Let's say we hypothetically remove the atmosphere. Okay, you would have to agree that there is the horizon line would be visible at 2.29 miles if the Earth were a globe.
Yes.
Okay,
if there's no
we're just adding the air back in, and now all of a sudden everything's flat, completely flat, all the way up to the horizontal horizon at 15 miles. Yes, because there's no obstruction. Hold on a second, let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction at all. Okay, so physically, geometrically, actually, the bottom 52 foot of the 11.2 mile windmill tower is hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? The physical geometric horizon is at 2.29 miles. Now, we can't find it. It's not there in the observation. Okay, so how do you know such a thing exists? Do you have an observation that's taken specifically, right, the hyperspecific refraction conditions into account that aligns with the globe and that clarifies there is such a thing as Earth curvature and a geometric horizon, which is a byproduct of the Earth curvature? Do you have anything that validates that, right? Or, because otherwise it's just a concept, essentially.
It's a criticism of your measurements. Basically, your measurements don't. So the reason why it's not obfuscated is because the light.
What's wrong with the measurements? What's wrong with the measurements? How about we just break it down one step at a time? You've got an issue with the measurements, Nables. Don't cry on me. You've got an issue with the measurements. So what's the issue with the measurements? From a specific height, the horizon should be at a very specific location. It's not
accounting for the fact that all the light is being shifted upward.
No, that's got nothing to do with it. It's a calculation. We are assuming a radius of 3959 miles. We are given an elevation. From that elevation, we can calculate where the horizon should be.
That's the issue.
Yeah, so how did you validate that the light's bending upward, right? So if the light was bending upward, that would make the object appear to be sinking. So you haven't got that right. You would have to say that the light is bending downward towards the observer. Okay, how did you establish that that's happening?
Oh, that's a well-known phenomena. Whoever's taking the measurement, they must establish that, to what degree it is happening. That's on the burden. That's the burden of the person taking the measurement.
Well, no, actually, no. That's not how it works.
Why?
Why would it always be bending downward, right? So does light just bend towards the denser medium?
It's continuous, so it would bend continuously. It wouldn't be like a
no. So this is nothing to do with Snell's law.
If we were to grab a laser and shoot it, it would naturally bend down. That's what this gentleman's saying.
Yeah, well, he's trying to invoke Snell's law here. Snell's law has nothing to do with the single medium situation. Nothing at all to do with it. Okay, so even in Snell's law, you're going against what you're saying. Even though you can't use Snell's law here, Snell's law just means the light deviates towards the denser medium. Okay, so this would be atmospheric refraction, according to the mainstream terminology. Okay, and it would be a gradient, not a sharp boundary, but the light would still the same thing would happen. The light would deviate towards the.
I said it wouldn't be
the
Snell's law.
section of the medium
Hello?
that's more optically dense. Yeah, that's what would happen. So it doesn't. Okay, so if you have cooler air higher or cooler air lower, the light's going to deviate towards the cooler air.
Hey, hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So you have no idea that the light would be bending downward in this situation.
I don't know if you can hear me. I said it wouldn't be Snell's law. I said that 6 times.
You did mention Snell's law.
Yeah, I mentioned it in saying that it wouldn't be an instance of Snell's law. Anyway, the light would still refract since it's moving through a denser medium.
What do you mean a denser
From
medium?
a less dense medium. So where's this happening at? Just draw it on that picture there.
Actually, no, denser. Or denser? Is it more? Basically, as you go from...
Hold on a second. Okay, so when you have atmospheric refraction, it's about the vertical optical density gradient between point A and point B. And then the light will be heading from the object that you're looking at back towards the optic. Okay, so it can bend or it can deviate a little bit towards the denser medium. Okay, so the optical density is primarily controlled by temperature. So if you have an inferior mirage, right, that's the opposite of a superior mirage. The light doesn't always bend down or up. It depends on the temperature gradient or the optical density gradient. Okay, so you have no idea what's going on with the optical density gradient or the refractive index gradient in the observation. You're just trying to reverse engineer it to make it work on a globe. What I'm asking you is how do you know that you have a globe in the first place? How do you know that you have curvature in the first place? Because when we make these observations, it doesn't match up with the globe. It doesn't match up, not by a little bit, but by so much that you would have, like, let's just say we pretend the Earth's a globe and we're using the refractive coefficient, right? Trying to make this work on a globe using the globe version of atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction. You would have to have so much refraction that would essentially make the Earth look flat.
Source?
Even though we have crystal clear conditions, right? We don't see any miraging or anything like that. You're saying that there's such extreme refraction it would make the Earth look flat. That's ridiculous. And what I'm challenging is that how do you know that there is actually curvature in the first place? Rather than trying to reverse engineer it, how do you know it exists in the first place? Do you have one test that's been done that validates that there is actually drop over distance?
So I'm not no, I don't have that. But I'm simply pointing out issues with your methodology. Like there's issues. You can't conclude what you're concluding. That's the problem.
What's my conclusion?
Your conclusion is that there's no measured curvature.
Yeah, my conclusion is, right, that we can see zero evidence of the geometric horizon, right? And we can see the bottom of objects that should be hidden by a 5-story building. Okay, that doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, that's my conclusion. That's my conclusion here. It checks out with it checks out with flat. Okay, we don't see any curvature. So I don't need to.
You keep saying that, and
no, I don't need
wrong.
to. I don't need to account for refraction because I'm not making a specific claim with this. I'm saying that this doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, there's no sign of the geometric horizon. And you're saying it does match up with the globe, but you have no idea what's going on with the refraction.
Actually, DJ, his claim earlier was that the horizon is actually further than what we claim it is.
He did claim that, yeah.
Yeah, that my response was that that's what, if you account for refraction, yeah, that's what you'd observe.
Okay, so just visually, okay, this doesn't match up with the globe, right?
No, false.
So
Really?
you're claiming it
so
does
visually
match
it
with
does
light.
match up with the globe.
Yes.
So why is the horizon behind the windmills and it should be quite clearly in front of the windmills?
Because it shouldn't be. You're not accounting for refraction. That's why.
So refraction would also bend the windmills up too.
Yeah.
It's not doing that.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know? Do you have a single observation where you've accounted for refraction that matches up with the globe?
Well,
anyone throughout all of history, just one observation. Right?
Not,
that validates that,
burden.
okay, we've accounted for refraction in this observation, and it matches up with the globe, right? You don't have anything. So you don't even know if it exists in the first place.
It is your burden of proof. You're the one that claimed it. So, Nables, just to pin this down right now, as soon as you blurt the word refraction out, you lose all and every claim to any geometry in regards to that image. You do understand that. So if you're going to make a geometric claim, you are more than welcome to do so, but as soon as you go refraction, game over. No more geometry for you.
Okay.
And look, just quickly. Okay, so if you put this observation into Walter Bislin's Earth curvature calculator, okay, it has a refraction slider. And you have to slide that slider up to the point where the K factor, the refraction coefficient, is set to 1. That means that according to Walter Bislin's write-up on the refraction coefficient, there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just be appearing flat. Extreme refraction. Okay, that's ridiculous because this was done on different days, right? Still the exact same things happening. So in all of these different observations that we go out and take, there's so much refraction that it just makes the Earth look flat. And you don't have a single observation that validates the Earth's a globe.
Did someone post that slider?
Yeah, I can post the slider.
I appreciate it.
I can post. I've already put in all of the details of that particular observation that I'm talking about into the slider.
Yeah, bro.
It's a screenshot.
Bro, that slider actually slides up to a 60 billion mile effective Earth radius.
Yeah. That's what you have to set it to have no hidden height.
I mean, then you're just saying that the Earth appears to look flat. You just said that earlier. I mean, because basically what you're telling us right now is that the geometry and the measurements that we should have, the geometric horizon that should be physical, and a physical hill edge that's blocking ships. Oh, it doesn't. So the Earth appears to be flat, but I have to Earth refraction. So therefore, you're throwing away your geometry plane. You're throwing away your physical Earth edge.
So, like, if there was no atmosphere, yeah, that would be the case. But I'm telling you that the effective horizon gets shifted because of refraction.
How do you know it's there in the first place is the question. How do you know the curvature's there in the first place? That's the question. Because the observations don't match up. So how do you know it's there?
Okay, at this point, I'm not even saying I know it's there. I'm saying that your measurements don't, you're concluding that because you have incomplete measurements.
Okay, so we're not making... one second, Reg, sorry. Look, we're not making a specific claim to the horizon being the physics. Hold on, just let me finish.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad.
Right, look, we're not saying that the horizon is at X distance because the Earth's a particular shape. We're saying that our definition of horizon matches up with the actual definition of a horizon, the apparent line where the sky and the ground meet, right? That's what the horizon is. That aligns with what we're seeing, right? It can vary, right? The apparent comes into it because it can vary depending on different weather conditions and whatnot, different observer heights, that kind of thing. You need a geometric horizon, right? That's what you're saying is being manipulated by the medium of the air. How do you know that that thing that's being manipulated and shifted around due to the refraction exists in the first place?
I'm not even saying I know that at this current point because that's what's in question. I'm saying that for you to conclude what you're concluding about the Earth...
But that is what you said. Don't sidestep.
Don't interrupt. Wait, don't interrupt, please.
No, you are just going to walk straight past your claim and pretend you didn't even make one.
I mean, that is the globe mainstream claim. I mean, whether you say it or not, that is the claim of the globe. That there is a that the horizon is a geometric physical hill that is blocking things like bolts. That is the mainstream claim of the globe.
That is true.
We even have a measurement that is measured linear with miles and kilometers. right? Which will be usually described as flat measurements because they're linear. But there is a physical claim to it, which is a globe. They have a radius value of 36 or whatever you want to call it. Now, if you guys like to change it, you say it's pear shaped and it's not. But there is a physical claim to it. So for you to sit up here and say, "Well, I'm not making that claim," well, then you're not basically representing your claim of a. Now, hold on. Then you're not, okay. Then you're not representing this claim, which is in the mainstream, which all you guys, so-called scientists and astronauts and government officials actually believe in, which is a globe with a radius value of 3959 and all of this nonsense.
Yeah, but that's what we're already assuming, right? For the sake of argument. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be using those calculators. Like your argument is by contradiction.
Hold on. It's not an assumption. We have been taught this in school since we were 7 years old.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, that we live on a sphere.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what the argument on the table is right now is that assume that the Earth is round. Take some. Wait, hold on. Can you let me finish?
Great. Hold on. No. We're going to establish this first. Are you making the claim that we live on the globe, the mainstream version of it, or not?
Not at this current moment, no.
Okay, so you don't have a globe at this point at all.
Correct.
Great. So you don't have any physical measurements, any physical observations whatsoever at all.
Yeah, that's what you guys have. That's what we're talking about.
Right. So we have all the physical measurements because everything is measured linear and everything is measured with angles, such as elevation angles. All of those are matter of fact a flat Earth measurement because all of those measurements is being measured horizontally.
Yes. So the response measured. That's not how you conclude the Earth is flat. Not because the measurements are wrong.
I'm not concluding nothing. You are, sir. Me. Because you just threw the globe out the window because you said you're not making the claim that 7 years up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are the ones making the claim that your measurements allow you to conclude.
You're the one who's making the claim of refraction. So you've got an issue now. Do you stick with your claim of geometry, or do you beg for refraction? I'm easy either way, but there's a meat grinder at the end of each of them.
No, it requires refraction. Yeah.
So you lose all claims to geometry. So everything is pure optics. There's nothing to do with physical geometry, and you've just given the flat Earth to the flat earthers. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. Please enjoy your stay.
That's a false dichotomy. You're saying it's either. Hold on.
You already told.
1 second.
You already told us that the measurements was flat. You already told us this is how we actually measure it. You already told us that the physical horizon isn't physical. And you already told us that you're not even prescribing to the mainstream version of the globe that we was taught since we was 7.
I didn't say I didn't prescribe. I believe that.
All the window for refraction, right?
Huh?
Threw away the entire globe claim for refraction. I asked you straight up. I said, so you're claiming the mainstream version of the globe. You said no.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim right now. That is what I believe, but we're not even there yet. We're responding to your claim that the measurements allow you to conclude the Earth is flat.
Well, there's zero measured curvature. So what's the problem?
The problem is you're not accounting for a refraction.
Look, no, this is the thing. This is the thing.
So it's optical. He just made it quite clear, DJ. I just said there's zero measured curvature, and he said quite clearly you didn't allow for refraction. So in his mindset, it is purely optical. There is no curvature. Everything's refraction. Therefore, flat and it's refracted. The reason you see curvature is because of refraction. So therefore, it is flat by default.
He's already conceded. He's look. Just let me say one thing quickly, right? He's already conceded. Okay, he said that he doesn't have any observations that validate that there is any curvature or a geometric horizon. And then he's mistaking our observation as us saying this observation is proof the Earth is flat. Okay, we don't need to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that with this observation. We're testing for the globe curvature in this. Okay, so everyone already experiences the Earth is flat, even if it were a globe, right? Even from your experience, we all experience the Earth is flat, and we can't detect any curvature.
You have
okay. So once again, in this observation and the observations that we're doing, we don't detect any curvature. So it further validates the primary observation of everyone that there is no curvature. Okay, so that's like the default. That's the axiom that we're beginning with, because that's what we all experience. Okay, so you've already conceded that you don't have any evidence that it is anything other than that. So that's the conversation is over. That's a concession and a W for the flat Earth side.
Are you open to
because you're
can I respond, or are you guys just gonna keep talking over me?
This.
Just let him respond. Just let him respond to what I just said. And
that you're the one that's making the claim here. We already experienced the Earth is flat. You agree to that. You already agreed that the Earth is being measured flat. You agreed to that, and you already agreed that the horizon.
I never agreed the Earth was measured flat.
Okay. So you didn't agree that the Earth was.
No. Can I respond now? Let me respond.
Or not?
No. Just let me respond. I don't know what you're saying. Let me respond. Here's where we're at in the conversation, and I just request that no one interrupts. Like I let all you talk. Let me talk. Your argument is like logically, like if I were to put this into a deductive first order argument, this would be deductive. Assume that the Earth is a globe. Given this fact,
You weren't taking the globe side.
Wait, hey.
You made it exceptionally clear earlier on that you were not taking the fucking globe side, so you can't insert that. Try again.
I'm not even doing that.
Yes, you just did.
No, I didn't. And
you just said assume it's a globe. No fucking way. You said you're not taking the globe side. So try again, please.
Then he immediately goes to the globe.
This isn't my argument. This is your argument.
If you have listen. Hey, dude.
If I'm
Navels. I'm the boss here. Okay, so when I want to speak, I get to speak. Now, for the love of God, let Nabels finish what he's saying. Thank you. Go ahead, Nabels.
Very, very much. What's your name?
Who cares? Just take your time to speak.
Okay. Your argument is assume the Earth is a globe. If it's a globe, we ought to observe this. We do not observe this. Therefore, our assumption must be false. This is called an argument by contradiction, reductio ad absurdum, whatever you want to call it. This is your argument, not mine. What I'm saying is that this is a valid argument, right? If the Earth is a globe, we ought to observe this. We do not observe this, therefore the Earth is not a globe. That's valid. But the reason why it is unsound is because you are concluding that we must observe X, Y, and Z based on geometry. And I'm saying physics changes what we observe because the light gets bent downward. And so the object appears more upward. And so and we have evidence for this. Miraging we even have a name for it. When there's strong temperature inversion over oceans during the day, we observe objects appear where they're not. Superior, inferior, whatever you want to point out, this is what we observe. And so I'm saying, because this is a known phenomenon, you have to take this known phenomenon into account in order to calculate what we ought to observe. Once this is done, go and retake your measurements, and if they still don't agree with what the globe predicts, then you are right. But I am almost certain.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. So, that being said, a laser transit measurement methodology was done over a body of water 25 miles in length. they accounted for refraction. They had a weather station on both sides, and even if you put in standard refraction, it only alters the observation in the order of feet, but you need hundreds of feet. So that measurement is sufficient to debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And rest assured, friend, 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient.
So you're saying there's some people out there that measured what the globe would predict and actually took into account refraction and still didn't get what the globe would predict. You're saying that's been done.
I'm saying they debunked the globe by 2 orders of magnitude.
Okay, where do you have a link?
Yeah, dude, I got a whole documentary and an associated PDF with the event, and it's actually not just one test; it's 17 tests. They start out small and they work their way up to big. It'll be the greatest 2 hours of your life you ever spent. Half an hour to read the document, and an hour,
with lasers?
a little over an hour. Yeah, bro. Hold on a second. I'll post it for you.
I wonder the laser thing now. Which one is it?
This is just my immediate. This is not me being argumentative, but it kind of is because I'm a contrarian. But I question everything. How do they account? Okay, if you think about what a laser is, it's focused light. The visible light we're seeing normally in the day, it's not focused. How do they they're basically saying they're the same. Like they can conclude the same things. I would be skeptical.
What? No, dude, a laser is better because it's
focused
calibrated.
light. It's focused light.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Right.
So how do you know that it would refract the same? Like just based off of what I know physically, focused light has more energy per square meter, and what refraction is, it's basically microscattering due to the interaction between
right.
light
So
and
if
the
that's true,
mm-hmm.
then using a laser would be the best way to get rid of all the ambiguity of refraction. So a laser would be more precise.
But by how much?
By a lot.
What's a lot?
Well, 2 orders of magnitude debunking the globe. That's how much.
But give me the specific quantity of step change in the value of refraction between
It's your
focused
claim
light
of refraction. You're the one who's begging for it. You supply us with this data.
No. He's the one that's made the claim that a group of people have done this. So the burden's on him.
But he's not made the claim to refraction. You, my friend, have. So you're the one who's got to provide the data for said refraction, not AI.
Refraction's a known phenomenon, right? I don't need to provide
You're
data.
the one who's making the claim to it. You're the one who's got to back this claim, not anyone else.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because if you're going to make the claim of refraction, and then you're going to make the claim of it has to vary to a certain point, and you want him to give you the specifics of it, and say that it needs this specific value of refraction in order to debunk the globe, you're going to have to provide that specific value. You can't ask him for it.
Sorry, what's the specific claim you think I made?
Making a claim of refraction. It's not for me to basically explain it. You have to explain it. You're asking him, wait a minute, you're asking him, right? He said there is something that debunked the globe with a laser test. He said by 2 magnitudes. He gave you a specific value. You're making a claim of, well, I know about refraction, so it have to take account of this specific value. What a value did you guys?
Yeah, I didn't make that claim.
Hold on. As in, he have to overcome a physical condition in the atmosphere, which is an oxymoron. In the atmosphere, you have to make the specific of what he have to overcome to begin with.
Yeah, I didn't claim that, so that's just my response.
You said, well, if you know enough about refraction, where there is nothing. So if you don't have anything that he have to overcome in the physical atmosphere, which you're claiming that is refraction, which you haven't described what refraction you're talking about yet. if you're not going to explain any of those things, you can't simply ask him to take account for it because you're not making that claim, like you said.
Yeah, I just simply called something into question, and that was just my initial response. I haven't even seen the PDF. He has to send it.
Okay, but what you calling into question, you don't know about. It seems like.
Okay, if you want to, like, I don't know how to argue against that. Whatever.
Do you know
is
about
this
it?
Flat Earth Core? Yeah, I do. Is this Flat Earth Core?
No.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Field engineer core.
Yeah, this is Flat Earth Core, FE Core. I assumed it stood for Flat Earth. Does it not?
No, it stands for Field Engineer Core.
Oh, okay, Field Engineer Core. Yeah, I've seen this. There's so many problems, but I guess let's just get to the biggest one, the refraction.
Let's just run through them one at a time, my friend.
No, that's not productive. You should always address, whenever you're arguing, you should address the biggest problem first. That's my opinion.
You can't tell nobody how to argue. Just address the problem that you have with it.
Yeah, hold on.
So without watching it, you're going to tell us refraction, because you've already told us that, is the main issue.
Hold on. Let me just pull it up on my...
What you might best watch it first, so you don't poison the well. JJ, in the side chat. Nice and
It
easy.
actually might be... I might be able
So
to...
how about not poisoning the well first? How about you watch it, assess it, and then get back to us?
I think he said he's seen it.
Yeah, I've read the PDF. I haven't seen the video. Do you want me? Is the video? Does it add anything to the PDF?
Okay, what is the biggest problem in the PDF?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up on my PC. So I'm gonna try and stream it. I feel like that'd be helpful. Hold on.
On top of your head, what's the biggest problem? Name it.
The biggest problem would actually be the lack of proper. How do I put this? Statistical properties of the measurements, but that's like
statistical properties.
Yeah, it's gonna start like.
What are you talking about, dude?
So like for example, well, hold on, don't make fun of me. Like I haven't made fun of anyone here.
Let him do the example. I want to know about these statistical properties.
Yeah, and I'm pulling up on my PC. Right, this is Flat Earth. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, Flat Earth. Is this flat? There. Okay. Here. Okay. Let me share my screen. Actually, let me not do that because that's going to take longer. Go to page 7.
Holy crap.
Well, we don't have to go over it if you don't want to. That's fine. We could just go back. Actually, you know what? Give me a minute. I'm gonna set up everything.
Okay, this is this. Page 7, you say.
Is somebody else giving it to you, sir? I mean, is this your argument or somebody's giving you this? Yes, somebody's giving them this.
Dude, page 7 is still the introduction.
No, somebody's giving them the argument. He said, page 7, he said. Statistical properties. You heard this? Usually what I hear, they always say that mathematics is wrong, it's incorrect, they don't know how to.
Dude, gunnery, statistical properties of gunnery, if you hit the target, is 100%. Correct? Am I right or wrong? The answer is if you hit the target, you've hit the target. Therefore, hitting the target is a 100%.
Oh yeah, you're gay, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's because I hit your target, bro. Man, that was close. Whew.
We fucking.
What statistical properties did you apply to that conclusion?
Oh man.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, actually, I have nothing. No, I'm good.
Wise choice.
All right, brother. No worries. You can just listen, hang out. We don't mind.
No, I have nothing to. I mean, dude, I'm not as smart as you. Maybe, actually, I think I am, but like, I don't.
No, you could be, but you're clearly inebriated, and so let's just say don't leave it to the sober people to talk. You can just listen. How about that?
Well,
I agree. Good decision. Thanks. Anyway, homie Slice, I looked up page 7 here. Hold on, let me go back to it. I gotta open it again. Give me a second.
You're good.
Didn't
No,
open
I'm
it
taking my
separately.
time too, man. You're all good. How's your night going, by the way?
Page
I
7
feel like
will
we
land
don't.
you on the introduction.
I feel like we don't
I don't like
humanize.
how this thing doesn't open.
Hold on, really quick. I feel like we don't humanize with each other, so I sense some hostility from some people. I'm not even like complaining. Like,
Yeah, no, we're not being hostile, we're just being thorough. So, page 7, the required accuracy depends on the needed deliverable output. Accuracy refers to how closely a measurement or observation compares to a true or established value, since measurements and observations are subject to errors. By analysing the error source models of curvature testing, the optical configuration design of the testing device was optimised.
Yeah.
The precision of the TLT
pause.
measurement.
Pause. Sorry. Yeah. So page 7, you read the part that I wanted to go over. In this document, could you read it from there again?
This document.
Second paragraph.
Well, the accuracy refers to how. Oh, actually, you're looking at the next one down. So you're looking at the hot. That'll be page 8.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Page 8.
Anyways, page 8. The terrestrial laser targeting TLT survey method can be used with sufficient accuracy on large distance curvature measurements. Compared with other curvature test methods, the method used in this paper has proper accuracy and practical advantages. In this document, we are introducing TLT measurements up to 40 kilometres, 25 miles, conducted by our research team as late as the 23rd of April 2018.
Pause. 40 kilometers, 25 miles. This is the part I wanted to highlight. Plus
so what's the
or
issue
minus,
with 25 miles?
Plus or minus what?
What's the issue with 25 miles?
25 plus or minus.
So you want a range plus or minus, say, 3 foot or...
What are you talking about, plus or minus, dude?
Like the range of uncertainty.
With the range, dude, are you kidding?
Yes.
No, I seriously want to know if you're kidding, dude. Because what is the 25 miles?
It's a measurement, no?
Yes. But what? What measurement of what?
It's a TLT measurement of like up to like the maximum.
Holy crap!
You said a measurement of what?
Hold on.
It's the
sufficient large distance curvature measurements.
No, it's not.
That's what it says right there. TLT survey method can be used with sufficient accuracy on large distance curvature measurements. In this document, we're introducing TLT measurements up to 40 kilometers.
Yes, but the
right. So what's the 40 kilometers represent? Did you read the whole document?
It's an upper bound.
No, he saw that one paragraph and thought he could rip it apart.
Okay, I'm going to ask this. No, hold on. I'm going to ask this. I want a straight answer. Did you read the whole document?
No, not the whole, just excerpts.
Okay, then. So the 40 kilometers is the longest range test that they did. So they had the laser on one side of the lake, and 25 miles away, they had the target location.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and they shot the laser over 25 miles to the target.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, so you want them to write down what the quote unquote plus or minus is. But if they say it's up to 25 miles, and maybe their plus or minus might be in the actual measurement that they did at Lake Idsil, which was a 25-mile shot. And since you didn't read it, you wouldn't know.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so this team used TLT measurements up to 40 kilometers.
Now, let me explain real quick why they said up to 40 kilometers. Do you know why? Because they did 17 different tests, some at small range, some at medium range, and some at long range. So I think like some of them were like 8 miles, some were 14 miles, some were 7 miles, one was 25 miles.
Okay, yeah, so they conducted 17 tests from low, medium, long range.
Mm-hmm.
And what?
Look, bro,
wait, sorry. Can I?
I know you think. I know you think you have a point, but
no, I'm actually not even making a point right now. Wait, I'm not making a point right now. I'm just being. I'm asking a question because I want clarification.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
It says under the main principles of the experiment, the study effects of terrestrial refraction in the different ambient conditions of very small incident angles close to non-uniform density transition zones above water surfaces. That's where light bends gradually. Like that's the area where it's going to be bending a lot.
Which way? Up or down?
Wait! Don't! I don't want to.
It's a gradient. It goes gradually. That's
dude. Who cares, dude?
That's gonna derail, man. Come on, hold on.
Yeah, stop derailing.
Okay. My question is, what apparatus did they use for these 17 tests? You said a laser?
Dude, they use lasers, yes. I'm
How do they
not
measure
sure if they
the
use the
distance?
same laser for all of them.
How do they measure the distance?
Hey, dummy. Listen,
That's not
bro.
nice.
No offense.
Let's not do that.
No offense. But to be
You guys
honest,
ask these type of questions all the time and then berate us when we don't have a quick answer.
That's
fair.
Exactly.
That's fair, dude. But the problem is he already said he looked at this.
I looked at pages 1
No,
through
but
7.
you guys presented it.
Hold on. Yeah, that's true.
And he made it quite clear, Ice JJ, that he had examined it. So please
Yeah, but
shut
it's over
up.
100 pages. Examining it is different from
listen.
fully
Hey,
internalizing it.
Ice. Dude. Just get muted, fool. Thanks.
The heck? Okay. Look,
Listen, dude. I'm not competing with Ice JJ for you to get your chance to speak and for me to answer your questions. So you can just stay muted. Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I would like. Let's just establish a tone of respect. That's all I want to say. My question is, what apparatus did they use? How did they measure the distance?
Mabel, you said you already read this. You already were familiar with this as if you already looked at this before AI even presented it to you.
You know what? Maybe I didn't take a careful enough read. Maybe we can go through some of it together and you guys can educate me and not be rude. Let's establish a tone of respect.
I think that'd be rude for you to say that you are familiar with something as if you already know what this is.
Sometimes people are mistaken about. Have you never made a mistake in your life about thinking you know something and not knowing something?
I got you.
Are we not human, man? Like I'm just saying, like, are we not here to have a discussion? Like we're not.
That's not what happened. You said that you'd read it. You directly said that you'd read it, and that there's a whole list of problems that you've already established with it.
Yeah, the biggest problem. The biggest problem. Yeah, bro. You said the biggest problem. The first thing you said was up to 25 miles.
Okay. All right.
What were the error bars on 25 miles? That was the biggest problem, dude.
Listen, man, I embellished. All right, you know what? I'm human. I embellished.
All right, you embellished. I'll accept that. Mea culpa. So let's all move on.
Okay, please, thank you. And if I'm here to be educated, how about this? I've never read this. How about this? Let me be absolutely honest with you guys. I've seen this. I've taken a glance at it. I've never thoroughly read it, and I would love to be educated on the work you guys have done as independent scientists. Cool. Can we call that cool?
What science?
Science is the process of making an observation in the natural world, forming a hypothesis, testing it, and interpreting results.
And testing it with what?
That depends on, like, that's super context dependent.
It depends on. We just taking measurements.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. But
right. So speaking of measurements,
speaking of measurements, are you guys not
okay, cool story. Cool story. Let's move on.
Like, yeah, why do we got to pick over the details? Anyway, what apparatus was used?
Hold on, brother.
What's up?
Let's just go to one. So I'm trying to find the start of the biggest one. Because why start with the small one when you can just go to the most major measurement they did? So calculation measurement 6, target 4. Okay, so let's just go to pay. So I want to make sure that the one we're going to talk about has all the things addressed. So it must be measurements. Yeah, let's just go to measurement 7, target 4. So that starts on page 94, I think.
Okay, 94. Let me follow along.
Measurement 7, target 4. Yeah, that's the end that then leads to the conclusions.
By the way, whoever made this, I would label the pages just for people who have.
Yeah, you always label pages.
Yeah.
I hear you on that.
I'm here.
I give him an F on that one.
On the 20, my mom's talking in her sleep. Hold on. Huh. She does that sometimes. One time I had a full-blown conversation. She was dreaming that she was talking to her therapist about me, and she was. I mean,
We don't need to know this.
Okay. Okay.
Best not to.
Gotcha.
So we're looking at the 7th measurement. Cool.
You or David?
You
I gotta
too.
mute up. Hold on.
I mean, FE Core is very precise in this documentation. I mean, besides the labeling, I mean, it's not much to really read.
Okay, so page 94 has the photo of the target position. So let me scroll. So the reason is because they actually pan the laser to different targets on the lake. So we got to go all the way back. Oh my goodness, man. Sorry. Don't want Lake Balaton. Okay, so a second measurement.
Like ISIL 6 and 7.
So laser position at Lake ISO is actually on around pages 42 or 45. That's when it begins. So Lake ISO Netherlands measurements, April 2018. It shows you the laser location, and then it shows you the target locations on the map. So for their distances, it appears they're just using this map. Okay. So they used Google Earth mapping to draw a ray from the laser location to the target location, and then get that distance. Okay, so that's how they got it. Now there are 4 targets that they did. So let me zoom in here. Now the reason why they did 4 targets. Yeah, what happened? Yeah, bro.
Oh,
man, we've been working. What have you been doing? Slacking?
Taking care of my disabled brother and disabled sister.
All right. Fair enough.
Thank God I live in California. I mean, I fucking hate this state, but I'd be cooked without it, ironically. It's a parasitic relationship, almost.
So we were saying on Lake 42, on page 42-ish, there's a map of Lake Yggdrasil presented, and it shows you the locations of the laser and the targets.
Okay, is this from Google? It looks like Google Maps. Is this from Google Maps?
Yeah, Google Earth.
Okay. So then that means Google took these measurements. So, I don't know, that's not like a gotcha. That's just that means that Google either does or doesn't have public data on the statistical properties of their measurements. It may or may not be public, but it exists. When they took these measurements, they also took all of the relevant statistical properties.
That's it.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's a complete failure, but I think you're failing to make your point. What do it matter if they referencing Google Maps? That's just a map. I mean, the way it's stated in here, they just presenting the location.
Okay, I'm back. Have you guys spoken amongst yourselves? Hello?
What up?
Yeah, have you guys spoken amongst yourselves about what I said?
No, my headset died. I have no idea what you said.
Yeah, well, he was trying to say that Google Map is the one that took the measurements, but they only referencing Google Maps, right? Basically, the location of where the measurement is being
Okay, they're just using it as a visual.
No, what they're actually using for their underlying test structure is the WGS84.
Yeah.
So what's that? WGS84.
Yeah, if you read the intro, like the first few pages, etc., you would have learned that.
WGS84 model. So you guys do use models.
Yeah, so the WGS84 is one of the reference ellipsoids that geodetic surveying is interpreted through a matrix and laws of formation, as outlined in books such as Higher Geodesy by Helmert, etc., etc. Okay, it's well established. It's considered the standard among many fields. Okay? So we don't need to revisit the error margins or the statistical probabilities.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Right, because their goal was to test the WGS84. Okay.
Against measurements which have statistical properties. Thank you.
Okay. But the WGS 484 itself is taken as a given, and then the other parts of the measurements would be what they actually did.
Which
right. So if they're at a particular location, and the WGS 84 says that this location and that location are this far away, that's what they're testing. And it also says that there's this much curve in between those 2 points. That's also what they're testing. So the scrutiny that you should mainly be applying to them is things that aren't already the established thing that they're trying to test. It should be their measurements that they're making. So in other words, if I was a judge and we were in a court case, I would say, listen, the WGS 84 is not their burden to put on trial. It's already established. They're presenting counter evidence to the WGS 84. So if you want to adjudicate the WGS 84, go and sue the company that made it. All right, so now that we see how they did it there, they got the Google Earth, they got the WGS 84, they got the claimed distances from point A to point B, and also the WGS 84 has claimed curvature between point A and point B. If you notice on page about 46, they even put in the scale of the geoid undulations, right? They even put in the tides. Lake tides are known to have amplitudes up to 10 centimeters in larger lakes. In case of Lake Idsil, the average shallow depth of 5.5 meters, 18 feet, and the relatively low water volume of the lake suggests this effect would be even smaller and within our measurement error margin. Right, then it says how they did here. The lake temperature ranges from 7 to 14 degrees Celsius. The ambient conditions along the entire length of the laser beam wasn't available. They used data at the end positions. The data showed there's no significant differences in temperature and humidity between the start and end points of the measurement. So now I'm going back to the 90s to get to measurement 7. Measurement 7, there they show you the readouts of the meteorological station that they had. Temperature and humidity at 2 meters, 6.56 feet, right? Altitude. Then you got the target for observation location, the little photo right there. And you got the laser beam hidden height calculation measurement. So it shows there the calculations based on a spherical model results in a target hidden height of the measurement 7 at target position 4 of 90.81 meters, 297 feet. Okay. So a straight line laser would pass over the target to the target ground position 297 feet. Now, obviously, the target has some height to it. because it was 2 meters. Then you've got curvature correction, right, from an ideal sphere to the WGS84. There's the math right there. So the calculated difference of curvature drop on the WGS84 spherical model for the location in which they were in, right, from the laser to target is plus 2.56 millimeters. So it varies from an ideal sphere by 2.56 millimeters. The height of Lake Eitzil above sea level is 0 meters. All right, then we go into here, measurement 7. So they got the air temperature, the atmospheric pressure, the air humidity. Then they got the, hold on, let me scroll and zoom in here. Then they got historical weather reports there for the days. Look, they even have an uncertainty of the calculated index, the refractive index of air. Right? They got all that right there, Holmes. For all the refraction calculations. Then you see here on page, in about 101 to 103, it starts the refraction calculation. So angle of incidence, right? 0.002 degrees. Refractive index calculation based on the modified Edlund equation. N1 equals blibbity blop bloop bloop. Nanometers, wavelength of light, blah, 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 angle of refraction, Snell's law, zibbity, zibbity, zap, angle of deviation, shabloody, shablam. After that, they conclude, the ambient conditions refracted the laser beam downward by a maximum of 0.131 millimeters. There you go. All right, positions and height of target 4. Right there, they have the latitude and longitude of the target, right? They have the GPS ellipsoidal height and the geoid height. Target 4, latitude, longitude. Oh, sorry, the first one was the laser position. Second one, the latitude and longitude for the target position. Right? The GPS ellipsoid height, 0 meters. The geoid height, 41.847 meters. So you notice that 41.847 from the 42.409 only gives you less than, let's see, for 2.4, less than 1 meter of variance. Okay. And then they calculate it for you here. 22 inches. So the differential in the geoid height was only 22 inches from target location to laser. Oh man. Did I have you guys on mute? Or is anyone trying to speak?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Following along.
All right, so next page, experimental results. Experiment results of the 7 tests, because I just read you the longest test. Loosely, you should have been following along in the document. Then you would understand the blah, blah, blah spent. Okay, experiment results of the 7 tests indicates there is no curvature on the lake surfaces. The testing results agree with the analysis of error sources. Feasibility of optimizing optical configuration was verified. In summary, the testing results of the lake surface were plus or minus 0.2 meters. Relative accuracy was in 1%, confidence level 98%. Our experiment results verify the possibility of point-to-point long-range wireless communication system. I'm not sure why they added that. It must have been mentioned earlier. So the TLT measurements meet the accuracy of the experiment design requirements and provide a definitive deliverable output. The surface of Lake Balaton and Lake Eitzil is not convex and curvature is not detectable. Right? Through analyzing the error source of the TLT and making the measurements and corrections for the geoid, we determined that results of the experiment definitively prove our hypothesis of non-convex water surfaces. So the conclusion: all large bodies of water should follow the geopotential surface. We proved these lakes are non-uniform with the WGS-84 model. The WGS-84 model is incorrect. Now, why did they say that? Well, because the laser hit the target, and according to what page 99, it would have had, the laser should have been, let's see, 200, should have went over the head of them by 297 feet, but it hit the target, and the target was only 2 meters off the ground. 6 feet. Approximately 6 feet. So, that means the globe is debunked by 2 orders of magnitude. So then they have the actual things in tables here. So let's find the one of the table for that test. Lake Igsil 7. Okay. Imperial. Let's just use Imperial since that's cool. Let's go. So on Lake Igsil 7, why does it say 357? I don't frickin' know. Or is that inches? Why the heck did they do it like that? Oh, inches, yeah. Why would they do it in inches? You little... Man. Well, either way, spherical target hidden height at Lake Igsil is 3,575 inches. Correction to the WGS-4 later to target was 0.085 inches. Okay, mean sea level was 0. Refraction was 0.00512 inches. Expected target hidden height 3,575. Variance to the geoid height was 22 inches. Right?
What was the variance to sea level, did you say?
Okay, so the mean sea level at Igsil is supposed to be 0. Let me go back up here to where they actually wrote it to make sure. Curvature correction. Hold on, my thing died. It has the GPS ellipsoidal height at 0 meters. That should mean a 0 sea level. But I just read it that they somewhere in this one of these pages real quick here. Give me a second.
Yeah, I've heard you say mean sea level at 0. It'd be interesting to see if any other point that they've taken that means sea level would be anything other than 0.
Yeah, but I didn't mean sea level as obviously mean sea level is considered the baseline, so it'd be 0. But so if something is considered at 0, then it's considered at the baseline. So 0 feet above sea level. Dude, they literally had a sentence in there that I read, and now I can't find it. Holy crap. Just gonna real quick reread it.
That's okay. We're recording this, so I can go back, yeah?
Okay, measurement 7, the spherical model, target hidden height, WGS84 laser to target, correction, MSL correction, refraction expected. Oh, the height of Lake Isil above sea level is 0 meters.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright, did our homie leave? Guess so.
I'd say he left when he scrolled down and there was one of the pages that mentioned the refraction and how it bent the laser upwards so many millimeters, and that wouldn't have fit the model he required, and he would have looked at that and went, oh dear, that's a problem. Or if he was smart enough, he would have. Yep.
They claim he brings something in, and then now be going over. Send out to work for him.
I noticed a couple of you in here that I haven't sent a friend request to. Flat Earthers, I mean. So I just sent out a couple.
Yeah, that link you sent is seriously flawed. If you can let me send something in the chat, I can send a short description of some of the issues.
Which link?
The one you were going over, that guy, FE Core experiments, and so on.
Well, if it's flawed, you should have been going through it with AI. He would have appreciated some help.
Yep, Mike's back to you, Overlord.
Yeah, AI
It's actually AI that
points
brought
out a bunch of the flaws, but even with later we need AI. I mean, but yeah, I mean, run it through AI immediately.
No, not run it through AI, as in AI Overlord.
Man,
At the top of the chat.
just tell us one of the flaws. What do you got to wait till it premieres in theaters?
Yeah, I mean, very basically, I mean, one of them is that they're measuring refraction, and you even quoted this only at 2 points, the beginning and the end. But this is in non-continuous zone. I mean, this is in the area where refraction is like the strongest and varies drastically. It's non-continuous; it changes along the path, and there's no measurements for that at all.
So if they've measured it at the strongest points, and it's only out by 0.131 of a millimetre over how long was the seventh measurement? 25 miles. So we're out by 0.00512 inches at 25 miles, and that's the strongest point of the refraction. I don't think the weakest is really going to do anything.
You misheard me. I know. I did not say the measurements. No, they only took a measurement at the start, the point of observation, and the point where the laser
JJ, they took the area that it's out by 0.00512 inches at 25 miles.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain something.
Yeah, what part of 0.00512 inches at 25 miles don't you get?
I mean, do you understand? I mean, I'm trying to finish my sentence here.
JJ,
because they're using
at 20 miles, that's 270 feet of drop. At 30 miles, it's 600 feet of drop. Okay, so you're out by not even half of 1 inch. So you've still got to acquire a lot of drop.
And I'm trying to explain to you how they're missing it, which is that their measurement for refraction is only at 2 points when it is. It changes.
So if we take it at 1,000 points, you're going to get more refraction.
It's not working.
Because you make claims that you can't substantiate, my good friend.
I can't finish the claim.
You can't substantiate them, so there's no point letting you. So what you're saying is, if they've made 2 points. They've measured 2 points. So let's say they measure 1,000 points. Are they going to magically get more refraction in order to get a ball? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
No, that's just facts. If you measure more, you will get more refraction. You get drastic swings in, refraction along the path, especially over water. Like the area, like shooting a beam of light over water and saying, "Look at this." It's not. It's like this doesn't look at like the measurements of the physical properties of the Earth. It's like saying, like waving a thermometer through a steam vent and saying, "Oh, look at this." It's like it's ridiculous.
What you're suggesting is actually ridiculous. So what you're saying is that after the laser leaves, right, from point A, it's perfectly bending around the globe all of these different distances, because they're doing all of these different tests over different distances where you would have drastically different amounts of curvature. You're saying it's perfectly bending around the globe in all of these different tests and hitting the target within millimeters consistently. That's crazy what you're suggesting right now.
They're using refraction corrections. I'm talking about the things that they're using are methodologically just unsound. So you can hit a beam.
But you're saying
with refraction.
How about us, JJ? How about you make JJ? You've made the claim that they're methodologically unsound. How about you make them sound so we can use your formula when we do these tests in the future?
Well, they would need more measurements. They'd need measurements across the path of the. So
how do you explain the fact that in some of the tests the refraction is going the wrong way?
because refraction changes drastically along the path. They can go down.
So you're telling me
that's why mirage is
that's your default refraction changes, but it's going the wrong way, JJ. Did you not listen to what I said?
Down. Oh my god!
Did you not listen? If it's bending the wrong way, that means it's leaning towards the globe, and you still don't get enough.
Hey, no worries, no worries. So JJ, all you got to do, bro, it's very simple. Go over to Walter Bislin's. Put the observation into his calculator, and then use the refraction.
It's not that simple.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, JJ, let me make it very simple to you.
Yeah, but the point is it's not.
No, JJ, let me make it very simple for you. I get to finish my sentences by acquiescence or force. You pick. Okay.
No, I love it.
All you got to do is go to Walter Bislin's, put it in there, and it'll give you the refraction that's required to make that observation. Once you have that number, then you have something interesting to talk about, which Matrix may be interested in.
Yeah, I'm talking about their own measurements. So if their own measurements don't line up with, if I can't rely on their measurements, then there's no point putting them into something else.
JJ, the laser hit the target. Okay? That's what happened. Okay?
Yeah, I'm saying that their counting of refraction along the path doesn't. They don't even
no, you don't even understand. Check this out. It's simpler than that. Okay? If the laser is hitting the target, right? And a straight laser, unrefracted or unaltered in its path, right, would pass over the target approximately 300 feet. That means in order for the Earth to be a globe, the laser had to have curved around and reoriented itself to hit a target below 300 feet. Okay, by 200, well, there was about 10 feet, let's say, so I think it was 290, so about 280 feet. So just go into Bislin's and find out how much refraction would be required to curve a laser that much over that distance.
Again, it's not continuous.
Once again, I just did that, and I had to max out the refraction slider to 1. It's in the side chat screenshot.
Right. So it's either going to be continuous, and so over the entire arc there's going to be subtle amounts of change, or it's going to be non-continuous, where there's going to be very little change and then dramatic change, which means that pocket of dramatic change needs even more extreme conditions than the rest of the non-continuous arc that it's supposedly traveling in, JJ. Don't you get that?
What?
I know. Sorry, I forgot. I'm dealing with retarded globers. Let me make it more simple. Maybe I'll draw it in crayon.
Yeah, draw it in a crayon. That'll be easier.
Okay, so if you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour in a hot rod, specifically designed to win the land speed record, okay, and there's a brick wall at the end of the track, you have to slow down before you crash into the brick wall. So option A is you start slowing down way before you hit the brick wall, and then you only have to apply a certain amount of slowdown so you don't break your own neck. Now, if you try to stop all at the end of the brick wall, your neck's going to snap in 2 pieces. So you either make slow, gradual changes over a long period of time, or you make extreme changes that have extreme impacts in a very short amount of time and distance.
Yeah, I mean, they're having an issue of like their calculation of refraction is off. Just by, I mean, according to GPT-5 thinking, 5 to 8 orders of magnitude, or their interpretation of what they're seeing is wrong. Like, for example, do you know what attenuation is? The idea that a beam can scatter. It becomes weaker, and so then you see it creates different dots that go in different paths. What if it's that, especially at that range? That's when attenuation is going to be happening.
What?
that you don't know if the beam did not start scattering at one point because it starts fading, and then what they're catching as a laser hitting the target is really just one scattered part of an attenuated beam.
No, that's not how it works. See, they actually took a photograph. Check it out. They took a photograph of the beam centroid. Lasers have a Gaussian distribution. You could apply an algorithm. It'll tell you that you're looking at the center of the beam.
An algorithm, okay.
Oh my god, dude! I forgot.
That sounds like assumptions to me.
Do you want me, dude? Do you want me to draw it in finger paints? Crayons may be too highbrow for you.
No, but that's hypocritical. Setting an algorithm.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Pay attention. Lasers have a Gaussian distribution profile. So if you're looking straight at a laser, the glow off is going to fade off in a Gaussian distribution. And if you apply an algorithm that could tell you whether it's a Gaussian profile or not, it can tell you the center. Holy crap, dude. Holy frickin' crap, dude.
Yeah, again, if you're dealing with a lot of attenuation, I don't think that's really going to make much of a difference.
Yeah, go get the definition. Go get the definition of attenuation, and then come back and read it, and then tell me how it applies to the situation.
Yeah, it's when it slows down. It has less force, and that causes scattering.
You can see the beam hitting the big target that they created there in the side chat from the PDF.
Yes, that would be one of the scattered beams.
Yeah, what's the circle of uncertainty, dude? Is it 300 feet? Holy frickin' crap. Holy frickin' crap.
So it's sectioning out into separate beams, the scattering sectioning it out into separate laser beams, and one of them happens to be hitting this target.
Sick, bro, sick. Hey, bro.
I mean, they claim relative accuracy within 1% and confidence level of 98%. But I mean, given, I mean,
man, dude, I didn't know.
Of all this,
JJ, let me apologize to you. JJ, can I apologize? Can I apologize? I didn't realize that you were trying to say that they shoot one laser and then it turns into 17 different laser paths that all just shoot up different shorelines. You know, kind of like in Quake 3 Arena when you get the multi-laser homing missile. Holy crap, bro. You're onto something.
I mean, to some extent, yes, if light scatters, that's something that can happen. And when, and their confidence level is 1% or 98% relative accuracy within 1%, but they don't have any kind of data measurements to back that up. That's ridiculous. These guys are. This is just like. Oh my God. I mean, I'm reading through this. If you let me post in the side chat, I'll just post like an AI analysis. I'll give you the prompt. Why can't you post in the side chat? Not provoked. I'll give you the prompt too. I just like.
Why do we need an AI run through of this when we've got you to run through it like you've done?
Because it would be a much more efficient way of getting the point across.
So what you're saying is you're not qualified for this conversation.
Hold on, because it's over 100 pages, the document you've sent. I have not seen this before, and it would be much more efficient. Like, just simply.
So if you have not seen this before, how are you to judge it?
Well, I have been going through it since you've sent it, but again, that wasn't that long ago. But whatever. Look, if you let me post, I'll send it.
Maybe you should read it a bit more, mate.
If not, then whatever.
You copy and Craig rebuttal word for word, bro. You gonna say you didn't look at it?
No, I've been looking at it since it was posted. That's what I'm saying. I have not seen this before it was posted. I don't know how is this complicated for you?
Definitely see you're copying it word for word, bro.
What am I copying?
You're trying to claim that the lasers is bending with the Earth due to refraction. That's why it's hitting the target. And you also trying to make a claim that the light is scattering. Light is going over the target, which is not. It's not even in the presentation.
Yeah, that's because the presentation is flawed.
So you're saying the presentation is lying.
Yeah. some extent, yeah. Or it's wrong. I don't know their intentions. They're wrong.
It came wrong because it definitely hit the target. That's the claim in the presentation.
No, but hitting
So
the
you-
target. No. But the issue is hitting the target happens
Okay,
with
hold on.
refraction, and it happens with a bunch of things also.
Your
It
copy
happens with attenuation too. But the question is, how do you account for that? And they're accounting for it. It's horrible. They're in fact negative.
Well, maybe you could enlighten us on how to account for it correctly.
Either you're saying the patient is lying, or you're saying that the physical laser beam is curving with the Earth due to refraction and continuation, which you haven't even described
Oh
yet.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So which one is it?
Well, no. Attenuation is just when it gets slower and weaker because it's a laser beam, and then it fades out, and then when it does that, it will it sometimes will scatter, but it becomes a kind of dim beam. But the refraction is the curving because of,
it was somehow curved and hit the target 25 miles away.
yeah.
This guy's acting like lasers are like shooting a shotgun into water with flechette rounds, where they just go all over the place and end up, hitting a fish over here and then a fish over there.
No, that's what he's saying. Not at all.
That's exactly what I just asked you. You said yes.
They bend slightly down, curve.
You said they scatter out into separate beams.
Well, no, attenuation is when a beam becomes weak enough. So when it goes far enough that it starts losing its strength, it starts dimming. It can cause scattering.
Hit the target. Hit a target 300 feet below the Earth. This Earth tangent. So that mean no matter where they set it, it would hit that target.
What?
That means so basically you're making an argument that the globe with these laser tests is unfalsifiable. That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to make like this is confusing, bro.
No. I'm saying that their own description is their measurements are flawed. Their description is flawed.
You didn't even read it. You didn't read it. You just put it into ChatGPT and you're just parroting whatever ChatGPT told you. Hold on a second, JJ. Hold on a second. I want you to look at the picture that I put in the side chat, and we can see a section of laser beam on the target. Hold on, just listen. Okay, I just put the picture in the side chat. What is that green beam on the target there? That's only in a small section of the target. That is scattered
light.
So you're saying it deviates into separate sections of beam?
What?
You're saying that that's a small section of the beam, right? And the other bits are scattered elsewhere, and it's separated into separate beams. That's what you're saying.
Potentially.
Well, you just made that up, and that's ridiculous.
No, it's not made up.
Okay, a single laser beam can appear to scatter. A single laser beam can appear to scatter out or spread over distance, but it does not literally split into separate laser beams.
Oh no, it doesn't have to split around. Yeah, but it can scatter in a sense that it directs somewhere else. Like,
okay,
so this is not radical.
Why is there a concentrated beam on a particular section of the target, as if the laser beam is hitting the target?
Oh yeah, well, it's very simple. It's very simple, JJ. Give me one example of a laser having done this at any time in history that's been recorded.
Scattering like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in lights, but I can tell you, like,
now he's not an expert.
No, but this is the point. You're appealing to you're making this logical fallacy. Appealing to who I am, who's saying it. But this is why I'm saying. Okay, let me just.
Oh, dude, you're making a claim. You're making a claim that something happens. I said you give me one example of it ever occurring in history, and so now you have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Can I post something in the chat?
Yeah, why not?
Because I'm not able to post.
Well, I don't know why you're not able. Why aren't you able? Did you get banned from posting, or you don't have enough rank?
I don't know. I haven't been able to post.
Try now.
There we go. I can post now. Well, there's even this is not that, but there's even with the Rayleigh criteria, there's even Rayleigh scattering. Yeah, really scattering.
Yes, but
That's
we
sunset. That's red.
when do lasers do not travel straight and do not hit targets horizontally? That's what we're trying to figure out. Because you're saying that lasers go everywhere, which defeats the purpose of a laser.
No, I'm talking about an optical illusion,
to a
potential
degree.
optical illusion. It wasn't. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's a potential optical illusion.
This happened.
Look.
Actually, you're trying to say that the laser scattered all over the place, so eventually it would hit its target either way, whether it's focused or not.
Well, to some degree, JJ, listen, to some degree, JJ is correct, and I'll explain. It's very simple to understand. Okay, if you shoot a laser straight in a room, okay? Now, go to the side of the laser in an observation window, so you're looking at the laser perpendicular to its path. Now, fill the room with fog. You're going to see a green line going across the room, right? That's the laser. But that's not the direction the laser main light is traveling. Those are the portions of the light that are being hit on the particles and then being redirected to your eye. So in that manner, you could argue, well, that's the laser being split off into separate quote-unquote beams, but they're not beams at that point. The main beam is the point that's traveling straight ahead. What's being deflected off is no longer part of the beam.
But how do you know that's not a reflection or deflection?
Beam still hitting the target.
What? Right.
How do
The
you know
main
that is
beam
not-
the main beam is still hitting the target, but what you're seeing going off on the side isn't the main beam, dude. And by the way, if you apply the Gaussian profile, listen, if you're looking at a laser on sideways, it's going to look like a straight line going across your field of view, right? If you apply a Gaussian profile to that, you're not going to get a centroid. But if the beam is hitting you, you are. I mean, I don't know why this is so complicated.
I don't know why this is complicated at all.
Well, listen, homie, listen, Reggie, I don't have anything simpler than finger paints to draw a picture for this kid, so I don't know what to do. Maybe I just need a set of shapes with colors. A red triangle.
Maybe he needs schoolhouse or rock. You need to, I don't know, make a jingle or song for him.
You said that they only measured at the beginning of the lake and the end of the lake, and they didn't measure the continuous ambient atmosphere along the entire path of the laser. Okay, let's say that's true that they didn't. Why should they? Justify why they should even bother.
Because that would tell you whether or not whether or not you're hitting a target because light is bending or because it's a straight line.
Well, wouldn't the video footage or photographic footage of the light hitting the target prove that it's doing its thing?
No, but it doesn't prove why it's doing its thing.
Who cares? The result at the end is it hits its target. Ta-da!
Well, if it's because light's refracting, that means it's bending over a curved surface.
So you're making the claim that refraction causes lasers to follow the 8 inches per mile squared average.
No, that's not true. What he said isn't true.
No, this is
if you prove light is simply refracting, that doesn't prove it's bending over a curved surface, dude.
Right.
Correct. But if you prove that
you invoke
measurements that you're seeing, if it's refracting and you're hitting a site at 20-something miles, if there's a bunch of refraction going on and you're hitting what's supposed to be line of sight, then you know it's not a straight line.
Okay, how much refraction would be necessary?
No, but with any refraction, if you're seeing line of sight
Holy
at that
crap,
much distance,
dude.
and there's any refraction would mean that you're not on not on a flat surface.
Hey, why every time we ask this, how much refraction is necessary? I asked this.
He said,
how much?
He said any refraction. So if there's 6 feet of differential between the laser and the ground, and there's a sufficient amount of refraction to only vary the laser within a circle of uncertainty of 6 feet, he then thinks that means you're not on a flat surface. Are you kidding me, dude?
No. The refraction that you
That's
see
the dumbest
along this
thing
path,
that I've heard you.
not any refraction, the refraction that you see along this path is going, and we know there's refraction. And if it's line of sight, then if there's refraction, then it's not a flat surface. Like if things are shifting upwards, like just like that, the ships in the horizon video, like there are times when they are sinking below and there are times when they are higher. If the time when they are higher is when you think your line of sight, then you're obviously not on a flat surface. That's when you're seeing mirages.
What? That doesn't follow either, dude. Like you literally can't even make a sentence that results in the surface being necessarily curved. Why is that? You seem to have an issue, brother.
When things are wavy, they're higher than they should be, but it looks line of sight, then line of sight means it's not line of sight because it's wavy.
Holy crap, dude.
So it's
wow. Hey, listen.
That's a very basic
make an argument that leads to the Earth being a globe necessarily because of refraction. Go ahead.
I mean, that was it.
No, it wasn't, dude. Not even close.
I mean, that's line of sight. I mean, it's not because of refraction is not the best way you're going to, get the measurements of the Earth, because by definition, you're looking at bending of light that is variable along different areas and temperatures and altitudes.
Be asking you,
but the refraction that you would see, like,
sir, dude, calm down. You the one that said that refraction is obstructing the measurement to begin with. Therefore, you have to take account for refraction. So AI asks you a very valid question is how much refraction is necessary, dude, to cause light to bend to the curvature of this big Earth with this radius value. Because you don't have the radius value at this point. We haven't given you the globe. Listen, we haven't given you the globe. We haven't given you the radius value. You trying to prove that there is a radius value. All measurements are being taken flat at this point. All measurements are being taken to be assumed to be horizontal at this point. Even if the light is bending traveling straight. You don't have a curve yet that you have proven. So you have to somehow convince us or prove to us that the light is actually bending to the point where it's curving. So you're going to have to definitely tell us how much refraction is required for the light to curve over a physical hill you guys call the horizon. Valid question. No, you can't just say, any refraction. You could put a little bit of refraction and it would curve over this 30. No, you have to do some type of math to tell us what refraction that you will have to account for the curve that basically cause light to bend, curving around a surface with a radius value. Answer the question, how much refraction is required for this?
Okay, the exact number, I don't even know which specific observation you're talking about. I don't the point that I was making was that it's a non-continuous gradient along the path, which means
so the
fact
point that you're going to stick to is you can't give us the number.
No, but it's going to be different numbers throughout. It's going to be non-continuous.
Okay, what about this measurement that we're taking right now?
Like it's like if Earth is hold about this. If you're on a ball and Earth is just a ball and it's bending,
you haven't proven
it's curved and light is curved. Yeah, if it's curved, if it is curved, if refraction, if you're on a curved surface and refraction is causing it to bend downwards, and it's non-continuous.
So
what that means
is validate these claims.
Hold on. What we're talking about is whether or not this could be refraction. You asked what refraction could be necessary.
Would've, should've, could've. If you are claiming light is following a ball around, bending downwards, as you pointed out, you can show us either photographic or video evidence of one of these lasers bending downwards, conforming to an 8" per mile squared curvature rate.
If you can do that, I will happily listen to you and your quote-unquote proofs of refraction all day long. I won't even interrupt. And I'll smile whilst doing it. Please provide this laser bending downwards.
Yeah, because right now
Open air, laser bending down. You can do it.
Yeah, because you're not on the ball yet, and you're saying that the thing that AI presented to us, which is the FE core, which is a laser that has been shot and hit its target.
I didn't even get to the AI yet, but we'll go on.
Okay. That hit its target. You're saying that's due to refraction in the laser beam is actually curving around to hit its target, or actually scattering. So you should be able to show that even in this example. But right now, you don't have a ball. You haven't proven the ball. You haven't proven curvature yet. So you can't assume curvature and say, if curvature, then this. You can't assume that at all. You have to tell us the specific refraction point, actually describe it and define it, and say why is light bending to the point where it appears if the light laser beam hits any target is due to the Earth being curved. The laser beam is actually going with the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and I'm trying to explain to you that there's going to be many different points of along the path where it refracts. So by measuring the first and the end, that's not enough. I can give you one number alone is not going to do it, because if it's refraction that causes it to. We're testing hold on, whether or not refraction can explain the fact that laser hits it. Okay, am I able to speak or not?
So you're lying.
Can I speak or not?
You're already saying the exact same thing, and you're giving us the same bullshit.
We're seeing whether or not refraction is the cause of the laser hitting the target.
Great.
And if it's refraction, assuming that the Earth is a completely flat, level surface, is a false assumption to test whether or not it is atmospheric refraction, which is inhibited by a curved Earth.
So Glober, you don't know what refraction is, Glober.
You're not falsifying refraction.
Glober. The more refraction, the less you see,
this
Glober.
Is one of the basic methodological issues that they're not actually testing refraction.
Glober. You don't understand refraction, Glober.
They just don't understand it.
Glober, you don't understand what refraction is, just so you know, Glober.
Aren't you guys tired of this after 5, 10, 15 years of the same shit all the time?
Yeah.
We get new special eds in daily. Example, let's JJ.
Shit.
It's actually quite entertaining.
Yeah.
Okay, JJ. So do you have a counterexample that does take these confounding factors into account that validates that there is such a thing as Earth curvature and a geometric horizon? Do you have that?
Yeah, I've given you stuff before, but because it just freaked out.
But it's got to be analogous. It's got to be like a laser test, right? Because we're talking about laser tests. So do you have one?
Yeah, I'm pointing out the massive methodological flaws in doing
No.
this.
Just answer. You got to answer my question. Okay, so I understand what you're saying about how you could have, say, a pocket of hot air or a pocket of cold air at, say, 4 miles, and then at 10 miles you could have a different pocket of air, and it could affect the way that the light's traveling across, right, from point A to point B, but they only took measurements at point A and point B, whereas there's all of these other points in between that could cause deviations. Okay? Valid point. Fair enough. Okay? It's still hitting the target over all of these different tests. That's why they didn't just do one test. They're doing a stack of different tests. So if you're saying the laser's doing all of this crazy shit between point A and point B and still hitting the target at the other side, that's a pretty crazy claim. So maybe you should be the one that has, that shows something that does take all of these different points along from point A to point B into account. Okay, so you've established that you have a very reliable idea of what's going on with the refractive index between point A and point B, and it aligns with the globe, right? But I know that you don't have that, and I just want you to admit that, or show that you do have it, and then we can go over it.
Yeah, but he doesn't even have the globe. He hasn't proven it yet. Nor have he even established that yet. The only thing that he has is refraction. But he has to somehow prove to us and show us, right, something specific about refraction and give us the scale of this refraction where it will cause the light to bend to a point where it will follow a radius value of the globe. That's all I'm asking. I mean, I don't understand on why that's so hard for him to do. You don't need a bunch of numbers for that.
So JJ, do you have what I asked you for, or don't you have it? Don't say that you've tried to give it in the past or something like that. Like, do you have a counter laser test that does take these variables?
Friend, he doesn't have.
Yeah, I know
shit,
that.
Friend.
I want them to admit that, though.
No, they
I've
won't.
sent.
No, he doesn't have shit. This guy.
There you go. If you're just gonna talk over me,
Listen, I haven't.
Sure.
Listen, yeah, I was talking and you started talking over me. Shut the fuck up. So these like always, these globers, what they think is refraction is helping them. As in reality,
99.9% of the world's population are globers, including everyone you respect.
99% of you were fucking masked up for fucking 3 years because you listened to the government. So
literally
shut the fuck
everyone
up.
but you on Discord and like 12 other people. Go on.
Yes, keep talking over me, right? Fucking moron. Listen, your fucking refraction, let me tell you. What you guys think refraction is completely inverted. In reality, refraction does not help you fucking see things. It worsens your vision. The more refraction you have, the less shit you can see. Does not help your fucking argument, bud.
I don't think you understand what refraction is.
Buddy, I fucking installed fiber optic systems for a fucking telecommunications company. I fucking know exactly what refraction is, friend.
Okay, and bending.
Friend, I'm an electrical engineer, friend, yes, and I'm telling you exactly what it fucking does in reality, and you're fucking inverting it because you're a dumb fuck glober, and that's the only argument you fucking have.
Right, yes, I'm the dumb fuck.
Yes, you are.
Just
stupid as fuck.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Me and Google and science and
all of you. Yes,
all
stupid as fuck. It's
education,
crazy.
all scientists.
Yes, bunch of sheep. Yes, bunch of fucking sheep.
This is called.
You're a fucking moron. You don't know what. You don't know what fucking. Okay. No, you're the Dunning-Kruger. Stupid. I'm trying to tell you this.
Fair enough. But do you know?
I'm trying to tell you this.
Fair enough. I'm a moron.
Yes.
I understand.
You're fucking. You're talking out your ass. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's what Dunning-Kruger is.
I don't have a PhD in science.
No, you don't.
You don't either.
No, you don't.
The fact that I acknowledge that and you're claiming to be smarter than everyone else is sheep. Do you know what Dunning-Kruger is?
I've built.
Do you know what Dunning-Kruger is?
Yes. You're making uneducated fucking claims. You think you know, but you don't know.
Okay, uneducated.
Yes, you're a fucking. Yes, you're a fucking.
Educated.
You're a fucking Dunning-Kruger dumb fuck.
Other people, the educators, are all wrong.
You're stupid.
You're saying that the educators and everyone who's educated, the scientists, the
that's better. Alright, the peer reviews are going to at least take 10 breaths. Because fair dinkum, you've got one who hasn't backed his claims and the other one is just, yeah, whatever. Oh, and one wants to run away. Maybe he's got breathing exercises to do elsewhere.
I mean, we asked him for the Pacifics. I mean, I think it was a valid question that we asked earlier. I mean, we asked it multiple times and he couldn't show us. I mean,
why the fuck would you mute me when he's over talking me? Huh?
I muted both of you because.
Yeah, but why the fuck would you mute me? He was interrupting me. Hey, stupid! He was interrupting.
Because it was audio chaos, and that is not what we need here. So Vlad, I get it. Just take a chill pill. It's all good. I know it shouldn't be me lecturing people because I'm pretty hot-headed, but we don't need that. JJ is dumb enough to sink himself, and he was doing an exceptional job. I'm sure Clipcord's got about 3 years worth of content out of the last hour.
Well, the next time, mute the asshole that's interrupting me so then I don't have to fucking rage over him. How about do that? No, you muted me first.
Well, bad luck.
Well, don't be fucking stupid.
Ooh, Diddums. Did you fall out of the wrong side of bed this morning?
Buddy, you know exactly what you just fucking did, and you did a fucking wrong thing. Shut the fuck up.
You both got muted. Don't cry.
I told you to mute him while I'm fucking lecturing the idiot. That's it.
I did mute him. I don't see a problem.
No,
Holy
you muted
crap.
me first.
People who constantly
cares?
insult folks. Anybody who's got to
Who
constantly
cares?
insult folks and do that ad hoc shit. I have no problem
Who
with that being
cares?
muted.
Can we stop talking about it?
Yeah, I agree. Let's move forward.
Yeah, because the problem we have here is that he said that the FE core um, was flawed because the laser actually curved with the Earth due to refraction. They didn't take account of the refraction. So when we asked him, basically, well, how much refraction did we miss, or how much refraction is actually required in order for us to see this light or this laser of light bending or scattering to the point where it's going to still hit its target 25 miles away. I mean, even 7 miles away debunks the globe. So I don't, so I was just waiting for him to basically describe that. He said, oh, well, I can't show you that because it's complicated multiple times.
Right.
As I said, well, basically your claim is false, is unfalsifiable. Then it's still
Listen, friend. Can you listen to me for a second? If any of these globe dumb fucks ever say anything about refraction, all you do is you say, the laser experiment was done not with one color laser, but with multiple color laser, which are different fucking wavelengths, right? And if there was any form of refraction, the wavelengths, the different wavelengths would react differently, would bend differently, right? But it doesn't. Both the fucking lights are hitting the same fucking target. So there ain't no fucking refraction in whatever the fuck that shit was happening. It was not bending the light. All you gotta say is that. Two different color lasers. Straight up destroys all their fucking argument. I don't know why you guys don't even fucking cut them at the pass. It's so easy. Globers are fucking stupid. You just argue with them for like fucking hours about the same shit, fucking looping. That's why I had to come in. It's nonsense. You guys are fucking looping for an hour.
Actually, we wasn't fucking looping for a fucking hour. You just came 10 minutes ago. You ain't listened to us for an hour.
Well, that's
We
what
was
I heard.
talking
You guys were arguing for an hour with this asshole. So if you're arguing with a fucking idiot for an hour, then you guys are the idiots.
for 10 minutes.
Just because we have more patience than you do doesn't make us idiots.
Yeah, we was talking
slow. Maybe slow.
That sounds like projection.
But trust me, it ain't no fucking projection. I promise you that.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna start doing ejections.
Hey, AI, what are you playing, buddy?
System Shock.
Is it any good?
Oh yeah. It's like 30 years old.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm wondering what the fuck are you playing? I've never seen this before.
It's a remake. So the old one was like, oh man, where all the characters are sprites and the graphics are like really rudimentary 3D. It was made within a year of when Doom came out.
Oh.
One of the pioneers of the genre, homie.
Sick.
I'm looking at my map.
It looked like what's it called? When you were in that, what do you call it, that plane? Or was that the spaceship?
Mm.
It looked like that fucking, what is it called? Descent? You ever played that game?
Yep.
Yeah, it looked like I thought you were playing a remake of Descent for a second. I was like, what the fuck? So I stopped smoking weed for like 2 weeks now. I'm having the craziest nightmares. It's crazy. I just woke up in a fucking nightmare. It's nuts. Or from a nightmare.
Big dreams get vivid as hell, don't they?
Oh yeah. Unbelievable dreams. It's fucking been like a whole week of crazy nonsense. I keep waking up every 3 hours.
It'll level out. In the meantime, enjoy the weird dreams.
Bro, I'm a Pisces sun, and I got like this premonition psychic ability stuff, right? So I'm seeing some crazy shit. Crazy shit.
You sound unhinged.
Yeah, well, I've been having fucking nightmares for a whole week.
I was going to suggest doing like a dream journal, but he had to go and say that.
No, I can't even talk about these dreams. They're fucking so crazy.
You don't even want to remember.
Well, last one was about my granny first, and it was not good.
You mentioned the premonition thing, so I figured I'd write them down and see if there's anything to it.
Well, the other one was more like a fucking. I think a couple days ago was about I don't know. It was a Middle Eastern Palestine type situation, and I was like in the middle of it all, right? And I was watching all the fucking executions. It was crazy. I wasn't doing any of it. I was just watching all of it, and I was part of like that whole group of being fucking destroyed. I just didn't get any of the hot action. I was just fucking witnessing it all. It's fucked up. I haven't had dreams for like years, right? So because I've been smoking for so long. And I play Warzone and Battlefield 6 and stuff, so like, you know, I've seen a lot of gore and shit throughout my life, so when I dream, like it all like gets like put together even more vividly. It's just fucking ridiculous. Why are older games so much better, eh?
People took pride in their work, and now they just kind of sell half-finished games as early release, and everybody thinks that's acceptable.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not complaining about RedSec. Battlefield 6 RedSec is a sick ass game right now, but I'm talking about like just looking at AI playing this reminds me of also what is it called? DSX, the original, when it first came out, and like the way the inventory is and stuff, with a little bit of Metroid Prime or no Metroid type map system. Who's massaging me?
Sent your friend request, Stephen Price.
Right, people want to be my friend. It's exceptional. See, no matter how angry I get, people still want to be my friend. It's crazy.
Anybody who's associated with kind of our greater group, I'd like to send a friend request to. Figure we'll probably hang out and chat at some point or another.
I'm just saying, you're not the only one. Trust me, I have plenty of friend requests.
I've gotten a lot of folks that change their names. You haven't, though. I've noticed you kept the same name for a long time. But people change their names, so sometimes it's hard to remember who's who. Anywho, I digress. I'm gonna get up. So.
Yo, AI buddy, you there? I just went AFK. Goddamn. Yo, AG, you fix your mic a bit. Your mic goes in and out. Like it's on
Sorry,
and
man. I'm on push to talk. It's shit. I'll just shut up. But I was just saying it looks like he's AFK.
Yeah, he logged off, man. No. You guys want to know how you know if your person's a soulmate or not? This has to do with flat Earth, by the way. Anybody? Any takers? AI's back. No way. AI, where'd you go? Yo, you there, AI?
Nope.
Yeah, you are. Now you are. Where'd you go?
I had to plug my headset in.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Do you want to know how you know if your person's a soulmate or not? I guess not. Nobody cares. So in Vedic astrology, right? Or the sidereal cycle, right? The position of the stars or the moving stars, the planetary bodies, whatever you want to call them, are it's pretty precise using the sidereal cycle, right? And each planet symbolizes something. And based on its position, it can tell you something about yourself depending on where and what time you were born, right? So for a female, the position of Jupiter can tell a female what her male is. And for the male, the position of Venus can tell you who your female should be, right? But that's using Vedic astrology, right? And in Vedic astrology, the position of the moon is the feminine body, so the position of the moon would be the female, and the position of the sun would be the male. And there we go, friends. That's how you know if you're matching with somebody or not. If all those four align, you might just have your soulmate there, buds. Oh shit, look at that. Why you running? Take out a gun and shoot it. What the fuck, man? Don't be a bitch.
Shoot, I didn't want to blow up. Dude, I didn't know how big that grenade was going to be.
It's not. Yo, you're telling me that the damage on this is insane?
Yeah.
Nah, man, you can't just run in and gun everything down.
Somewhat.
I'd probably do that the whole.
Dude, that was my own grenade, dude.
I know, I saw it, bro. You launched that shit and you had to run. I know. I don't understand why you just didn't shoot him. Oh, you're playing a controller too. That's why you're so stiff movement. Yeah. Shoot that shit. Yeah. Easy mode. What the fuck, bro? That's easy, bro. Come on. In the head. Boom, 2 shots, bro. Come on. This you can run through the whole game this way. You tell me you can't? Or do you like to keep the tension always going? There we go. There we go. Oh shit, that's a bigger guy. Oh, still fucking 3 shots? Bro, your shotgun's insane.
Yeah, we did a powwow watching Dr. Shiva's summit earlier.
How was it?
Home base. Dude, the dude's so retarded. Ooh.
Yeah, usually the more PhD, the more stupid. Yeah. The more PhD, the more stupid.
Dude, basically was like, let's use science to measure a shape. So dumb.
Yeah, I heard. I heard.
Tried lecturing the flat earther. He's like, I do math all my life. You don't do math. Like, yeah, math.
That dude has
You're
a
not.
hell of an ego.
I know, right? You normal citizens aren't allowed to do math. It's for us, the clergy.
Oh shit!
Yeah, clergy my balls. Oh fuck. I would love to sit down like face to face with one of these cocksuckers, just like Steven Crowder style.
Mm-hmm.
And just fucking right in front of his face too. I want to see him overtalk me then.
Yeah, dude. He had that whole condescending thing going on, hardcore.
Oh yeah, that would be the best part. Like if a cocksucker like that would be sitting in front of me trying to be condescending, I'd fucking make him feel so goddamn small. What are you looking for, man? Yo, AI, what are you looking for? Or are you just fucking around exploring? What the fuck you doing, bro?
Exploring.
Oh. You like have no like main goal here, like a quest log or some shit?
I've got to jettison a biological grove that's full of mutants.
Wait, you still haven't found it?
In this game, you got to be looking for things all the time. Passwords to locks. Clues to what you have to do in what order.
Yeah, right in the fucking head. Can I help you? Yeah. Stay on the ground, bitch. Man, you gotta play some Battlefield 6, bro.
Dude, there's a bad joke in there. Can I help you? Yeah, let me shoot in your face.
Yeah. Fun.
Gamma Grove.
Oh, that's where you're supposed to be, bro.
Hmm. Nope, already jettisoned.
Jettisoned it, eh?
I have my sensitivity turned down so I can get more accurate aim.
I get you. That's fine.
It won't let me control, so if I should be able to have a different sensitivity for walking and then aim down sights, but they don't have it in this one. Alright, screw you, sucker.
But you haven't even explored parts of this map, or what? Does the map go black again when you leave?
No, this is a new level.
Alright, so why does it tell you jettisoned already?
No, it's already been jettisoned. I didn't do it.
We should find a good free multiplayer game to play together.
Right there, I gotta go.
Yeah, Download Red Sec. Battlefield 6 Red Sec. It's the best game right now.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I need
Oh,
to
you played
upgrade
it?
my equipment.
Yeah, it's crossplay too.
I know. Why don't you have me on your friends list, buddy? We could be playing because I already have buddies I play with.
Cool.
I already have 2 wins on that bitch.
Bro, did you see this thing over here? Down there? There's a railgun on the couch over there.
Yeah, I know. Why don't you just pick it up and throw some of the garbage guns down?
Nah, I gotta put them back in my base. Dude, this game is the precursor to DSX.
Makes sense. The original, not the new one. The new one kind of boring as fuck. I think I have the new one, and I got it for free from Epic Games. I like turned it on for a second, and I was like, "Yo, what the fuck is this garbage?" I turned it off. But Battlefield 6, my guys, holy fuck! If there is a game out there that's better, please tell me, because there ain't. When you can literally airstrike a whole fucking skyscraper down, and there's guys camping on it, and you just call in a fucking airstrike, and then the whole building collapses. It's just beautiful. I've never seen anything so beautiful. Just the explosions, the call-ins, and all that shit's fucking great. Oh, kill it, kill it. Oh shit. Took too much damage, bro.
Dude, this is my base. How is she in there?
She's tripping balls, bro.
This is where I leave all my extra stuff.
Oh, you just drop it on the floor. You don't even have like a stash.
Yeah, well, you can, but the floor, it'll work. It'll stay forever on the floor. But you shall have this here. Cargo lift. Can go up and down to different floors.
Mm. What Xbox are you running?
S.
It can play Battlefield 6?
Oh, yeah.
Well, shit. You're gonna have to fucking give me your name and shit when I play tomorrow. You play with the controller too?
Yep.
Are you just as slow?
No.
You're a little faster in the other game? Because I slide cancel in Battlefield 6. You should see some of the gameplay, bro. It's fucking craziness. The headshots, bro. Oh, the headshots. They're so satisfying. Do you have like a like armor and stuff you can put on or no? What's the point of all this gear and shit?
Got all that
Oh.
stuff.
Yeah, okay, so it's like these little circly things you just put into your body. Detox, medic patch, gas. You're supposed to go the other way, man. Weren't you? Are you gonna pick up the railgun? Yeah. Go pick up the railgun. It's definitely like an old school type of tunneling system, you know, like corridors of an old school game. Oh, there's that bitch. Let's try it out. Oh, sweet. Look at the recoil.
One shot, dude.
Oh, so it's a sniper. A railgun.
Dude, it takes 2 minutes to reload. Holy crap.
But if it's a one-shot kill, then it's worth it. And it's probably AoE. It probably, like, pierces and shit. You're not going to use it?
Save it for a big enemy.
This game now.
Oh, shit.
This is exactly the type of game I like playing. First-person shooters with a lot of different items, adventures, big map.
Good stuff.
There you go,
Oh,
vaporize. That's right. Vaporization, instant. How much ammo you have on it? It uses the same type of ammo.
had 3 shots.
Access denied. Shit. Oh, wow. Progress, bro. Oh, I should have said rail for that. Yeah, I'm falling asleep again, friends. I'll talk to you later. Oh wait, we
See?
got a Glober? Wait, hold on. Is this a Glober or is this like a religious Jewish guy?
Might be. Welcome.
I mean, I really want to know if this religious Jewish guy knows it's a flat stationary plane.
Yeah, that's what his favorite book seems to indicate.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he read the book, he should know.
Yeah.
I always like to ask the religious guys because they should know. And if they don't know, then they read the book.
Yep. Iron sharpens iron.
Hey, Deacon, right here's the poster from DSX.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, it's reminding me of so much games I like that. It's so, like, 90s fucking gaming. Straight up, like, late 90s, early 2000s. I remember playing for the DSX the first time. I was a kid too. I couldn't, it was great. I just fucking, it was hard. Oh, you found a secret, eh? Look at you. Oh shit, you can boost? No way.
I can't get up there.
Bring another box. Oh my god, so close. No fucking way. You
It's
just need
probably
like
an
an extra
exit.
step left. Really? Seems like a Metro type shit where it's like a secret you roll up and then get some shit. Alright, friends. See you later.
Oh man. Alright, I gotta peace out myself.
Yeah, I might try. Football's stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
If it dies down too much, kick everybody.
Fair enough. Oh.
Hopefully some people will come in.
Yeah,
And
can
then
you
show
do
me
it,
how that.
DJ? As always, do it.
No, I'm not claiming that. I'm claiming that it can't be explained with atmospheric refraction, right? You would have to have so much refraction in the observations that I've put in to the begging the question Earth curve calculator that the Earth would have to appear flat, essentially, to explain them.
And in the meantime, I posted an example of this at 4 minutes past the hour. This is modeling the furthest oil rig in the Black Swan. And you see you need a refractive index, according to this calculator, of 0.989182, which is basically 1. You're flattening out, like, almost entirely.
Almost, right? But not entirely.
Right. The problem is, though, dude, to get a refractive index of such a high value, okay, what the question then becomes, what actually creates that? And then in this situation, are those values of humidity, temperature, and air pressure and all that stuff actually the ones that do manifest in that area? Would they contribute to something like this?
Hey, you flat earth fucking faggots are a bunch of idiots. Go kill yourselves.
Solo, be quiet. Stop it. Be grown. Big boy.
Yeah, Mick's making a valid point. Okay, so your claim. Okay, so when I punch the numbers right into Walter Bislin's, no, you're right, man. You're completely correct. I can show multiple examples, right, where I've put the numbers into Walter Bislin's begging the question refraction slider, and I have to slide it up to basically 0.99 K factor to be able to explain the observation. That's so much refraction that the Earth would literally look flat. You're increasing the radius of the globe to a point where you would not see any curvature at all for every single one of these observations that I've put into it, which is just a ridiculous claim, right? Because we're not seeing any miraging effects in the observations that I've been punching into it at all. Okay, so you're claiming like basically ducting would be taking place with no miraging effects whatsoever taking place within the observation. Absolutely ridiculous claim.
May I ask a question, Scott? To you?
I don't think I could stop you.
I just tried to ask politely. You could say no, and I would stop. You know the famed, if the conditions were right, the high enough ladder and strong enough zoom lens, you could see your own ass.
If the conditions were right, yes.
So what hold on, let me ask him. Would that be achieving the 360 degrees? If you're going to go by degrees?
Yeah, that'd be 360 degrees of.
Okay, so you're presupposing the Earth is a ball in the first place.
It was your question, not mine.
No, no, it was when you said a couple of degrees. The completion of you seeing your own ass would be 360 degrees.
Yes.
So you're just presupposing a ball in the first place when you say a couple of degrees.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When did I say a couple of degrees? Refresh my memory.
That's when we were talking about the Black Swan. You said, "Oh, all you need is a couple of degrees."
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you did. Am I hearing things?
No. Yes, you are.
Well, Scott, you're the one, you're claiming a geometric horizon, but you don't have any evidence such a thing exists.
Except we have pictures of it.
No, you do not. You have pictures of an apparent horizon. Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I want him to present evidence. He's made a positive claim. You have not provided any empirical evidence that a geometric horizon exists at all.
What's the difference between the apparent and the geometric?
There's no such thing as a geometric horizon.
So you're asking me to prove something that can't be proved by definition?
Something that you're claiming to be factual that cannot be proved, has never been proved, and doesn't exist in reality, that you're claiming does exist.
Okay, does a basketball have an edge to it that we can see?
We're not talking about a basketball.
I know, but just please, humor me. Does
Technically, spheres have zero edges. Technically,
okay.
If you're talking about a geometric horizon, sure, from a certain height above the surface of a sphere, right? There would be a maximum distance that you could see. It would be a point, like if you drew a tangent line to the surface of it, depending on your height, it would be at a specific distance, and you could measure that based off the radius value of the basketball, and it would check out. If you're claiming the same thing exists in reality for the globe, right, then you would need to validate that, right? A basketball's not going to help you.
You guys don't.
No, not you guys. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Can we just?
Right? No, we can't. Okay, so
can you slow down, then?
I'm not slowing down. Okay, I can slow down. Okay, listen, I'm going to say it very slowly. Okay, if you have a globe, yeah, I'm having a conversation, but you don't want to answer the question, and you're trying to get out of it right now. No, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, what was the question?
Okay.
What was the question?
Okay, so what validation do you have that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon in reality?
There can't be a geometric horizon. It's a mathematical concept.
It's a mathematical. So the globe is just a mathematical concept, is it?
No, the geometric horizon is a mathematical concept.
Well, okay, so what are you talking about?
The horizon that we see is real.
Horizon's an edge. Okay, so what's it the edge of? A globe?
It's the edge of a sphere, yes.
Okay, so it's physical.
Yes.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that a horizon is physical?
I can see it.
You just said you can see an apparent horizon.
What's the difference?
A horizon is just a straight line between vanishing points, a product of perspective.
Do you think you see anything ever that's not apparent?
Here we go again.
Yeah, so you're claiming a physical geometric horizon, right?
You guys never answered the question.
Byproduct. It's a byproduct.
Your question. Why
you're the one making the claim. No, No, you didn't.
Do you think?
Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence of a geometric horizon?
Do you think you see anything that's not apparent?
Scott, may I ask one question?
Everything we see is apparent.
Now this is semantics.
What's
You guys are the
what's
one who
being
you guys are the one who say it's apparent.
Hold on, I want to hold into this, right? So, do you have any empirical evidence that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon? We can all agree that there's such a thing as a horizon. So, you don't have any evidence of a geometric horizon, so stop claiming
That's a mathematical concept. I didn't claim a geometrical horizon.
No, it's a physical property of the sphere Earth. No, you're claiming that it's a physical geometric property of a globe Earth. That's a geometric horizon. By definition, that's a geometric horizon. Yes, it is.
It's not. Okay, if you guys want to change the definition of geometric, go ahead. It's just going to hinder your understanding of the world.
No, it's not hindering understanding.
Why would you want to do that to yourselves?
You don't have any evidence of Earth curvature or a geometric horizon.
We see it.
Yeah, this is weird, isn't?
No, you don't see it. How do you know what you're seeing is a byproduct of the globe?
Because we're smart.
Does a basketball not have?
Not an answer.
Hold on. Yeah, he is a clown. Does the basketball you brought up earlier not have a geometric horizon?
No.
So when an ant walks away from you when you're holding a basketball out in your outstretched hands and it goes bye-bye, what's it going over?
The horizon.
It's just apparently vanishing?
Yes, vanishing is apparent. That's what vanishing means. It no longer
Okay,
appears.
it's not. It's not a byproduct of it crawling around the ball.
Wait. You agree that to vanish means to
You're
no
playing
longer
semantics,
appear, right?
dude. Yeah, you're the one that's. You're the one who wants to.
Playing semantics.
No, you know damn well that the ball is crawling over. You know damn well the ant is crawling over the ball, and that place would be the geometric horizon, based on the size of that ball.
No, it's the apparent horizon. It's always the apparent horizon.
You're getting weird, Scott.
There's no geometric horizon. It doesn't exist.
It's a mathematical concept. It can't exist.
It's not a mathematical concept. It's a physical property of a globe.
No, geometry is math.
Yeah, but you're relating that math to a physical object, which would be the globe Earth, dumbass.
I'm not. You are.
No, you are. That's what you're saying. You said it's physical. It's the edge,
physical.
right?
It's the edge.
Yeah, the leading edge of a sphere based on your observer height.
Yes, a physical object. Yes.
Yeah. So prove that exists.
Yeah,
prove that exists.
So
we see it. We look at it. What other proof do we need?
Scott, okay, check this out.
Look at it.
Check this out.
How do I prove a dog exists? I see it. Look, there's a dog. You look at the dog, you say, "Oh, we prove the dog exists."
Don't make us mute you. I'm waiting patiently. You can wait patiently too, Scott.
Relax for a second. Okay.
I want to ask him one question when possible.
Just one quick thing there. Just to get the terms kind of realigned here, okay? Is there an instance of someone looking over the horizon, right, at a shoreline or some object at a distance where there's no refraction, right, and they could use that to measure what the distance to that horizon is? Because I think, forgive me, I'm having my first coffee here. I think that the term geometric horizon could be synonymous with a quote unquote apparent horizon whereby there's no refraction, right? Because it would be expressing the real geometry of the situation without any kind of interference from external factors like humidity, temperature, and all that stuff, bending light around and shit like that. So what you would see would be like as close to the real expression of the Earth's geometry in and of itself. So if there's an instance of that, we'd like to see that, because then you can actually do real measurements from there. Do you have that?
The question got lost on me. You went into a lot of details of something. What's the actual question again?
Do you have an instance of an observation where someone's looking over the horizon or whatever, where there's no refraction?
No.
Okay, so how do you know what is and what is not, the actual geometry with no interference versus what is?
I don't need to. I never asked that. I never try to do that.
Okay, but then how do you know what the actual refractive index would be? Because that refractive index in relation to something that has basically zero interference compared to you throw in these modifications and then it expands from there. Like there's a gold standard, so to speak, right? Zero interference or alteration, and then refractive index of whatever yields this other effect, some alteration. So what's the ground state? What's the base state? Right. This is what they I think is meant by the term geometric horizon, because there's no apparent deviation or apparent alteration.
Yes. That's why nobody ever talks about. That's why nobody ever talks, except for you guys, ever talks about the geometric horizon.
Okay, well, how about this? If we word it, is there an instance of this, right, where the apparent horizon is in its ideal state with zero alteration?
Is there any instance that I have where the apparent horizon matches what we would calculate as the geometric horizon? No, we don't have that.
And okay, then you don't know if that's. You don't even know if that's the actual quote unquote geometric horizon, like just pure.
We don't care.
Okay, well then, how do you have a gold standard to compare to make these claims? Say that the claim that the radius is this big, and we know that because of observations over the horizon.
Oh, we don't do that. No one's
Some people do.
No, they don't.
Okay, well then, how? But here's the problem: how do you know what the starting point is? How do you know what the radius is? How do you know what the radius is to begin with?
Well, we figured out much better ways than looking at the horizon.
Okay.
That's the worst possible way to figure out the radius of the Earth, is by looking at the horizon.
Okay, well, you and your team might want to have a little powwow on that, because some people actually bring. So if you're not going to use that to justify the radius, then let's dig into the radius then, because that's a cornerstone
reciprocal zenith angles
model.
Okay, yeah, reciprocal zenith angles.
Very good. Okay. DJ, do you want to continue?
That's a much better way to figure out the radius.
Very good. I just need to clear that terminology up, because as we're talking about each other.
Yeah, but you guys are the only ones who looked at the horizon to talk about the size of the Earth.
You got a max distance you can see on a globe, Scott?
See, that question doesn't even make sense. What is a maximum distance you can see on a globe?
Yeah, like how much refraction? Because you were, I'm sure you're being facetious when the other guy asked about the 360 angles, if you could see your own ass. Like, how far do you think you could see on a globe before, Earth curve or refraction would just stop?
Yeah, what's the maximum?
I don't know.
You are.
I've never looked into that.
I couldn't hear
so it's just unfalsifiable. So it's just unfalsifiable.
You are. It depends. I couldn't hear his answer.
That's like all.
Yeah, everybody needs to get it, apparently.
He said he doesn't know, bro.
But here's the thing. Y'all motherfuckers would just.
It's just unfalsifiable. I don't know who this other guy is. Yeah, it's just unfalsifiable. Like all of them.
Terrible, Scott.
It doesn't matter what observation we present. They'll just say, "Well, that's easy. That's on a globe. You can explain that."
No, but every observation has ever presented is in like a few arc seconds of refraction. Everyone you presented.
You don't know what refraction is, bro. Prove that light's doing that. Prove it. How do you prove that light's doing that?
How do I prove that light is bending?
Yeah, that light's bending at whatever arc seconds you want over your fucking curve to reach your eye. Where's your curve? Where's your curve?
Shows the measurement of that.
Once again, we're back to trying to show curve based on
the observations. The observations, right? So circular fucking reasoning. Fuck! I'm sick of this fucking shit going into refraction for fucking hours. I am really starting to feel like QE was fucking right.
Okay.
No, QE wasn't correct.
But yeah, the way we would measure Earth curve is we'd either use spherical excess in 3 points with with surveying equipment, or we would use reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay, did you account for refraction? Did you account for refraction in the reciprocal zenith angle test? And if so, show me the data for that. Show me how that was done. Okay, show me one test and show me how that was done. Go ahead.
Well, the interesting thing about refraction is it would make the Earth seem flatter than it is.
Okay, how did they measure exactly what was going on with the refractive index in the test that you're talking about? Go ahead, present it. You're making a baseless claim and you can't back it up. You can't just assume what's going on.
A refraction making it look flatter? Can you show me that in the side chat?
He made a specific claim, right, that the radius is able to be measured with a reciprocal zenith angle test, okay, and that refraction was precisely accounted for. So show us how that was done, and show us how they precisely accounted for the refractive index between point A and point B. And you're not going to be able to provide it.
But it's not something you want to provide it, is it?
It is something I want provided.
You just asked.
Well, then you could look it up. If you really
No, this is your claim, right? You're the one that made the claim.
But you just said you wanted it provided, right? You want to understand.
You made the claim, and now I'm asking you to back your claim up, and you're trying to weasel out of it.
And if you don't have it, you don't get to appeal to it. It's that easy, and it's this simple. It's going to get shut down immediately if you can't provide the data or prove your claim. We're not going to go into the weeds for hours over fucking refraction anymore. It's that simple. You're just going to prove your shit or don't appeal to it.
Okay, let's stop appealing to refraction. Let's just talk about reciprocal zenith angle.
No, this is what you're going to do.
I want to talk about it. I want to see the evidence. Can you show me an example of refraction in the side chat? I want to see a demonstration of it so I can believe your stories, and we can move on to the next topic, the next point of the conversation. Do you have any examples, please? A demo?
Well, if he wants to get unmuted, he can provide exactly what he claimed that he had right now. So if he doesn't, then I think he can get a two-day ban for being a dishonest piece of shit.
Yeah, Scott, I'll vouch for you to get unbanned if you can go ahead and provide a demo. I'll say he's trying. Come on, Scott. Give us a demo so we can keep having a conversation. You just claim stacking a whole bunch of bullshit.
May I ask you a question in the meantime?
Absolutely. Hello. How are you, Bar?
What's going on, man? I'm good. How are you?
What's good?
Yeah, so I'm sure you guys are familiar with Professor Dave taking a bunch of flat earthers to go see the 24-hour sun.
No, dude, that didn't happen. No, Professor Dave didn't even go, and he didn't set it up. You have no idea.
I know. Whatever the other guy.
Professor Dave. I think it was a priest. I think it was a priest that took him, actually.
Yeah, Professor Dave was scared to go, so he declined the invitation.
Yeah, sure. But sorry, I just meant the video that he made covering it.
Yeah, he said that he signed with a young Earth creationist. So you had Professor Dave and young Earth creationist, Wonder Twins combine into the power of a final experiment that wasn't an experiment and wasn't final.
Okay, real quick, I have a question. Do you guys, first of all, deny the existence of the 24-hour sun?
No, we don't. It's an observation. It happened to happen.
Yeah, in 1800s, a book called Zetetic Astronomy, written by Dr. Robotham, also known as Parallax. He wrote in the book about the 24-hour sun, which he called the midnight sun. So this observation goes back hundreds of years. Centuries.
Okay, help me out here then. When I think of the flat Earth, I think of the typical image provided where you've got a sort of circle, and then you've got like a cone at the bottom.
Can you post it so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes.
Like a picture, like do a show and tell. How about we do a show?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
If there's a 24-hour sun bar, then it happens over a flat surface. It'll happen over a flat Earth. What else do you want? If you want a model, we don't have one. If you want the evidence, we can show you the evidence that's flat.
Well, I'm gonna provide you with what I think, or what I think that I feel like you guys are referring to.
Okay.
Here.
Is it relevant to the 24-hour sun? Because we could just end it. Like, are you talking about that still or no?
No, he's talking about the disk in space.
It is.
Yeah,
it's related to the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, hold on.
If it is, then it doesn't matter.
The disk in space, that's a flat Earth society. No one here is a member of the Flat Earth Society. In the rules of this channel, we specifically have said so. Like, if you read, like, before you join the channel...
I don't know what that means, though. If I'd read that, I don't know what that means.
That model is the Flat Earth Society model. No one here is a representative of the Flat Earth Society. That would be not anyone here. So using the Flat Earth Society, after you've been told this is not the Flat Earth Society, that would indicate you've got some learning disabilities.
You should be able to scroll to the very top, and we should have stuff pinned. We should have that pinned at the very top of the side chat.
So to be clear, Crit, I wasn't told that, and even if I had read the rules, I don't know what the Flat Earth Society is. I'm not very familiar with these conversations, so my bad. I didn't know you weren't a part of the Flat Earth Society, and I didn't know this map corresponded to that.
Do you know the position of these people?
To which people? The Flat Earth Society people?
No, these people we are talking about now.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out.
How you will figure out with your assumption, or asking the question why you are that?
Well, I didn't. No. I didn't assume anything.
You started with assumption. You didn't start the question why you people are Flat Earthers.
No. I literally did not start with an assumption. The first thing I asked was, are you familiar with this quote unquote experiment? They said yes. I said, do you deny the existence of the flat Earth sun? They said, the 24-hour sun. They said no. And then I said, okay, this is what I feel like people mean when they say flat Earth, and I sent it. I never ascribed it to any of them. I was only asking questions.
Okay.
Right. Was your question answered?
Yes, it was. But then I have another question then. What do you guys reckon that the flat Earth looks like?
Flat. If you're asking about a map or a model, we don't succumb to one. We don't have one.
Yeah, flat Earth looks flat.
Well, it's in the name. I understand that, but I understand that. So, like, can you explain to me the logistics behind the movement of the sun?
No.
Just like cosmology. Anything that happens in the sky is going to be happening over a flat surface. It doesn't matter what anything up there does. It's going to happen over a flat Earth. Period.
Well, that's fine. But you guys haven't opined on the sun.
Do we what?
Opined on the sun. The sun.
Yeah, it's in the sky.
We don't make claims about it.
It's in the sky.
Say that again?
We don't make claims about it.
You don't make claims about the sun.
Nope. Speculation based off observation. So the best we got is what we see. That's it. It happens over a flat surface is the only argument we need to have. Period.
Yeah, but wouldn't you if you opined on
we could speculate about it until the cows come home, but it's not sun speculation 24/7. It's flat Earth 24/7.
I understand, but for example, when I come up with the position, I say I come up with the political position because that's usually what I look for, right? I'm gonna start looking for things that are tangentially related that might support my argument in order to make a more well-rounded argument. I'm not saying you guys
about the sun wouldn't pertain to the argument about the Earth being flat.
I feel like it would, though.
No, it's irrelevant. It would happen over a flat surface.
Because a big part of what globe people think is.
There's some globers. There's some esteemed globers who think that the sun is a transformer. Eric Dollar.
Okay, that's fine. But anyways,
I found the source of that image. It comes from a movie that guy who played Tywin Lannister. He's doing some sort of weird Age of Renaissance movie where they invented a spaceship, and they're talking about the first space race happened with Leonardo and shit. They developed a space the Family Guy, or not Family Guy, Futurama did a whole shtick on this. That there's parts of the spaceship all around the world, and you could reassemble Leonardo da Vinci's spacecraft. So that's where that image comes from. It's from an advent of a movie, a tongue-in-cheek movie about a fictional space race that happened in the 1600s.
Yeah, I don't find that to be relevant at all.
Yeah, it is, because you got fooled. That's what I'm saying. Look how easy it was to fool you. That's how you got fooled very easily by fiction. So now that you got that on record, that it's very easy to fool you, use that data point. That's a key data point.
Okay, so to be clear, I don't think I was fooled because I specifically asked the question, do you guys adhere to this? You said no. I have met people who do. I don't know why you're saying
well, go talk to them. Go talk to them.
No. But I want to talk to you though. I don't know why you would tell me to talk to them.
If you said there's people who believe this, go talk to them.
No, but I never said that you guys believe it or that I want to talk specifically about it. I just want to know your account for how the sun moves and how night and day happens. If it doesn't move,
the same way you account for it.
No, I account for it. No, I account for it.
We experience the same sun that you do.
You're doing that again. You're making some assumption that some guys is making some answers, and you don't want directly to find out what these people thinking, what is their point.
I'm literally asking them.
No, you're not doing that, man. I will tell you why. You are saying there is some flat or whatever they are considering the sun, and we are telling you now. No, we are not caring about the sun. What's the next question? The next question will be this for me. If you are not speaking about the sun, let's see about what are you speaking.
No, I am still talking about the sun. I am.
Jesus Christ.
No, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense because I think it's fair for me to just simply ask the question. Okay, well, if you guys don't adhere to this model, right? You also don't adhere to a globe. Right, the globe accounts for how the sun sets and how the sun rises. It explains because the sun can only be on one side of the world, right? Like people can only experience.
No, it doesn't.
Anyway, are you saying it's impossible on a flat surface, or just because we don't have an explanation, you're upset about it? Which one is it?
For me, I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I just don't understand how it works if it's not either model. So if you could explain,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I already told you we don't have a model. We don't have an explanation. Doesn't matter.
Does it not bother you that you don't know how the sun works?
Hey! It happens over a flat surface. I don't give a fuck about cosmology. I care about if the Earth curves. If it's a ball.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, I did.
What I said.
I heard what he said.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what's up?
He said the sun is the flat Earth is regardless of the sun.
It's already flat. What happens in cosmology in the sky doesn't affect the ground. It's already flat.
I mean, I understand, but a large part of here's a question. A large part of Glober's arguments revolves around the sun, right? We agree.
We know. We know that.
Just ask your question.
Well, that I was just asking that. That was the question, the first one, and you agree.
You already got an answer. Are you going to ask another question?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you opine on how the sun works? What's the reason?
Because the Earth is measured flat. Do you have another question, or is that
You're using the word opine?
That's not the right answer. Why?
Like I said, because I already said that we could speculate about it and tell stories to each other and say, "Have you ever thought of this? Oh, that's interesting. Have you ever thought of this?" We could do that all day long.
Yeah,
okay,
we could opine.
You can explain Superman flying into Uranus, buddy. It doesn't mean jack shit. Do you have any other questions? Yes or no? Move on.
If you guys don't talk about the sun, then not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can talk about the sun.
How you doing? Do you have anything?
No, I think it's okay to talk about the sun.
Oh,
but the thing is, are you going to talk about your sun?
I don't want to.
How do you know a couple things? Like, how do you know it's a giant ball of gas?
Well, I'm not really
fire in the vacuum of space, radiating heat through a vacuum. It's 400 times larger than the moon.
You guys not listening.
It still appears to be the same size as the moon. That is eclipsed by the moon, but yet you don't see the moon eclipsing it. Are you going to talk about your... I mean, I could talk about the same sun all day, me and you. We both look up at the sky. We both see exactly the same sun. I say what I see. You see what you see. Then you go some further steps, more than that, and you say it's a giant ball of gas. 93 million miles
totally
away.
Relevant. I have something totally relevant. Bar, may I? Okay, so do you know what the...
There's like 5 different people trying to talk to the same guy. Can you guys keep it, like maybe one-on-one or something?
I just want to respond. Yeah, I just want to respond
we can have a cohesive conversation that can be like a back and forth.
So, I would like to ask him...
Can I respond to what he just said?
Yeah, respond.
Yeah, okay, great. So I don't mind talking about the sun. The only thing is I'm not really an expert on the sun or science at all, and all I can really tell you is how it accounts for, night and day. And you've heard that 100 times, right? And so I'm not saying that I'm like the expert on it and I'm able to discuss it, but I thought that you guys might have more of a grasp on how the sun fits into your model. That's the only reason why I asked you about it.
Have you ever heard of the impossible eclipse? The Celion eclipse?
No, wait, but the man answered to you. He told you we have the flat plane, that means the surface, flat surface, and then you have a sun in the sky doing something. Can we check now? Is it that real? Is that correct what he's saying, that the surface is flat and that sun is doing whatever it's doing?
I understand your premises.
Is that okay premises? Because if Earth is curving, the sun will do the same thing, but on the curved surface.
Hey, if I may, I just want to.
Sure. I don't really know. I don't know the science behind the things that you're describing. Like I don't know.
There is no science behind the things. There is the geometry behind the things.
Yeah. The geometry is like an offshoot of math.
Yeah,
right.
And people look into geometry. These flat earthers, almost all of them, and they find out there is no geometry. There is flat surface. There is no sphere geometry in reality. That's why we are here.
Hold on real quick. So I just want to go with Gemsky had said. Let's pick like one speaker. So I think Bars was the guy's name?
Yeah, I just got to quickly do something though, so I'm gonna leave for a bit.
Okay, when you come back, I invite you to pick one person you want to talk to. You've heard a couple different flat earth speakers. Like pick the guy that you think that you connect with the most, and we'll do a one-on-one. Just you and that one person, question and answer.
Sounds good.
All right, so what happened? Did Wacky Mackie, did he run off, or did he end up posting what he said he would post?
No, he didn't. He didn't post it, right? So it was a very specific thing that he was asked for. Okay, so he said that the reciprocal zenith angle measurement proves the radius, right? It's a way to measure the radius. And I asked if a refraction was accounted for, and he said yes. So I asked him to show the demonstration of how that was done. I gave him a time limit, and he didn't provide it in the time limit or concede. So he's got a 2-day ban.
Okay.
I really wanted to compare Bar's question, how we don't have a model showing it. I wanted to compare it to the Globe's impossible eclipse, how they don't have a model to show how that's possible. I wanted to compare it to that. They have things they can't model for either. Right, both sides do. And if he can't model that, then why does he still believe in it? And he's asking us, why do we believe in this when we can't model it? Well, he can't model stuff either. I wanted to bring that up to Bar.
Guys, when there's like one guy, like someone like that has questions, sounds like a fairly new guy to the topic, like the one before him. We have Sasha, Olros, Creed, Flat, like T-Dub, DJ, like 6 people talking to one guy.
No, I didn't even open my mic. I can't stand it when people do that.
Just need a moderator to step in and be like, hey, stop, guys, one at a time.
Yeah, I said, I opened my mic, I said that, and people kept doing the same thing.
It's me. I'm really excited to join the VC.
You should note who it is if you're going to point names out.
No, I'm saying, dude, you were talking to the other guy, and then people were speaking, so just, if someone is trying to make a point, just back up everybody, like you did, T-Dub. But you guys were talking as well, and other people were talking on top of you, remember? When you were talking, there was other people talking, remember?
Yeah.
DJ has a presentation style, right? DJ has a presentation style. Few of us do this. Few of us. So when he steps in, he should be allowed the floor to give his presentation. If he started off and he's like leading and he's doing his presentation, just like everyone should back off unless they have a quick supporting interjecting point that's not going to lead into the weeds for half an hour or 2 hours, right? And not let others interrupt, right? Not let other Globers try and jump in to say, but this and that. Like, just mute them. They can come back to them later. Like if it's a new person that's asking questions and DJ's doing the presentation, let him get his presentation out.
I've been listening to multiple conversations, and this is what I'm trying to tell you guys, that I've been listening, and it's 5 people, different points, and it doesn't sound correct because everybody gets lost.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yep.
Well,
we'll try not to let that happen in the future.
Yeah, it's trying to like have people. It's better if other people just kind of yield every once in a while, like have some sort of like internal dialogue where you're like, oh, I've been talking for a little bit. This person wants to come in for a little bit, and kind of do like a give and take. So I think this the new or not the new guy who's on mic. I know I've seen his name before, like the Fleck Cthulhu guy, Cthulhu or whatever, however you pronounce it. Flahulu. Yeah, like if he's new on mic, and let's give him some space, because I know I get a chance to talk a lot. Sasha does too. So, it's nice to get someone who's new, or new on mic anyway.
Here. Thank you. I'm actually really excited too, by the way. I know I've interrupted a little bit. Just mute me if you need to, mod me if you need to. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it. I love this channel. You guys are awesome.
Good to hear you on the mic now, Flathulu.
I've wanted to for a while, just haven't. But I broke my arm, so I'm just sitting down a lot. So I figured now's the time.
I say let's give him a wide berth. Welcome.
Yep, definitely. So Kiba has a claim, right? Kiba's been making his new argument for today in the side chat. So mass attracting mass because of what, Saturn and its ring, and that would somehow prove the globe. Like, do you want to present your argument, Kiba?
Yes. Saturn's rings are only explainable by the concept of gravity.
Okay.
Did you test that against anything else?
Yes, I've looked everywhere on Earth, and I found no other indicator that rings can float around anything. So that must mean that gravity did it.
What's
gravity? Can you show us rings floating around something in a lab?
Wait,
here on
that's
the
actually kind of smart. That's actually kind of smart, the ring thing.
Yeah. So let's see a demonstration of it to validate his claim is what he claims it is. Can you show us that on a smaller scale? Show us some rings floating around a floating object in a vacuum.
Because of gravity.
To back your claim up, yeah, and that gravity is the cause.
But it's true, gravity is the cause of rain, like falling down.
Well, I was just asking Kiba if he could, back his claim up with empirical evidence rather than just having a baseless claim.
So gravity on the scale of a human experiment would not be sufficient to form rings.
Okay, so that's a concession that you can't actually back your claim up. You just have to take the space story and the claim at face value, and you can never actually test that out to validate it to be true.
It's not a story. I mean, we have a long-distance observation, which you guys really love, of the rings, and we can look at it with our own eyeballs through a hobby telescope, a cheap, a few $100 telescope, and you can see the rings for yourself. And if you can provide
making a whole bunch of assumptions, right? You're making an assumption that it's within a deep space vacuum. Okay, you can't validate that. You're making an assumption that it's a physical object with rings made of, what are they made out of? Like water ice?
I don't know what they're made out of, but they're rings.
really. So it's got rocky dust, some water, some ice. So something, right? So you've just been fed a story and you just blindly believe it, right? You can't actually validate it. What you're doing is you're just repeating a claim with no empirical evidence to back the claim.
And let me clarify something. I do not believe in the vacuum of space. I believe in an atmospheric gradient, which the pressure in the atmosphere gets lower as you go higher.
But deep space is claimed to be 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? That starts at a certain point. And it doesn't get lower than that. Okay, so it's only a minuscule section of space that actually is claimed to have the gradient, and then the rest would be a deep space vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah, 10 to the negative 17 torr is not a vacuum. That's still a pressure. It's a low pressure, but it's still a pressure.
Yeah, so there's no such thing as a vacuum, obviously, but it's said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
I agree. There is a 10 to the negative 17 low pressure atmospheric gradient once you get sufficiently high.
Yeah. How did you validate that claim?
Because everybody who's ever measured the pressure of the atmosphere has found that it gets lower as you go higher.
Oh, really? And how did they measure that it's 10 to the negative 17 torr at that distance?
They sent up rockets, balloons, you name it.
They sent a balloon up to Saturn, did they? And check.
Not all the way, but
How far can you send a balloon up? How far away is Saturn? How far away is it?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows how far away is it, and they sent a balloon up to what height can you send a balloon? About 120,000 feet.
No, a little bit higher than that. Let me see.
Yeah.
May I ask him about Saturn real quick?
Yeah.
You made the claim that it's only possible because of gravity that it has those rings. I would like to see you show me gravity doing that at any scale. It can be small, large, any demo, any experiment. And I'll believe you. Can you show me gravity making rings around a ball?
So, by the way, the highest weather balloon ever was just under 54 kilometers. As for the rings and the gravity, I showed you the picture of Saturn. That is a demonstration of gravity because that can only happen with gravity. And if you want to debunk my claim, all you have to do is show me one example of rings floating around something without being caused by gravity.
Hi, that's the observation and question that we're debating. You said it's only possible because of gravity. Can you show me gravity making rings around a ball as you claim? Because you said it's only possible because of gravity.
Yeah. And I'll show you a picture of Saturn. That's my assertion that is caused by gravity. If you can find one counterexample, all you have to do is find one counterexample, and you've debunked my entire claim.
If you can find one example of gravity doing it, I'll believe you. I'm not asking for the observation. I'm asking for you to prove your claim that it's because of gravity.
That's an assertion that I'm making. And it's an assertion that's well established, grounded in physics.
Show me.
Okay?
Show me one experiment.
Counterexample. That's normally how you debunk assertions like that.
Well, a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I'm asking for you to show me gravity making one ring. You don't even need to make 3 rings, just one ring. Show me gravity making one ring.
You want me to show you the picture of Saturn again?
No, I want you to show me gravity making a ring as you claim it does.
Well, shouldn't gravity pull in all that debris towards the center of Saturn? It seems that it has a ring. It debunks gravity.
Well, no, because if you're going fast in a, tangentially, right? If you're going fast, but then gravity's pulling you down, then it causes like a centripetal force effect where you end up, wrapping back around in a, circular orbit.
And what that has to do with
your Saturn claim debunks gravity because gravity would pull all that debris in if it's what you claimed.
Look up centripetal force. It's like a tether ball. Does a tether ball pull in the ball?
But what that Saturn ring has to do with the Earth's surface?
With what?
With the Earth's surface.
The surface of Earth.
Oh, the Earth's surface. Yeah. Okay, so the thing it has to do is if the Saturn's rings are caused by gravity, then that means that gravity exists, and therefore a flat Earth could not exist because it would collapse under its own weight into a ball.
Okay, that means gravity exists, and that means Earth is spherical. Is that correct?
Correct.
That means if Earth is spherical, it's also measured that it's spherical.
Yes.
That means if you go to reality and use the geometry of the Earth, size of the Earth, that it will measure like that.
Yeah, just like Al-Biruni did.
Al-Biruni did what?
He went up a mountain, looked at the drop in the horizon.
Mountain.
Yeah.
And
calculated if it was a ball based on the drop in horizon.
Dude, you'll get wrecked with the Al-Biruni argument. I wouldn't even go there.
Can we do that the same thing today, what Al-Biruni did?
Oh, yeah.
Can we do that on the beach, not on the mountain?
You need some altitude, but Main Surveyor actually did it if you want to check out.
Let's do it with the zero altitude, with, let's say, lower altitude.
No, you need to go up in altitude a little bit.
Why I need to go to open? Does Al-Biruni measure the radius?
Yeah.
And what is the radius?